Hello friends. Welcome to the Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto awaken God power and get married with Nefertari Vivi. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. The Fishman District started out as a gigantic institution to take care of orphaned children. But barely a year after its creation, it descended into chaos and anarchy. The people in charge were unable to keep their charges under control, and so became a lawless region, homes to rebels and outcasts of Fishman Island. Gang violence was an everyday occurrence, and normally most fishmen within the district didn't live long lives. That was until one of the mightiest fishmen to ever exist took over the entire district, and ruled over it until he left to be an adventurer. That man was none other than Fisher Tiger, the first captain of the Sun Pirates, the only person of any species to stand up to the Marijoy, and possibly one of the four most famous fishmen to ever come out of the district. The second being Jinbe, a royal knight of King Neptune's army, the second captain of the Sun Pirates, and first fishman to join the seven warlords of the sea. The third being the infamous Arlong, a crew member of the Sun Pirates, and later the captain of the Arlong Pirates. And finally the fourth being Macro, a member of the Sun Pirates, the later captain of the Macro Pirates, and a notorious slave trader. But on this day a fifth person would be joining them, a fishman by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. His story started like any other. He was born to Namikaze Minato, a bull shark fishman, and Uzumaki Kashina, a dolphin mermaid. He grew up with love and affection, until the two were captured while they were out catching fish for their small, but respectable restaurant, and eventually sold in Sabodi Archipelago, leaving him at the mercy of the Fishman District. This is his story. Hearing the telltale scream of a fishman getting the living crap beaten out of him was the alarm clock Naruto woke up to. Flinging the torn and dirty blanket, the blonde yawned before getting to his feet. Bringing his hand to his back, he bent it back and popped his spine back into alignment after sleeping on the hard floor within the hut he was provided with. After scratching his side, Naruto proceeded to put on a blue shirt and a slightly tattered pair of white shorts. I wonder if Madame Shirley has some work for me, he wondered to himself. After his parents were abducted, the blonde fishman was forced to live within the Fishman District when he was 6 years old, and it was only 6 months ago did he find a job that wasn't illegal after nearly 2 years. Giving a fond smile, he remembered going past the Mermaid Cove for one errand he was hired for within the Fishman District. All was what he considered normal while he was returning after the successful drop-off when he found himself abducted by the playful mermaids, and because he was described as adorably cute, they helped him as best as they could once they found out about his life. Whenever he came around, they always had some sort of work for him. Usually they were small stuff, but he was eternally grateful for their kindness. After walking out of the severely damaged hut, Naruto headed straight towards the coral mansion on the seafloor of Fishman Island. Stepping over several unconscious bodies, he kept his eyes peeled for any type of threat hidden within the dark alleyways. It wouldn't be the first time a child, or even an adult, jumped him. After Fisher Tiger's death, the peace that used to govern the Fishman District once again erupted into anarchy. Times were hard back then, but after the great pirate fell, things just became worse for everyone. Thankfully for him, nothing happened on his way out. Sure, he passed several dangerous-looking fishmen, each boasting how they were better than the human race. Hearing that caused Naruto to grit his sharp teeth in anger. Humans, what a foul word. Before his parents were taken from him, he honestly didn't think much about the surface dwellers. Yes, he listened to Queen Otohime's speeches to her people about forming a bond with humans. She would also ask them to sign a petition to promote coexistence. Most, however, were met with refusals. Even now he kind of felt sorry for his queen. She tried so hard and got nothing but disappointment in return, and it did wench his heart when she apparently got drunk and screamed at everyone over the loudspeakers. But for him it was far too late to feel anything for humans, especially when they would destroy anyone's life to make a quick buck. The blonde soon stopped his self-loathing when he accidentally bumped into someone big. Looking up, Naruto's jaw dropped when he saw probably one of the biggest fishmen he ever saw in his entire life. Standing at what he believed was 9'8", the person was obviously a blue-skinned whale shark fishman with a face that he could only compare it to a demon's. He had yellow eyebrows and sideburns, a bulb-like nose, and an angular lower lip pointing upwards. A lightning-shaped scar can be seen from his left side burn and reaching over his left eye. He had a severe underbite that possessed two tusk-like conical lower fangs. His long, two-toned black hair had two long white stripes coming from the roots over his forehead and trailing down the back, and a small tuft of hair on his chin with a slight green hue. His hands and feet were webbed, typical for a normal fishman, and his limbs were somewhat thin in comparison with his enormous girth. And finally his gills were in between his shoulders and neck. He was wearing a fancy-looking diamond-shaped karakusa with a floral design with a purple scarf like a ribbon around his waist. For the fishman's footwear, he appeared to be wearing simple sandals on his webbed feet. Leaning forward, the large fishman bent his knees until he could fully see the person he bumped into. "Are you okay, little one?" his rough, but kind voice asked. "Yea, I am," Naruto stammered out. When the man offered his giant hand, the blonde happily took it before he was easily raised to his feet. "I'm sorry I bumped into you, Mr. Jinbe." The gigantic fishman introduced himself. "The Knight of the Sea?" The blonde's blue eyes nearly bulged out of his eyes in awe that he was looking upon one of the most legendary fishmen around. Giving Naruto a chuckle in response, Jinbe patted the young boy on the head. "Now where are you going all off in a rush?" Becoming slightly flustered at the attention he was receiving, he sputtered a bit before answering. "I was Hea Ding." Before he could complete his answer, the two heard a loud crash, alerting everyone within the area. Jinbe looked over to see a giant ship that was completely wrecked at the entrance of Fishman Island. "What's going on, Mr. Jinbe?" Naruto asked the whale shark fishman. "I honestly don't know, let's go find out." Grabbing the boy by the back of his shirt, the former pirate captain firmly placed him on his shoulders, and ran towards the site of the wreck. Before the former pirate captain could get there, there was already a crowd, an angry crowd. Many of the merpeople's eyes widened when they saw the torn sails that had the insignia of the world government, and it got worse when he saw a man with his dark green hair stick up at the top of his head, a wide, obese face with a bulbous nose, thick lips, and small slit-like eyes. The man was also wearing a white protective suit and was extremely bloody and injured. This man was Saint Mjosgard, a world noble. Mjosgard pulled a flintlock from the holster on his belt and shot it off into the air, and began screaming. "Blast it all! Those worthless fools, dying after another!" Pointing his pistol at a random fishman and continued his haughty screaming. "You there, fish? Bring me my mask at once. The stench of this place is simply unbearable. Hurry up and bring me my mask. Save my life, you insignificant creature," I demanded. The entire crowd just stayed still, many glaring at the world noble. Panting loudly, the world noble shakily pointed his pistol at a mermaid. "Are you all deaf?" I said. "Bring me a doctor, I require treatment." Instead of a doctor walking forward, several large fishmen stepped forward, each carrying a firearm, and each having a tattoo of a red sun on various parts of their bodies. Saint Mjosgard's eyes widened in recognition and opened his fat mouth once again. It's you, my slaves. You must return with me immediately. Who gave you permission to leave, you lousy fish?" In response to the man's useless screaming, the scariest-looking fishman stepped on the noble's flintlock, and kept it under his foot, much to the man's shock. The various merpeople gasped, each shouting for them to stop what they were doing, and Mjosgard once again screaming at them, making threats and how important he was. The scariest-looking of them sneered at him. "In the world above, you are protected by the treat of marine admirals coming to save your sorry ass." His sneer quickly twisted into an evil grin before he continued. "But we're in the depths. As long as everyone is quiet, this will be no more than an accident at sea." The fishman's words seemed to have a strong effect, because every resident began to shout their encouragement. "Shoot him," they screamed. "Kill him," he screamed. "Make him suffer like he did to us," they screamed. "Don't you dare," Saint Mjosgard screamed. "I'm an important person. You can't do this to me. You of all people, I could never forgive. Even if I tried," the fishman screamed at the world noble before pulling the trigger. The cheering immediately died down, and the cheering soon turned to gasps of horror. On top of the world noble was a golden blonde-haired mermaid that was partially held up in two short loops. She also had green eyes, thick eyelashes, and wore pink lipstick. The mermaid was wearing a very long white kimono with a cream-colored carp scale design and a white cloth around her shoulders that somehow floated behind her head. The fishman who pulled the trigger immediately began to tear up out of shock, Queen Otohime. Ignoring the searing pain in her right arm from where she was shot, Otohime turned her head towards everyone. "Drop your weapons now," she commanded. "There are children watching." "Aladdin. I heard a world noble was here. Where is he?" Jinbe shouted once he arrived. Turning to face him was a tall, muscular merman with slanted thin eyes, dark hair tied in a long ponytail falling on his back in many curves, that matched his full beard with a goatee. He had long light-colored tail on the upper part, but darker near the fin area. The man wore a long, open black vest with the Sun Pirate's Jolly Roger on the left side of his stomach along with a tattoo on his left bicep that said 1TC, clutched in his hands was a silver trident. "I don't know, I just got here myself." He then trailed off and raised an eyebrow when he saw a boy on his former boss's shoulders. But coming right behind him were the queen's children. One being a cream-skinned muscular shark merman, with a wide chest and large arms. He had a long face, framed by blue wavy fair hair flowing down to his shoulders, a sharp and pointy nose, and some sort of dot his forehead. He had gills on his massive neck, and a dark blue tail with light blue polka dots. The only piece of clothing he wore was a purple garment around his waist, held up by an extremely long light blue long band, which passed over his shoulders, drawing a circle around the back of his neck, and falls down to his waist, seemingly floating behind him. The second was a light brown-skinned orphish merman and was easily the tallest of the three males and extremely thin as well. He had wide eyes, long wavy orange hair, gills running along his neck, and beaver-like teeth. He also has a long purple tail with white polka dots and a red fin. Unlike the other two, he was the only one fully clothed in the upper body, wearing a fancy white robe-like garment with sleeves that are puffed at the shoulders and wrists, and an orange sash around his waist in the same manner as his eldest brother. The third was a pink-skinned rotund, stocky and large Opa merman. Like the other three, he had a polka dot tail, with a black variation along with white polka dots and red scales. He wore a blue hat with a white stripe going across the middle of it that barely covered his brown hair, and the red fins on his head. And like his eldest brother, he wore a light blue garment around his waist held in place by a yellow sash in the exact same manner as the other two. Finally, the last was a mermaid, a giant-sized smelt whiting mermaid with short strawberry blonde hair with a fish-shaped hair grip, green eyes like her mother's, and a permanent blush on her cheeks. She had a very long light red and pink striped tail with broadly striped tail ends in a ruffle around her waist. The only piece of clothing she wore was a cream-colored crop top with floating straps. Naruto really didn't pay attention to what they were saying. Instead, he kept his eyes on the queen. He saw her begging them not to harm the noble, for the sake of the children. He saw her telling them not to pass their hatred onto the next generation. But her speech fell deaf on the world nobles. With an insane glee in his eyes, Saint Mjosgard picked up his discarded pistol and pointed it at his queen's head. Jinbe saw the action and opened his mouth to shout out a warning. But suddenly his shoulders felt heavy, like 10 pounds were suddenly dropped on him. Then he felt light as a feather and saw Naruto springing at the world noble with a roar of furious outrage escaping from his mouth. The roar was soon silenced as the blonde's mouth firmly clamped onto Mjosgard's gun arm, his teeth digging into the soft flesh of his hand and his gun, snapping the deadly weapon in half. As the noble fell back in a loud scream of pain, Otohime immediately turned around to see a boy that barely looked to be about 8 years old. At first she thought he was a human with his lack of webbed hands and feet, tanned skin, and messy blonde hair. But taking a closer look, she saw the telltale gills on his neck, the dorsal fin on his back, the black tiger stripes running along his arms, a few on his fin, and oddly enough 3 thin ones on each side of his cheeks, but most importantly his sharp teeth tearing into Saint Mjosgard's hand. She went to raise her arm to stop him, but then she saw the boy's eyes. His eyes that were the color of the sea were filled with so much hate and rage. The sight of a child having eyes like that brought tears to her eyes. "You little freak!" Saint Mjosgard screamed at Naruto. Violently flinging his bloody hand towards his ship, the sudden movement forced the tiger shark fishman to tear great chunks of flesh, muscle, and most importantly his thumb and index from his hand. While he cried in absolute pain, the boy hit the ship hard enough to normally kill a child. While he was sniveling about the loss of his precious fingers and his royal blood being spilt by a lowly fish, he did take pleasure in his superior mind that the boy was now dead for his sins. Or that's what he thought until he heard an angry groan coming from his ship. Fearfully turning his head, he saw Naruto getting to his feet. Everyone saw him spitting the man's fingers and flesh from his mouth, and the promise of violence in his eyes as his body looked like it expanding with muscle and adrenaline. Jinbe's eyes widened when the boy raised his right arm and punched the hull of the ship, causing the hull to quake and shatter upon impact. Screaming out in terror, Saint Myasgard brought his left hand down to his hip holster and brought out his second and last pistol. Shakily raising it at the enraged fishman, tears of terror spilled from his eyes, and snot dripped down his nose. "What the hell are you?" he screamed when a sudden terrible smell came from his pants, and a vision of a defiant bull shark fishman he killed a year and a half ago replaced the boy attacking him. Then for the first time in his entire life the noble put two and two together, and gave off a wicked chuckle. "Now I see it, you're the spawn of that fish and mermaid. Ha ha ha. Well then, die with your wretched family." Naruto's eyes widened from the noble's confession. He clutched his head within his hands. His mind processed what Myasgard said before he screamed a heart-wrenching scream of sorrow and denial. His eyes that were once blue slowly became as crimson as freshly spilled blood. Baring his bloody teeth hatefully at the world noble, he bolted towards him, tearing up the ground with each step as his rage poured out of him. While this was happening, a 6-year-old Shirahoshi, not used to the violent nature she was witnessing, began to cry. Raising her head upwards, she screamed at it all to stop at the top of her lungs. Her screams echoed throughout the entire ocean, causing the ground to underneath them to shake and crumble, before bursting to reveal 3 gigantic sea kings, the biggest of them devouring the noble's ship. Many people shrieked in terror. Saint Myasgard fainted with a good amount of foam falling from his mouth. All except Naruto. He just stared impassively at the 3 creatures before letting out a threatening roar. To the second shock of those still conscious, the 3 sea kings let out a submissive whimper and slightly lowered their gigantic heads. With a growl escaping his throat, the blonde started walking towards the unconscious world noble. Every merfolk gathered there took a step back when they saw the determination to kill the noble in his crimson eyes. Otohime, however, couldn't allow him, a child, to stain his hands with another's blood, and flowed over in front of the noble, blocking him with her arms wide open. Naruto didn't even stop when he saw his queen in front of him. He was too far deep in his anger that he flexed his right hand. His small muscles bulging, he geared up to attack the 2 of them. Everyone panicked when his fist lashed out at the queen's face. The women shrieked out in terror. The men moved to stop him, but it was useless when the tiger shark fishman stopped just inches from her face. Tears spilled from his eyes when they returned to their true blue color. Just looking at Otohime's determined face stopped him from going through with his murderous deed, and seeing her daughter, who looked no older than 6, crying for everything to stop, he couldn't do that to another child, especially when it happened to him. Feeling 2 gentle arms wrap around his shoulders, Naruto collapsed from exhaustion into the warm embrace of his queen, fully spent from the amount of energy he used today. The mermaid princess, and the sea king at the same exact moment. Jinbe whispered to himself in disbelief. Turning his giant head towards the queen, he saw her ask his former crewmate to take care of the human. "It will be done, my queen," Aladdin reluctantly said, "but what of the boy?" "I will take care of him myself," Otohime told him as she gently picked the boy into her arms. Several hours passed after the incident at the front gate, yet King Neptune was not satisfied just hearing about it from one person. As king, he needed to hear all the accounts. So far he listened to Aladdin. Then Hody Jones. His wife was currently with their daughter to keep her calm. So far he didn't like being what he was told. But now he was asking his most trusted friend, Jinbe. The king was a giant-sized and muscular coelacanth merman. He had a dark red nose, small eyes, and long thick orange curly hair, eyebrows, and beard. The merman was bare-chested, revealing a thick amount of hair on his chest and arms, and he had matching black tattoos on both arms, which looked like spirals with wavy protrusion designs around it. The only things that would be considered clothing was a golden crown that resembled a tulip with jewels embedded on the base of it, a golden bracelet on each of his wrists, and a golden trident with an elaborate design laying near him. At his side was Ho, a gigantic whale that was his pet, as well as his transportation. The mammal was black in color with a light underbelly, a set of rounded teeth and round eyes. He was wearing an elaborate crown on his head, and a bubble ring to swim through the air since he wasn't in the water at the moment. Jinbe. Neptune's sophisticated voice said to the former captain of the Sun Pirates. "I want to know what happened at the entrance, and why a world noble is missing his fingers, and a young fishman in one of the guest rooms. Bowing in response, the whale shark fishman began telling his king from his own point of view. My lord, it all started out when I bumped into the young boy on my way here. He came from the fishman district. Seeing his king narrow his eyebrows at the mere mention of that crime-ridden place, Jinbe sighed a bit. I know your majesty, I don't like that place either, but he is just a child who lost his parents. I know that. Neptune said, it just breaks my heart seeing that my intention for good backfired. After a moment of self-brooding, the king motioned for Jinbe to continue. After I introduced myself, we both heard a loud crash, and I took him with me to investigate. I thought it would be a good idea at the time, my king. He defended himself a tiny bit when he saw Neptune raise an eyebrow at him. When we got there, I saw Queen Otohime defending the world noble from being killed by the angry members of my former crew after a bullet grazed her. She then gave a speech about not passing the hatred onto the children. Giving the king a fanged smile, Jinbe said, it struck a chord in me, at least until the world noble tried to shoot her. Before I could attempt to stop him, the boy flew from my shoulders and attacked him. I saw the boy bite clean through the gun and into the noble's hand. The man screamed out in pain before flinging his off his hand, taking his fingers and a good part of his hand with him. When the boy hit the hull of the ship, I thought he snapped his neck. But he didn't, did he? Neptune asked. No, instead the boy got back up, and I saw his eyes. Your Majesty, the boy's eyes that were blue when I met him were pure blood red. Not just his sclera, iris, or even his pupil. They were all completely blood red. That's not all what normally should have been a weak 10-year-old, at least until he hit puberty. He destroyed the hull of the ship, tore up the ground underneath him, and his normal arms bulged with muscle that he shouldn't have. Neptune's black eyes widened in realization. Jinbe, surely you don't mean the boy has the... I do, my lord. The boy has what I like to call Sea King mode, an incredible power that grants him the strength, anger and ferocity of a Sea King. From what I saw, he had the crimson red eyes, the muscle expansion, the high immunity to pain with what I suspect was a high amount of adrenaline, the intense bloodlust, and most importantly the submissive nature from the 3 Sea Kings your daughter summoned. King Neptune leaned back and rubbed his bearded chin with his left hand. Within the entire history of the Ryugu Kingdom there existed 3 legends. The first being the Tamabako, a mystical box that was capable of making anyone older, and rumored to be held with the royal family, something he would neither confirm nor deny. The second being the mermaid princess, of a mermaid capable of speaking with Sea Kings every few hundred years, which was apparently his only daughter Shirahoshi. And the third and final legend was the Sea King. Just like the mermaid princess, only every few hundred years a fishman was granted with the power of the Sea Kings. What do you suppose we do, old friend? Neptune asked. If we leave this matter alone, there will be a catastrophe on our hands. Otohime and I can handle things with Shirahoshi, but what shall we do with the boy? I will handle things with the boy, my king, Jinbe told him. But don't you have your duties as one of the 7 warlords? I have not been given any duties from the world government. I will train the boy for as long as I can, and if I have to I will take him with me to see the world and introduce him to the various cultures of the world. And of course lessen his hatred on humanity. The former sun pirate responded. Then let it be done. Neptune said to him. While the king and warlord were chatting in the throne room, Otohime found herself standing in front of the room Naruto was sleeping in. After assuring Shirahoshi that everything was fine, the queen found herself in thinking about the nameless blonde tiger shark that nearly killed the world noble. When she saw his eyes that were as blue as the sea, she saw that he experienced the tragedy of losing his parents, something that nearly broke him and brought the hatred of humanity in his heart. Opening the door, Otohime entered the low-lit room to see the boy peacefully sleeping in a medium-sized bed. Almost floating towards him, the queen slowly brought her right hand towards his tanned face, gently placing her index finger on one of his whiskered cheeks. Then to her surprise the boy leaned into her hand. "Mom," she heard him whisper out. Giving a sad smile, the queen stayed like that for the longest time, just keeping the fishman company like a mother would do for a child. The serene moment was soon interrupted by a soft knocking on the door. "Come in," she gently called out. The door opened to reveal Jinbe. The gigantic fishman knelt down to poke his head through the 6-foot-tall door. "My queen, may I have a word with you?" Reluctantly pulling his hand away from the boy's head, she bent over to give him a motherly kiss on his forehead to keep him at ease before leaving the room. After quietly closing the door, Otohime turned to Jinbe. What did my husband say? After hearing all sides of the incident from Aladdin, Hody, and myself, we both came to the conclusion that the boy should stay here in the palace. As soon as he awakes I will start training high. Jinbe's sentence was immediately cut off when Otohime jumped to his height and bopped him on the head. Blinking in surprise, the former pirate captain looked down at the goldfish mermaid. You will not be training him, the queen said to him. You saw what happened to him today. What that boy needs is love, and a family right now, not learning how to fight. But my queen, the whale shark fishman protested. Poking the former pirate captain in the stomach, Otohime continued to protest his decision, poking his stomach with each and every word. I know what he is, Jinbe. Like Shirahoshi, he's one of the legends that have been passed down for generations. He needs to learn that not all humans are like the noble he met today. Please just trust me on this. Rubbing his stomach, Jinbe could only, and reluctantly nod at his queen's logic. But you may want to take that with your husband. Just leave him to me. The queen smiled at him. Almost an hour later Naruto awoke from his sleep. Grumbling about the stupid floor, he placed his hands on the soft floor. Wait a second, the floor wasn't soft. His eyes widening, he threw the royal blue sheets off and fell to the floor. His bare feet feeling the carpet, he bolted towards the door, frantically slamming the door open. The blonde's breath hitched when he saw the marble walls and the fancy decorations. No, he whispered to himself, I've been captured. Hearing the sound of footsteps and chattering voices, Naruto ran in the opposite direction. The sound of his bare feet clapping against the tiles, his head frantically searching for any exits that he could find. He didn't care if it was an air duct, a door, or even a window to jump out of. Anything was better than the unspeakable things the king would do for killing the queen. Skidding to a stop when he heard voices around the corners, the tiger shark fishman frantically searched for a way out. There were no doors near him. Soldiers were coming from each side of the hallways. The only thing in front of his was a balcony. With the need to survive overpowering his sense of judgment, he sped towards the balcony and jumped off it. Immediately he knew that was not a good idea when he saw nothing but a garden. Oh she. Meanwhile below the balcony, Shirahoshi was happily clapping to her brothers Ryuboshi and Manboshi, doing a wild and silly dance in front of her, while Fukaboshi stood on the side with a humorous smile on his face. While his younger brothers were entertaining the only sister he had in the world, his mind was in another place. More specifically, it was on the events from a few hours ago when he saw that tiger shark fishman. Well, the term would be fishboy as he should rightfully call him, and his pure savagery against the world noble. Thankfully his younger siblings were more or less ignorant, or too shocked to hear what transpired between that horrible man and the young boy. Shaking his head, he honestly couldn't believe that a boy barely a year older than his sister went through so much in the years where one was normally showered with love and affection. But the most important was his intense hatred of humans. The first prince himself didn't know too much about humanity, except what his mother taught him and all the children who came for her lessons. But her lessons included their society, their achievements, and most importantly their acts of kindness towards each other. The noble, however, dashed many of those lessons out the window, showing him that his mother was sugar-coating the truth. Any more thoughts on the matter were interrupted when he heard a long running of teas. Looking upwards, his siblings and himself saw the blonde falling out of the sky. He hit a surface that broke his fall. It wasn't the ground or the flowers. No, it was his little sister's head. The fishman bounced right off her forehead and then violently hit the ground with a loud thump. The two younger brothers screamed in surprise and immediately went to calm their teary-eyed sister. Fukaboshi turned his head towards the tiger shark fishman. He was just thinking of suppressing a chuckle when he saw his spiraling eyes and exaggerated bump on his head. The merman wiggled on over to his unconscious form and started poking his forehead with his tail. A minute later Naruto irritably whacked whatever was prodding him in the forehead. Can someone tell me the name of the ship that hit me? He muttered to himself. The ship, as you called her, was my little sister. An unfamiliar voice alerted the blonde. His eyes widening, Naruto slowly turned his head to see the semi-familiar face of Prince Fukaboshi. Immediately panicking, he sprang to his feet and got into a sloppy fighting stance. I'm sorry, didn't mean to do it, please don't kill me. I'm sorry, what did you say? Fukaboshi asked. Hearing the calmness in the merman's voice, the tiger shark fishman lowered his arms. Seeing that the prince held a look of confusion instead of anger, the thought that he killed the queen lessened quite a bit, but he still wasn't fully convinced and asked one of the dumbest things in his short life. The queen, is she okay? Mother is fine, exhausted from today's events, but in perfect health. the first prince said. Sighing in relief, the feeling of immense guilt was lifted from the blonde's shoulders, only to be replaced by two more weights when he was tackled by the other mermen, and got into a small scuffle with them. Fukaboshi squinted his eyes to see what was exactly going inside the cloud of dust, at least until a pebble flew out from the cloud and smacked him in between the eyes. That's it, you three, knock it off. Immediately the dust cloud died down, revealing Naruto pushing his right big toe up Ryuboshi's nose, while the orphish merman was strangling said foot while his tail was wrapped around the fistman's waist. And Manboshi was currently chomping on the blonde's head, even though Naruto's left arm was putting him in a headlock, causing Shirahoshi to giggle a bit. Now I'm going to ask 3 questions, the shark merman said to him after the three disengaged from each other. First, I want to know how you got in the garden. Second, where did you come from? And finally, who are you? First of all, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto said to him. I came from the Fishman district and somehow ended up here. Finally I jumped out of a window to fly out of here. He finished with a tone filled with sarcasm. This, however, was lost on the 3 younger siblings, who gasped in awe. Letting out a chuckle of amusement, Fukaboshi reached out and patted Naruto on the shoulder. He honestly didn't know why his mother brought the young tiger shark fishman into their home, whether it was impulsive, something she was insanely famous for, or planned after what he saw that day. He would do his best to make sure that whatever his mother's plans for him came to fruition. You can really fly? That's so cool. Shirahoshi giggled in excitement, bouncing up and down on her tail. The mermaid started clapping. Do it again, do it again. Nervously scratching the back of his head, Naruto replied, I'm afraid I can't right now. Please. The gigantic mermaid clasped her hands together, and gave him the adorable gigantic teary-eyed look. Seeing the fishman in a pickle, Ryuboshi and Manboshi gained 2 mischievous looks on their faces. Don't worry, sis. Manboshi started. He just needs a little help to get started. Ryuboshi finished. In a balcony overlooking the garden, King Neptune, Queen Otohime, and Jinbe looked over the 5 children with smiles on their faces. They seemed to be interacting pretty well. At least until the 2 youngest mermen grabbed Naruto under his arms and threw him into the air. That only caused them to laugh when Shirahoshi giggled in amusement. Am I right? Or am I right? Otohime's sweet, yet all-knowing voice echoed in the male's ears. Letting out a sigh of exasperation, Neptune nodded in defeat. Okay, my dear, we see your point. Young Nikuto will stay with us so he can learn to master the gift within him. It's Naruto, my king. Jinbe reprimanded the god of the sea, even though it was a small quirk in his king's personality. But right now let's leave him be and have a normal childhood like other children should have. Giving a laugh of agreement, Neptune continued to look down on the now playing children, none of them knowing that the future they envisioned would spiral completely out of control. What did you do this time? Otohime asked as she crossed her arms over her chest. She tried to keep a stern face, but was failing to hold in her laughs. Hanging in front of her were none other than Naruto, thanks to the 3 royal knights guarding him, 2 flanking the one in the middle with his webbed hand on the scruff of Naruto's shirt. The guard's armor, that normally consisted of large striped snail shells as helmets and shoulder pads, weren't their normal color of white and black. Instead, they were neon pink and burnt orange respectively. The one holding a grinning Naruto stepped forward, revealing himself to be a gray-skinned great white shark fishman. He had a bulged belly, but muscular arms and legs betrayed that one trait for the fishman held an aura of power. He had glaring eyes, with long and distinctive eyelashes, a mouth full of sharp, triangular teeth, and a stub nose. He was the only one without a helmet to reveal his long curly black hair, with a long tuft hanging on the left part of his face. Slamming the trident in his right hand on the ground, the fishman told the queen just exactly what he did. Your Majesty, we found this one committing unspeakable vandalism to the royal knight's armor. After being caught, we gave chase and, he indicted towards the blonde, narrowing his eyes as he did so. It took us over 3 hours to catch him. I do not know how or why he did it, but this cannot stand, my queen. I agree. Otohime responded with a barely contained smile. Please take Naruto-chan to his room. The king and I will have a serious discussion with him. Giving a bow to her, the 3 knights split off into 3 separate directions. So Mr. Knight, you're not entirely mad that I defaced your armor, are you? Naruto asked after they left the queen's presence. Of course I am. The knight barked out in anger. Not only did you single-handedly deface some very expensive armor that may have to be scrapped, But you also put itching powder into our clothes, and dulled our weapons. And I keep telling you my name is Hody Jones, you little runt. Remember it? Not even fazed by the fishman's yelling, Naruto crossed his arms in front of him. Those things are only minor annoyances with no permanent damage, Hody Jones. Besides, you will thank me in the long run. He cleaned his ear with his pinky as he hung from the great white fishman's left hand by the scruff of his yakuta, who looked puzzled by the brat's response. Thank you? Why would I thank a little brat like you for making my life a living hell for the last 2 weeks? Just think about it. Naruto's voice took a sudden chill that surprised Hody, as he turned towards the fishman, his eyes and mouth in a malign grimace. The royal guard is supposed to protect the royal family, yet not once, not twice, but 3 times I have pranked you guys. Did it ever cross your mind that if a child could somehow sneak past you of all people, who says a professional assassin couldn't do the same thing, but instead of defacing your armor he slits your throats, and then assassinates the royal family? Hody couldn't believe what this kid had said, yet has made a point. A very interesting point. His intense eyes widening, Hody gave a shark-like grin before bursting into laughter. Jahahaha. That's quite the dark mind you have there, boy. Disguising something simple as a prank to teach us a lesson. I grew up in the Fishman district, that place changes people, the blonde deadpanned. No shit, kid, I grew up there. Hody grunted in reply once he got to Naruto's designated room. Opening the door, he dropped the tiger shark fishman into it. Now that you got your message across, I will inform everyone to up their efforts in protecting the royal family. Slamming the door shut, Hody Jones didn't see the unofficial member of the royal family opening his mouth and walked away. An interesting brat, he thought to himself. Then he split his face with an ominous grin. No, the perfect brat. I've always dreamed of mauling a world noble like that. Maybe one day, he could be of use. Yes, I could obtain the power of the Sea King for myself. I only need. His eyes looked towards the young tiger shark who hummed, blissfully unaware. A little push in the right direction. After Hody literally dropped Naruto into his room, the blonde found himself sitting on the small bed. His human fingers gently caressing the fine silk fabric that seemed alien to him. Moving his blue eyes, he honestly couldn't believe that he was in a room that wasn't filled with dirt, garbage, and completely wrecked. His eyes settled onto the giant desk that was 5 feet away from his bed. On it were 2 things that he couldn't tear his eyes away from. The first being a giant-sized mirror with golden trimmings and pearls embedded within it. When he looked at his reflection, he saw nothing but a complete stranger, the dirty street clothes that he was used to wearing, his somewhat dirty skin, and his unruly blonde hair were gone. In their place was someone he just didn't recognize that was completely clean and wearing a white yakuta and an orange sash. Getting off his bed, Naruto walked over to the second object on his desk. It was a photograph with a simple wooden frame. Sitting down in the wicker chair pulled by his desk, picking it up in his hands, a small, sad smile etched onto his face. In the photo were 3 people, the first being a 6-foot-tall gray-skinned bull shark fishman with blonde hair with jaw-length bangs framing both sides of his face, bright blue eyes, and a real toothy smile. He was wearing a blue shirt with the sleeves torn off, tattered white shorts that reached his shins, and an iron fishing spear clutched in his right hand. The second was a beautiful dolphin-tailed mermaid with a slender, but feminine build, fair skin, bright red hair that reached her flippers, with strands that framed both sides of her smiling face, the left of which was parted by a yellow clip and violet eyes. The only piece of clothing she was wearing was a red bikini top that held in her decently sized S. And finally, the third person was a younger Naruto, smiling brightly as he held both his parents' hands. It sure doesn't feel like it's been 2 years, he said to himself. It feels much longer than that, hasn't it? Mom. Dad. I honestly don't know what to think. I feel so out of place here. 2 weeks ago I was living on the streets and doing odd jobs for the various criminals within the Fishman district, but then after biting off your killer's fingers, I'm in the Ryugyu Palace of all places for something that I felt was justified. Hearing no response from the picture, the blonde let out a sad chuckle. I'll thank Jinbe for bringing this back to me from my hut. I promise you all that. I just hope you guys are resting in peace, and I hope to see you too when I eventually die. Unknown to him, Otohime was standing outside with her ear pressed against the door. She wiped away a slight tear spilling from her left green eye when she heard the sorrow in his voice. Taking a calm breath, the goldfish mermaid brought her dainty right hand up and knocked on his door. Naruto, can I please come in? Hearing a yes In confirmation, she opened the door and found the tiger shark fishman sitting on the wicker chair by his desk. "I know why you're here, Your Highness, and I'm sorry for doing it," Naruto apologized. "Naruto, I'm not mad," Otohime said to him. "But I must know, what's making you act this way?" Poking his head in emphasis, she continued. "I know that readjusting from the streets may be hard for you, but I want to understand." "My queen, it's not easy to explain," the tiger shark fishman said to her. Opening his mouth to continue, Naruto found himself interrupted when he found himself pulled into Otohime's comforting hug. They separated, the young blonde tiger shark's shocked eyes staring into the kind understanding ones of the goldfish mermaid. "I have all the time in the world." While Otohime was dealing with Naruto, Jinbe was unfortunately dealing with Saint Myasgard once again. Dear Neptune, the man was testing his patience. Every single day since the man woke up, all he did was complain. He complained about the food, the medical treatment, the uncomfortable bed, the doctors and nurses, and most importantly the loss of his right thumb and index finger, and of course his demand that the monster who did this to him to be put to death. "Are you even listening?" Myasgard screamed at the whale shark fishman. "I want that water breather's head right in front of me now. And I keep telling you I will not heed to your regards, Saint Myasgard. That boy defended the queen that you threatened to kill. It may have been overkill, but at least you are still breathing. You should be grateful." Jinbe calmly responded to the extremely spoiled noble. "That is not good enough." The world noble literally spat at him. "I am a descendant of the 20 kings, the creators of the world government, the creators of order and peace in a world of injustice and discord. By birthright I am superior to you in each and every way. And if you don't comply, you abomination, I will have you killed as well." Before Myasgard could even complete his threat, Jinbe raised his right fist and easily punched a hole as wide as he was tall in the wall. "My patience is wearing thin with you, noble," Jinbe growled out, his glaring eyes silencing the Tenyubito. "Normally I would settle this diplomatically, but you forced my hand." Reaching his giant hand into his karakusa, he pulled out a denden mushi, not a regular one, but a small black one. Seeing Saint Myasgard's already pasty white skin turn even whiter, the warlord gave him a victorious grin. "I assume you're familiar with the black denden mushi. From the very second you were admitted, I have been sending every threat and confessions you made at me." Still pale as a ghost, the noble gave a nervous smile and laughed at him. "That's your ace in the hole? You stupid fool. Who could possibly be listening? We control a vast majority of the civilized world. The Marines obey our every command, and no insignificant pirate will even do something to us, no matter how high his bounty is. Who do you think can even make us think twice?" "The Gorosei," Jinbe responded, causing the noble to shut his mouth in horror and to pale in unbelievable shade of white. "And I must say none of them are remotely happy with your actions toward my people." Suddenly a black snail popped out of its portable device, opening his mouth, an old voice that contained much wisdom. "What Jinbe says is true, Saint Myasgard. We are most displeased with what transpired down there." Feeling extremely ill, Myasgard sputtered in denial and shock. "No, what you have been hearing are lies. I knew he was carrying it." "Quit lying," an older raspy voice shouted at him, only this one sounded like a man who experienced many wars. "We are not as dumb as you may have thought yourself to believe. Don't you know what you've done? Not only have you caused a near fallout between humans and Fishman by attempting to shoot their queen, you have also threatened one of our Shichibukai. He's inferior." The saint screamed in response. Tears started welling in his eyes and snot falling from his nose, showing that he was growing desperate. "That stupid fish has no right. No right. He's nothing but a lowly pirate that sold himself to you. He knows this all too well." A younger sounding voice responded. "But regardless, he formed a pact with us, and we need someone like him within our ranks, so our decision overrules yours." Gulping loudly, the noble made one desperate attempt to defend himself. "You can't be serious. We are human beings, the mightiest species in the entire world. We can beat them. No. We can exterminate them. Wipe them from the face of the earth with the power of our military." "That won't happen." A voice as old as the first one, but filled with a slight tiredness, responded. "We will not have a pointless war with Fishman Island. Even with all our military might, there will be pointless casualties on both sides. And all that bloodshed for what? Because a young fishman bit off your fingers for defending the queen? I think not, Saint Myasgard." But, no more buts," the final voice, filled with anger and arrogance, barked out at him. When you have recovered, we are demanding you return to Marijoy so we can discuss your punishment. Poo 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 punishment. But why? You're like us. We're relatives, all of us. Why? You're also nobles too, so why? Because we are enlightened. We let you and our other relatives live on a whim, or perhaps it's sentimentality. Now comply with the queen, or else. After the transmission ended, Jinbe gave the world noble a superior look and left the room, just missing the man fainting from shock. Many untold hours later, Otohime gently ran her fingers through Naruto's spiky blonde hair. While the tiger shark fishman was blissfully asleep, the queen took that time to digest everything he told her. It honestly shocked her to learn that a boy, barely a year older than her daughter, went through so much hardship in his life. The goldfish mermaid learned that after spending 4 blissful years with his parents who were suddenly taken right out of his life, was almost immediately purged into a life of crime. She heard the rumors of the Fishman district, her husband's worst failure in his career as king of Ryukyu Kingdom, but she didn't want to believe any of it. Whether it was denial for the love of her husband to overlook his mistakes or denial that such a place existed. But she had the living proof sleeping in her lap. A boy who should have been in school or at least learning from his parents, was instead beating other kids, and sometimes adults for his territory, being a drug mule, and even to her increasing horror, pit fights where the children beat each other half to death while the adults bet on who would win. Never again will you have to endure that, Naruto-kun. She whispered to him. I promise that after we get the reverie I will dedicate my time to fix the Fishman district. That's a promise, so that no one can ever go through any of that ever again. After putting the young tiger shark fishman to bed, and tucking him in, Otohime gently kissed his forehead with a smile and left him to sleep. After shutting the door, she was surprised to see Jinbe almost in front of her. Sorry to disturb you, my queen. The former captain of the Sun Pirates apologized, but I had a feeling you would be with the young one after the incident with the royal armor. He held in a small chuckle when he remembered seeing several dozen knights in that horrendous armor chasing after a certain blonde. You would be right, Jinbe, Otohime responded. So how have the negotiations with the world noble been? Did you finally convince him to finally forgive Naruto? I did. The Knight of the Sea boldly lied to her. Placing her right hand on her chest, the queen sighed in relief. That's good. Thank you, Jinbe. Is it all right for me to see him? I'm sorry, but I just put him to bed. He had a mentally exhausting day. Seeing the whale shark fishman raise an eyebrow, Otohime explained what she meant. Naruto told me exactly what goes on in the Fishman district. I see. Jinbe winced a bit. Compared to many others like Arlong or Macro, he was one of the lucky ones. Because of his size, he wasn't a target for muggings or the usual beatdowns. He joined Neptune's military as soon as he reached the appropriate age, and basically got out of the life before it could even pull him in. I'll speak with him another time then. Farewell, my queen. Bowing as low as he could, the gigantic fishman walked away. A week later, we find Naruto and Shirahoshi in the garden where they first officially met. But he wasn't exactly a happy camper with the gigantic mermaid constantly decorating his head with flowers. Is this really necessary, Shira-chan? Naruto asked while his right eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Everyone was watching them, the guards sniggering as the young princess continued to place another crown of flowers on his head, making him look like he had a multicolored afro. Of course it is, Naru-chan. It makes you look so pretty. Shirahoshi giggled in response. I must agree, it does make you look rather pretty, Naruto-chan. His right eye twitching in severe annoyance, Naruto turned his head to see Fukaboshi coming towards them, a playful smile on his face, and a golden trident clutched in his right hand. Very funny, Prince Fukaboshi, very funny. The blonde tiger shark fishman gritted out and turned his eyes away in annoyance. What's with the trident? You going to try out for the guard or something? Not after what you did to them. Fukaboshi replied to him. But now that I'm older, father said that it would be a good idea for me to start practicing with my weapon of choice. Stamping the butt of the weapon on the ground, he gave a massive grin. So like my father, I chose the trident. You better hurry, Naruto, or you'll never surpass me. Oh yay. Naruto jumped to his feet and gave an intimidating stare that horribly failed due to his flower afro. I haven't been sitting on my butt during my entire stay here. Every day I work on my cardio and the muscles in my arms. I'll catch up to you soon. Shaking his head in an amused manner, the first prince knew that the blonde wasn't boasting like his younger brothers. Underneath his white yakuta was a body that was quite sturdy, not remotely muscular because of his young age, but not fat either. Maybe one day, Naruto, but right now I need you take your wig off and have the two of you follow me. Sticking his tongue out at the elder merman, the blonde took the monstrous flower ornament off his head, and followed the first son of the king with the giant child mermaid trailing beside him. After exiting the garden, the two children following the teenager entered a hallway adorned with literally hundreds of paintings. Couldn't help but stare at the various large-scale portraits of members of the royal family, various knights from the past, and a few humans. The four most striking portraits were one of King Neptune when he was in his prime. Granted, he was still a giant, and had a shorter beard, but he was quite fetching in his armor. The second was a tall, pale blue-skinned blue shark fishman with small, round white eyes, gill-like facial markings under his eyes and on his shoulders, and sharp triangular teeth. His hair, that was a dull blue color, was in the form of a shark fin. While he was wearing the royal knight's armor, his weapon of choice was something rather unusual. It looked like a sword, a very big sword, almost as tall as the wielder actually. From what Naruto saw, at the tip of the giant sword's handle was a small skull, but oddly enough the entire blade was wrapped in thick bandages. The third had two human men in it. The first was a tall man who wore a long red captain's coat and a red captain's hat with a Jolly Roger depicting a smiling skull with a thick curvy mustache on its upper lip and two bones behind it. Beneath his coat, he wore a blue shirt and had a green sash around his waist. He had a white cravat around his neck, wore dark blue pants, and what appeared to be black sea boots. The man's most prominent physical features were thick black chin-length black hair, a curved black mustache, a fierce grin, and intense black eyes which showed an unyielding spirit. The second was a broad-chested muscular man with short strawberry blonde hair, round glasses and black facial hair, which were arranged in four stripe-like patterns across his lower jaw, and a scar over his right eye. He was wearing a t-shirt with an ornately decorated collar, white pants and a simple pair of black sandals. Finally, the last painting held another human, an abnormally large human. In fact, it looked like he even towered over Jinbe, but unlike the Knight of the Sea, he was well proportioned. The man had a long face, plowed because of the advanced age, with many wrinkles around his yellow eyes, a white crescent-shaped mustache, and was very muscular, and had many scars running along his chest. The man wore a black bandana around his head and adorned himself with a white captain's coat which hung loosely from his broad shoulders, and wore light, loose pants tucked inside his large black boots, and a dark blue sash around his waist. Finally, clutched in his large right hand was a massive basento. "Brother Fukaboshi, where are you taking us? And what's up with all these paintings?" Shirahoshi asked as she looked in awe at the marvelous paintings. Looking over to his gigantic sister, the first son of Neptune grinned. "I'm taking you both to the gallery, dear sister. It's where many works of art are created here by none other than the Montesort family for generations." "But why are we heading there?" Naruto questioned. "You'll find out soon." Bringing his lower lip out in a mock pout, Naruto crossed his arms and continued to follow the shark merman. Soon enough the three entered a large, lavished room with red silk curtains, royal furniture, and to Naruto and Shirahoshi's surprise and horror was a extremely tan two-spot octopus merman almost the size of King Neptune. It wasn't his species, but what he was wearing. He was, for the better term, feminine, with a womanly face and long curly blonde hair tied off into a ponytail. He could easily be passed off as a woman, except for his flamboyant clothes, which consisted of a baby blue beret, an orange ascot tied around his neck, a neon pink shirt with white roses adorning the silk fabric that was buttoned down to reveal his chest, a royal purple sash, and cherry red sunglasses that covered his eyes. Noticing the three entering the room, the odd merman smiled and bowed towards the three. "Prince Fukaboshi, Zed, is good to see you arrived on time. Z others were getting Zansi." He greeted them with an odd accent. "Thank you, Montague. We honestly can't thank you enough for doing this on such short notice," Fukaboshi replied to the octopus merman. "Zink, nothing of it, my prince. For Zen generations my family has painted for Z royal family. Zed is always a pleasure, especially when Zet's a family portrait." "Paint?" Naruto asked. "I'm sorry, Mr. Painter, but if this is a family portrait, why am I here?" "I think that is obvious," Otohime's voice replied as the doors in the room opened, revealing the rest of the royal family. "What's obvious?" the blonde asked in confusion. Giggling in response, the queen practically floated over to him and kneeled down to his eye level. "Naruto, we all have been talking, and we all decided to be your new parents." The blonde's heart stopped, and his mouth was agape. "My, what? Ho 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 ho." Neptune let out his unique laugh. "Naruto my boy. What my wife is trying to say is we would like you to be part of our family. Would you like that?" His blue eyes widening in complete surprise, Naruto turned his head towards Fukahoshi, the eldest of the three brothers who were always kind and respected him. He smiled and nodded his head. He then looked over to Manboshi and Ryuboshi, the two brothers who tussled with him at times but always made him laugh when he was feeling down. They gave him their usual goofy grins and a giant thumbs up. Then looking up at Shirahoshi, the young mermaid who already treated him no differently than the others, eagerly nodding her head up and down waiting for his answer. And finally the king and queen, the two who brought him into their home, and treated him like he was one of their own, were giving him inviting smiles. Naruto began with a flustered look. "I thought I was already part of the family." Letting out a loud laugh, Neptune brought his giant arms out to the sides. "Then come over here, and let it be official, my boy." Immediately a loud clapping noise echoed throughout the room. Darting their eyes, they saw Montague with massive anime-styled tears falling from his glasses-covered eyes. "Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Everyone gather together, I must saint this." Pulling a gigantic easel, white canvas, and painting supplies from behind his back, which Neptune instantly concluded was some sort of devil fruit power, he brought his right hand out with his paintbrush clenched in his fist and his thumb pointed up. Deciding that a celebration would be held later, the family gathered together for their first family portrait. Once in position, Montague began painting with his gigantic brush. Not only was he using his right hand, but he was also using 6 of his 8 octopus legs. The image in front of his cherry red sunglasses coming to life, the texture, the shadowing, the pure raw emotion on the family's faces. Hours passed in what seemed like minutes. The flamboyant artist was perspiring, his blonde hair matted, and his glasses slipped to the bridge of his nose, exposing his bright green eyes. But his smile never faded once. Finally letting out a sigh, the octopus merman took a final look at the painting and placed his painting materials behind his back. "Zed is done," he happily announced. Turning the easel around to face the family, he took in great delight at seeing their satisfied smiles at his latest masterpiece. At the top of was the humongous king, Neptune, smiling with his eyes curved and arms crossed. At his left and right were Ryuboshi and Manboshi, flexing their muscles, which looked rather comically. In the center was Shirahoshi and Fukaboshi in front of the giant mermaid and crossing his arms like his father and smiling. Shirahoshi had her chin on the shark merman, her smiling beaming like a sun. And below Shirahoshi and Fukaboshi was Otohime with her hands cupped and in front in an elegant pose. Her smile was the brightest of all as she stared out. And next to her and below all of them was Naruto, who was weeping tears of joy. Even though it looked as if he was wailing, he was immensely happy due to his open, vibrant blue eyes, for he now had a new family. One more week passed by, and come Monday all the inhabitants of Fishman Island were crowding around the entrance to the island. Today every man and women were glaring at the world noble beginning to board the ship to the surface. After a month of recovering from his wounds, Saint Myasgard was finally wearing his recently repaired suit with a Yarukuman resin bubble around his head so he didn't have to breathe the same air as lowly commoners, especially with what he viewed as an inferior race. But it didn't help that his forehead was wrapped in gauze, he was missing a tooth, or that his right hand was completely encased in plaster, preventing anyone from seeing his missing fingers. "I won't forget this, you stinking fish," Saint Myasgard snarled at the collective crowd. The nerve of it all, the livestock turning on their masters. "What right does he have to resent us after we saved his life?" One knight of the royal guard muttered angrily. "We shouldn't send that bastard back, it will only bring danger to the island." "I know what you mean," the knight next to him started to reply, but was interrupted by Otohime bumping into him. "Wait, please," she called out to the world noble. "It seems that we have much to discuss. I will accompany you to the surface." "Wait right there, Otohime," Neptune bellowed, following after her. "I cannot allow such a reckless act. If you are truly intent on negotiating with these nobles, then I'll go myself." The king continued on in a desperate attempt to stop his wife from doing something that could easily endanger her because of her impulsive behavior. Aladdin immediately turned to this king in surprise. "Your Majesty, certainly, I can't imagine you of all people would get captured by humans, but still. No, it would be meaningless for you to go, dear." The queen replied in a serious tone. It must not be a powerful warrior like you, but a physically frail individual such as myself who goes to the surface and returns safely. That is the only way to prove that it is safe for our people in the world above. That way, we can show the world that our people are not warmongers but fellow sympathetic beings like surface dwellers as well. Of course she was met with a lot of protests, from the citizens, the children and especially her husband. But Naruto, who was perched on Jinbe's shoulders, was quiet, unnaturally quiet. Jinbe could feel the complex emotions rolling off the tiger shark fishman, between the intense mistrust and hatred he had for the world noble, and the faint hope that his new mother would succeed. He heard the queen give everyone her parting words and Mjosgard opening his mouth to no doubt object. But the warlord gave the man an intense glare that made him reel back before scoffing about their impudence. All according to plan, you will get your wish soon, my queen. The whale shark fishman thought to himself as he watched his queen depart with the noble. 6 days. For 6 days the entire kingdom was tense with worry and anxiety. Many didn't find a wink of sleep. Most businesses were closed for the time being. But most importantly, our hero was racked with a bad feeling in his stomach. For 6 days he was restless, his body constantly in motion. For a good majority of the week he was always helping his new brothers keep Shirahoshi in good spirits. But after having her constantly braiding flowers into his hair, squishing him with monstrous hugs and on one occasion putting him in a pink frilly dress, Naruto knew that he couldn't continue on. He needed answers, and out of every inhabitant in the kingdom there was one person that could provide him the answers he desired. And that was why he was sitting within the fancy building known as the Mermaid Cafe. Normally the smell of the various sweets and other delicious foods the cafe was known for would make his mouth moist and his stomach growl for them. But this visit was for business and not pleasure. So after being guided by one of the mermaids floating on one of the various bubbles to get around, he was seated in a nice plush chair. After thanking the mermaid, the tiger shark fishman squared his eyes onto the person in front of him. In front of him was a mermaid sitting on a gigantic crimson couch. Not a regular mermaid, mind you, but one of the most important mermaids in the kingdom besides the queen and the princess for her fortune-telling abilities. She was large, not as large as Shirahoshi, but easily towering over most of the mermaids in the Mermaid Cove. She wore a purple blouse with a hood that covered most of her short black hair that was only buttoned in the middle, revealing her flat stomach and ample chest with a string of beads around her waist that stopped in the middle of her short fin shark tail. She had a kind smile that showed off her sharp teeth and blue eyes that resembled shark eyes. "Ah, it's good to see you again, Naruto-kun." The Mako shark mermaid greeted him with a red lipstick smile. "After being adopted by the royal family, I feared that I may never see you again." The tiger shark shrugged. "That's absurd, Madam Shirley. I owe you too much of a great debt to just forget about your kindness." Naruto bowed his head towards her. "I wish I came under better circumstances," but, feeling a giant, but soft hand on his shoulder, he peered up to see the owner of the cafe smiling at him with her sharp teeth. "I know you're worried about the queen. We all are, Naruto-kun," Shirley said to him. "Queen Otohime will come back to us safe and sound tomorrow, I promise you that." "Was that a prediction? You already know the answer, young one. Now head on home. I'm sure little Shirahoshi's waiting for her newest Oni-chan." Shirley ruffled Naruto's hair for a brief moment and playfully shooed him from her room. After the tiger shark fishman left the cafe, the Mako shark mermaid brought her manicured hands to her head in sudden pain. She harshly gritted her teeth in order to not cry out in horror when she saw in front of her own eyes a shadowy figure with intense crimson eyes standing with 12 other figures with flames in the background. "What in the world? No, no, he would never do that. There's no way," she gasped out in denial. One more day passed, and like every prediction Madame Shirley made in her entire life came true once again. In a grand manner Otohime arrived on the ship she left on, and through the tearful cries of her people the queen revealed to them a piece of paper signed by the Tenryubito and the Gorosei themselves. But on that day a tall, slim-built Japanese bullhead fishman with a prominent hunch that put his head on equal level with his shoulders, cat-like whiskers, wearing a yellow fedora with a purple band covering his black hair that was rounded into dreadlocks. He was wearing a broadly red and white horizontal striped shirt under specialized green overalls for his 4 lanky legs. "The Tamabako?" he asked in glee as he revealed his sharp teeth. "That's right, Captain Vander Decken," an unremarkable fishman replied. "A month's worth of waiting finally paid off. The guard that we paid off has confirmed that it's hidden somewhere in the palace." And it can cause anyone to age. That's what our intel says, another unremarkable fishman boasted. Could it, say, Vander Decken gave them a creepy face, and brought his right arm to waist level. Turn a teensy little brat into a fully grown, why lady? I don't doubt it for a second. The first one nodded at the captain of the flying pirates. Letting out a laugh of glee, the extremely odd-looking fishman began to prance around in some sort of victory dance. That's it, folks, he proclaimed. Our little problem is solved. With that box, I can marry Princess Shirahoshi right away, I know it. Pointing at a random crew member, he barked out the order. Steal me that Tamabako right away. Captain, the palace is impenetrable, but if you were to marry Shirahoshi first you would be able to get into the palace no problem, right? Gaining a shocked look, Vander Decken reeled back before laughing a unique laugh. Baho, man. You guys are smart. I'm lucky to have guys like you. Placing his freakishly right-webbed hand on his chin, smiled about his future. Yes, give that little cutie patootie 10 or 20 more years, she'd grow into a proper beauty. She'll grow even more gigantic, though, one of the crew members deadpanned. So what, she's big-boned all right. I ain't got nothing against large ladies. Besides, the old saying the bigger the better is singing quite true for this situation. The captain spat back at him. And once I'm Shirahoshi's husband, it will finally be mine. The power and wealth of the royal family my clan has sought after for generations. Pulling a pen and some paper, he then proclaimed, all right. Let's start with the wedding invitations, on the double men. Aren't you supposed to propose first, Captain Decken? The crew screamed out in response before he could even start. Meanwhile, in the Jincord Plaza, Queen Otohime was once again preaching to her people for what was hopefully the final time. Standing on the stage that she usually preached at, she held up the paper high above her head, signed by the world nobles and the Gorosei. The word of the world nobles and the Gorosei hold great sway, even at the reverie of the Council of Kings. She began her speech with noticeable relief in her voice. And this is an official letter from them. This is what it says. For the sake of improving relations between humans and fishmen, we support the proposal of the attached petition. In other words, if we gather enough signatures to submit at the next reverie, then this piece of paper will grant our proposal to put strength to be realistically put into action. Our relocation to the surface is no mere dream. Her words that were always worth their weight in gold stunned the residents of Fishman Island speechless. The Tenryubito, possibly the most evil human beings in existence, with the help of the Gorosei, though many never heard of them, granted their support to their queen's long-awaited proposal. In all honesty, none of them knew what to think. Clearing her throat, Otohime finished off her speech that would wither, make or break all her efforts at the coexistence with mankind. All that we need now is to gather more signatures. I can only wait for all of you to make your decisions. And I beg of you to reach out for a life of harmony, for a life on the surface, where we can achieve true peace. For several long seconds no one dared to move. Time just seemed to stall, waiting for the proper response to a 7-year-long struggle. Otohime's smile began to fade slowly. Then it was finally broken when several children rushed to the stage and deposited their slips of paper into the crate that Otohime always had with her when she made her speeches. And almost immediately the gathered merfolk at her rally began handing in their own forms. The goldfish mermaid was shocked, touched by what the kindness of a few children can bring, overjoyed that her ideal may one day soon be achieved. Soon the small crate began overflowing with papers, and to Otohime's joy the Minister of the Right, a seahorse merman, her bodyguard and loyal supporter to her cause, came floating to her rescue with a gigantic wicker basket in his sturdy hands. Seeing Otohime literally shedding tears of joy, he gave her a thoughtful smile. Your Majesty, I see you are overcome by emotion. Please, take a seat and rest. Raising his arms in immense joy, the merman bellowed to the people. Come, everyone. This is the place to show your support to our queen's passionate endeavor. So overcome with emotion, Otohime had to be escorted by the Minister of the Left and another guard to the castle, crying tears of joy all the way. And when she arrived at the palace, she was bombarded by her family. Neptune, with tears in his eyes, and their biological children gave her the greatest and most loving hug that she ever received in her entire life. Even Naruto, who out of all of them had the best reason to oppose everything she worked for, couldn't help but feel immense happiness for her accomplishment. Little did they know that their happiness would be shattered by the glaring eyes spying on the happy family. For days, the plaza was filled from across the land, eager to submit their signatures for Otohime's cause. But for the goldfish mermaid, she was about to have a serious discussion with the oldest male siblings in her family. It was that moment, she began, that I found the courage and assurance in myself that this country can truly change. That moment? Fukaboshi asked. Yes, that day, when the Sea Kings peered into the island. Otohime clarified for them. Ah, yes. That certainly was a surprise, Manboshi chirped up. It was Shirahoshi who called them, you know, Seeing their shocked faces, the queen let out a soft giggle before reaching her right hand out to caress a passing fish. We merfolk have the ability to understand the hearts of the ocean's fish, and to communicate with them, yes? But no mermaid has been able to communicate with those gigantic sea kings. That is beyond even your father, Neptune, the only person on this island able to communicate with whales. However, according to the records of the royal family, once in every few centuries, a mermaid is born with the ability to understand and communicate even with the mighty sea kings. A mermaid who is able to speak with sea kings. Fukaboshi crossed his arms over his barrel chest and reflected on what his mother was saying to them, while his other two brothers shouted in awe. And you're saying that's Shirahoshi, mother? Asked the shocked Manboshi. Wow. Amazing. I'd love to be able to on a sea king's back on day, followed Ryuboshi. The same can be said for Naruto. Otohime continued to say, just like Shirahoshi, every few hundred years a fishman is born with a great power within him. But unlike your sister who can communicate with sea kings, Naruto has the raw power of a sea king. Raw power of a sea king. Manboshi's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard that. That is correct. Not only does he have their strength, anger and ferocity, but also a powerful alpha aura that would make even the most ferocious creatures submit to him. According to legend, that is, these two will meet a person to direct them onto the right path, and once the time came they would combine their powers to change the world. Our little Naruto and Shirahoshi changing the world. Ryuboshi squeaked out in surprise. Then maybe it'll help what you're trying to do, mother. I feel certain of it. Otohime smiled at them. The power of love can save the lives of thousands if the will is strong enough. However, as used wrongly, the power that those two hold is great enough to sink the world beneath the tides. They aren't aware of their abilities, and if anything were to happen to send the two of them into a panic or anger, like what you three saw that day, it is possible that in their current states, that they would both go on a mighty rampage. If they did that, then Fishman Island would be completely destroyed. What should we do, mother? Ryuboshi asked. For the moment, I will do everything in my power to ensure that never happens. But I ask that you, my sons, grow to become fine warriors. And use that strength to protect them with your lives. Of course, mother. We will not fail you, the three mermen bellowed out their promise. But then on that exact same day, it happened. Suddenly, and without warning. The tens of thousands signatures caught fire. The entire plaza was in chaos. Soldiers were frantically trying to save every piece of paper they could. Otohime, who brought her children to witness the fruits of her labor, was calling out for water. A loud bang soon echoed throughout the area. Several of the guards, all too familiar with the sound of gunfire, looked towards the source, for the shooter and if anyone was hit. The minister of the right brought his eyes towards the queen. To his horror, he saw her clutching her bleeding chest and collapse to the ground. Queen Otohime has been shot. Where's the shooter? Who was it? Aladdin barked out. There's a sniper lurking in the vicinity. Protect the royal family at all costs. Jinbe barked out orders to several knights that were standing by him. Mother! Fukaboshi yelled in shock. His brothers followed with similar shouts. Shirahoshi was dead silent. Her eyes wide agape and her mouth frozen, her young pre-adolescent mind still trying to wrap what has just occurred. As the minister of the right cradled his queen in his arms and barking for a medic, Naruto was the first to reach her wounded body. His blue eyes already spilling tears down his face and his hands clutching her right hand that was stained with her freshly spilled blood. Even as his siblings crowded around her. Mother! Yelled the brothers save for Naruto, who still remained silent as his adoptive younger sister. Otohime's eyes were half shut, as she drew deep breaths to help sustain her lungs. Queen Otohime! Yelled out the civilian bystanders. As Shirahoshi remained rooted, catatonic. A figure walked up to her. Well, isn't this quite a ruckus? The figure, Vanderdecken, raised his right hand, and placed it on Shirahoshi's lower left arm. quite a terrible predicament. Don't you agree, princess? A nearby guard spotted Deccan and raised his pistol. Who are you? Stay away from the princess scum. He fired, but missed as the four-legged fishman scampered away. Mother, are you all right? Wailed the orphish merman. We'll get you to a hospital in no time. Hang in there, assured Manboshi. Fukaboshi was different thoughts as he released a low threatening growl. Who could have done this? And his face contorted to one of anger and fury, his teeth bared. I'll make them pay. I'll make them pay. Beside the slowly dying queen, the adoptive son of the royal family was slowly breathing in and out. His teeth were clenched and bared, and although his hair covered his eyes, they were slowly being covered by a shade of red. Yet he did not clench his mother's hand tighter, despite some veins bulging within his arms. Yet Otohime raised her hands, one onto Fukaboshi's trident, the other to cup Naruto's cheek. Stay by my side, my angels, and please wipe those horrid looks off your faces. Your Majesty, you need treatment. I let my guard down. I was just so happy to finally have all those signatures. I did not. She gave a wheeze. Fukaboshi, Naruto, if there is anyone who should be bitter, it should be me, not you. Yet despite her plea, Naruto could not listen to her, her voice becoming faded. He did not know it, but his slowly rising fury was clouding him. He did not listen to his two brothers' wails, but through his hair he saw his sister. The same sister who annoyed him on hour's end with creating flower crown, hugs, and giggles, about to burst in agonizing tears. Mother, somehow the blonde tiger shark could hear her, even if his fury distorting his hearing, and as if on K, his hearing slowly began to return to him. Manboshi and Ryuboshi turned towards her, then back to Naruto's slowly reddening eyes and bulging veins and saw that she was about to begin to lament, and remembered. If anything were to happen to send the two of them into a panic or anger, like what you three saw that day, it is possible that in their current states, that they would both go on a mighty rampage. And Shirahoshi and Naruto screamed, but the latter's sounded more like a roar filled with sorrow. Shirahoshi. Naruto. Wait. But suddenly their screams cut short, Shirahoshi's tear-filled eyes slowly reopening and Naruto's widening in shock. Two of his adopted brothers, they were, with tears clouding their vision and runny noses. Ikmambo. Ikmambo. Look Naruto. Everything will be alright. Ikmambo. Hey shirahoshi, everything's as cool as night. Ikmambo. It'll be okay. Everything is alright when you mambo dance, oh yeah, shouted Manboshi at the top of his lungs, dancing and singing, even as he continued to shed his tears. Ah, what fun, such fun. Nothing can be wrong. Naruto shirahoshi, let us sing this song. The four of us are always with you both, la ti do. Young princes, shouted the minister of the left, what on earth you? Shirahoshi stopped her tears, and Naruto brushed his hair back, revealing his blue and red eyes. Not reddened by the power of the Sea King within but with tears. His mouth agape. His much bigger sister was clamped shut. Someone stop the princes. The trauma has made them gone mad, yelled the minister of the right, as knights and guards gathered around and tried to hold them down. Watch on mother. Everything will be alright. People couldn't tell if Manboshi was shouting, more like wailing, even as his visage still contained that strained smile. Siblings stick together through and through. To protect that we do, la ti do. Ryuboshi was having as much as a hard time as his fellow brother, looking up in order to avoid looking at the slowly growing pool of blood at his mother's side. Shirahoshi continued to sob, not on the level as before. She gazed in amazement at her brothers. You, too, you are, muttered the blonde tiger shark as tears wept from his own eyes. How can such people contain such great strength, even in a situation such as this? Fukaboshi had similar thoughts, as he silently sobbed, yet his gaze held nothing but the highest of admiration towards his brothers. Stop this at once. Can't you see the condition Her Majesty is in? And Naruto gazed down and gasped. His adoptive mother, the queen of Ryukyu Kingdom, was giving the most happiest smile he has ever seen her bear. Naruto saw Otohime's green eyes staring into his blue ones, a smile on her face even though she was so racked with pain. Gently squeezing his hand within hers as if to tell him not to worry, he saw the life leave her eyes. No, not again. Please God, not her. Anyone but her, he whispered out in denial. Otohime reopened her eyes, and placed 2 fingers and lips and gave a kiss, then placed those fingers onto Naruto's own as he gasped. She gave another smile. Naruto could hear his older brother claiming how they will all grow up to become strong warriors, recollect the signatures, and protect Shirahoshi with their lives. The tiger shark couldn't agree more. We are so close, Otohime whispered. I know that all of you can reach the light of the sun. All of the bystanders and pedestrians began to weep, as did the ministers. But not the royal family, who connected their fingers. They killed her. He heard a voice echo over the plaza. Looking upwards, Naruto saw none other than Hody Jones. Holding by the neck in his powerful right hand was a human. A human killed our queen. XXX. Won the day of Queen Otohime's funeral, when everyone thought that things couldn't get any worse, it unfortunately did. A letter was sent to Shirahoshi, not by mail, or even a delivery fish, no, it flew straight through the castle walls. When the princess showed it to Neptune, it was discovered to be a love letter of all things. Seeing that it was from Vanderdecken, Neptune forbade the children from attending his wife's funeral for the fear of another assassination attempt. That was why they were standing in front of a camera dressed in black funeral tuxedos. Prince Fukaboshi being the most charismatic of the siblings, giving his speech about inheriting his mother's will. Before she died, my mother said that the real sun is within sight. Maybe our hearts won't make it in time for the reverie due in 2 years. But there's another one in 6, and another in 10 years. We decided that we will inherit our mother's will, even if it takes up our whole lifetime. Pausing for a bit, the first son let his words sink in to the mourners watching the broadcast. Some of you probably changed their minds because of this incident. We will destroy the remaining signatures. We will start again, from scratch. And one day, when everybody's hearts are healed, let's dream of the sun once again. It would be later in the day when Jinbe met with Naruto. As the Shichibukai peered down at the tiger shark fishman who held the power of the Sea King, he saw the boy's eyes. No longer were they the bright and shining blue orbs that he remembered, they were the eyes of a broken man who lost everything. And Jinbe couldn't help but feel for him. Not only did he lose his real parents at a young age, but after enduring the harsh reality of the Fishman district, being adopted by the royal family and then losing the person who treated him no differently than her own children. Honestly, Jinbe didn't want to see anyone who looked good after what he experienced. Boss Jinbe, I have a favor to ask you. Naruto whispered out. Looking straight at the whale shark fishman, he clenched his fists. I ask, no, I beg you to take me as your pupil. Not at all surprised at the request, the former captain of the Sun Pirates kept his stoic features and looked down at the boy. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? If I were to take you as a pupil, you will be thrust headlong into the ugly truth of the world. Whatever innocence you have now will be taken from you. Destroyed. I will take you, but I will demand 100% commitment from you if you are to master the ways of Fishman karate. But the question is, are you ready for this? The tiger shark hid his eyes behind his hair as he held his head down. My innocence was destroyed years ago and I don't care what happens to me now. Naruto replied. A madman has targeted my sister. I can't protect her. I can't protect anyone as I am now. I'm ready for anything you throw at me. So please. He raised it back up, determined eyes blazing. Jinbe nodded. Then so be it. It was the very next day Jinbe introduced Naruto to the pride of Fishman Island. It wasn't Coral Hill, the Gioverly Hills, or even Waterwheel Town. No, it was the Fishman Karate Dojo, one of the most revered and respected places that taught the soldiers of Neptune's military, Jinbe, the legendary Fisher Tiger, and even the king himself. The entire outside structure was intimidating. It was made out of red coral, while the gigantic doors that blocked them from entering were made out of pure iron. Undaunted by the appearance, Jinbe pounded on the iron doors, making an eerie gonging noise that no doubt alerted every person within the dojo. Almost immediately the doors were pulled open by 2 50-foot-tall blue whale fishmen, and with respectful bows they granted them inside the large building. Naruto fully expected to find the place full of broken posts, destroyed walls, and the broken and battered bodies of student and teachers alike. To his surprise, however, everything in the dojo was intact, clean, and peaceful. As the 2 fishmen entered the gigantic dojo, the blonde immediately took in the professional feel of the place. From the various fish and to his surprise mermen meditating in the Zen gardens, to the sound of the students shouting out as they went through their katas. Magnificent, isn't it? Jinbe gestured his right hand at the dojo. This entire area is just for the beginners. When you advance in rank you'll get to see more of this entire place until you reach a certain level. What happens when I reach a certain level? Naruto asked in sincere curiosity. That depends. My former crewmate Karubi reached level 40 before leaving the dojo. Most of the palace guards are either level 25 or 30 practitioners before they leave. Honestly Naruto-kun, it depends on the person's will to continue in this place. Then what level are you, boss? I am level 90 practitioner Naruto-kun. The whale shark fishman answered. I have high expectations for you to one day surpass me, so train hard, okay? You're not staying? Naruto asked in a slightly surprised tone. I thought you would have an active hand in my training. And I will, my pupil. But you have to understand that my duties will force me to leave the island for extended periods of time, whether it is guarding nations in times of war to keeping pirates in check. Will you ever take me with you on one of your assignments? When I feel that you're ready, Naruto-kun. Jinbe gave his student his toothy smile before ruffling his hair up. But don't worry too much about it. I have a feeling that you'll travel with me much sooner than later. After the pep talk, the two arrived at what the blonde with the registering station. The Shichibukai signed his student into the beginner's class. After wishing his student luck and promising him that he would visit him, and telling him to visit the family as much as he could, the whale shark fishman left Naruto into the care of his teachers. After being given a white GI with a matching white sash, the tiger shark fishman guided into a room filled with 9 other students and their teacher. While the students were of the various species of fish, the teacher, he was something else. He was an extremely tall puffer fishman, had small gray round eyes, sharp jagged teeth, and long orange hair that reached into his back with some pinned up at the top. He had 6 thick green stripes on his round face. Attire-wise, he wore a black GI and sash with white training tape wrapped around his forearms and hands. Finally, our last student has arrived. Now we can finally begin. The fishman's watery voice echoed throughout the room, sending shivers down the students' spines. Students, I am Suikazan Fuguki, one of the many instructors of this dojo. Here you will learn a number of devastating moves for both land and sea combat, water manipulation, and personal adaptation for your fins, teeth, and so on. Now I'm not going to lie, this will probably be the harshest experience you will ever face in your entire young lives. And I fully expect more than half of you to drop out, but for those who stay I will warn you that I will make you bleed, sweat, cry, and on more than one occasion break your bones. You will come to hate me, but in the end you all will thank me. After finishing his speech, Fuguki leveled his gaze at his new students. Many of them were shaking in their gis, but the blonde tiger shark was meeting his gaze with the fire of determination blazing in his blue eyes. Well, looky here, the adopted brat of the royal family has some fire in his eyes. We'll see how long that lasts. The puffer fishman thought to himself before pointing at the biggest student in the room. He was twice Naruto's age and several feet taller as well. But unlike the new meat, he had a killer look in his green eyes that went along with the several scars running along his black upper body and white underbelly. You there, what is your name? Skorka, sir. The killer whale fishman introduced himself. I want you, and he steeled his gaze at Naruto and gave a toothy smirk. The new arrival to spar against each other so I can see what I have to work with, the rest will follow soon after. The two fishmen nodded at their teacher, and after the remaining students cleared the way for the upcoming fight, Naruto leveled his eyes at the killer whale that stood several feet taller than him. His opponent bared his sharp teeth as some sort of threatening gesture. The blonde only glared as he tightened his fists. Fuguki raised his right arm and cut it downward. Fight, he barked at them. Being the smaller of the two, Naruto immediately sped at the killer whale fishman. Skorka immediately tensed the muscles in his right arm and took a swing. Fully expecting that maneuver, the blonde hopped to the left and, using his previous experiences in the pits, jumped at his opponent's exposed opening. Reaching his arm back, he delivered a devastating punch to Skorka's ribs. The killer whale fishman gritted his teeth in pain, but undeterred he immediately spun on his left heel, and despite his giant size he proved to be pretty fast as he delivered a spinning back fist onto the back of Naruto's head. His eyes opening in surprise, Naruto found himself flying forward, skipping off the tatami mats 3 times before hitting face first into the solid coral wall. A loud cracking sound caused the students to cringe as they heard the cartilage in the tiger shark fishman's nose break, But after gnashing his teeth together, the tiger shark fishman immediately fell onto his feet, turned around and sprinted towards his opponent. Skorka, seeing this, immediately threw a wild haymaker, but to his and everyone else's surprise, Naruto skidded under the punch and flew in between his legs. Not wasting a single movement, he hit the coral wall feet first and used the friction to rebound off the wall and fly at his opponent's back. The blonde extended his fists and hit Skorka right in the kidneys, as his opponent cried out in sudden shock and pain. Naruto bent his knees, let his feet hit the floor and jumped straight into the air. For the finishing move, he somersaulted once and began descending downwards, his momentum building up. The tiger shark somersaulted 2 more times before bringing his right leg out, and delivered a devastating axe kick to Skorka's bald head. The killer whale fishman felt nothing but his brain boggling inside his skull, his eyes rolling into the back of his head, and fell forward unconscious to the world. Fubuki raised an eyebrow to suppress the shock he felt towards the match. He looked over his panting student. The adopted son of Neptune and Otohime looked to be a little out of breath. He had some perspiration running down his face, but he didn't seem to feel the blood running down his broken nose that was now coating the front a nice crimson color. Impressive boy. The pufferfish fishman nodded at him. I never expected a greenhorn to pull off combination moves like that on his first day. This isn't my first fight, Fubuki-sensei, especially against someone bigger than me. Naruto responded before he brought his right hand to his nose. Wincing a bit, he brought his thumb and index finger on the opposite ends of his nose respectfully, and a loud crack was heard as he set the broken ends back into place. I fought a lot until I was adopted. I just hope that I showed you that I still got the stuff for the school. Your form is sloppy, you have a lot of wasted movements, and you seem to be the bullheaded type. Fubuki listed off the obvious faults Naruto had. But you have decent enough reflexes, an unorthodox way of fighting, and most importantly fighting experience. I think you'll fit right in, boy. The pufferfish fishman smirked. 1 month later, Naruto learned firsthand that the rumors of the dojo were no exaggeration. The training was brutal to the core. During what he would call Hell Month, they woke them up at 3 in the morning and quite literally exercised them into the ground. Each day they were forced to lift backbreaking weights 10 times their weight, several kata exercises 1,000 times each, eat something that tasted like cardboard but was claimed to be healthy for them, and finally an intense sparring session with one of the several instructors. That very month they weeded half of them out, and in the following months all that were left were none other than Naruto and Skorka. However, instead of a friendly rivalry, these two were more or less bitter enemies. After the blonde defeated the killer whale fishman, he inadvertently hurt his pride and ensured a bitterness that wouldn't end until one of them died. Speaking of which, the two were in another fierce sparring match. With Fubuki standing in the background, his sharp eyes darted back and forth as his 2 final students exchanged punches back and forth with each other. The battle-scarred whale shark fishman let out a growl as he punched his opponent in the chest, sending him flying straight across the room and straight into the wall. The long-haired fishman winced a little bit as the blonde fell to the floor face first, but like always he somehow got to his feet and began to run at his opponent. That is enough, he barked out, immediately stopping the two in mid-punch. Marching over, the giant fishman placed his hands on their shoulders and nodded in what they assumed was satisfaction. You two have exceeded my expectations, and have proved yourselves to be the best out of the 8 weaklings who bailed. Giving them a sharp and extremely rare smile, he reached into his GI and slapped a patch that had the number 1 on the front of their gis. Welcome to the school, boys. Giving Fubuki a grateful smile, Naruto bowed in gratefulness and respect. Thank you, Fubuki-sensei. I won't let you down. Skorka narrowed his eyes and bowed soon after in thanks to his teacher. We will see about that, boy. It only gets harder from here. Fubuki's voice spoke nothing but the truth. Come back tomorrow, boys. We will turn you both into fighters yet. The next day, Naruto found himself standing within a group of nearly 20 students within one of the many rooms within the dojo. His eyes staring straight ahead at one of the instructors as he showed them the 10-tile punch with a bored look on his face. Normally he would have paid great attention to the lesson, but his mind was occupied with his sad reunion with his family. Normally such an achievement of surviving Hell Month would have been met with great joy and celebration, but with Otohime's assassination still fresh in everyone's mind and Shirahoshi being targeted by a dangerous pedophile, the blonde honestly wasn't expecting a very happy place when he got there. And sure enough, when he walked through the doors, the mood was pretty somber. Neptune was a shadow of his former self. No longer the jolly king and second father was still heartbroken from losing the love of his life and from what the various staff members were saying would never take another for as long as he lived. Ryuboshi and Manboshi had masks of false happiness that were just sickening to look at. Fukaboshi, he'd seen no fin or hair of him, the merman that he viewed as his eldest brother simply disappeared. And finally, to Naruto's ever-growing anger at the unfairness that befell his adopted family, Shirahoshi, the mermaid that always made him feel better, was nearly killed by the pirate Vanderdecken. Apparently she politely declined the 8th-generation pirate captain, which apparently threw him into a homicidal rage, which he claimed in one of his letters that, if he couldn't have Shirahoshi, no one would. And with great reluctance she was forced to stay inside the hard-shell tower where Neptune once locked himself in to quell his killing urges after Otohime was murdered until the man was captured and dealt with. After being denied access due to the fear that a weapon would fly at the tower at any second, Naruto went straight to his room, stayed there until morning, and left without even saying a goodbye to anyone. Uzumaki. An irritated voice broke Naruto out of his inner thoughts to meet face to face with the instructor Amino Iruka, a bottlenose dolphin fishman glaring straight at him. For the third time, what is the proper technique for maximizing the damage of the 10-tile punch? I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei. The proper technique is to visualize your target, and with proper rotation of the elbow and fist your strike would be maximized to the fullest extent? Naruto answered the question to the best of his ability. Not exactly, Naruto. Snapping his fingers, the wall across the students opened up to reveal an extremely long table with exactly 100 tiles securely fastened on it. You see, students, the proper rotation of the elbow is a factor, but your footwork is very important when delivering a punch. The stronger your stance, the more you'll be able to load a punch. Holding his right hand up to show them, the scar-nosed fishman continued. I am right-handed. When I throw a left hook, I step forward with my left, pivot with my right, rotate my right shoulder, then start delivering my punch. At the last second before making contact, I turn my fist inward and turn my knuckles upward so that my index and middle fingers are in the area making contact. Making sure his students were paying full attention, Iruka proceeded to demonstrate the proper technique, and punched the row of 100 tiles. His fist broke through the first 3 tiles, and what could only be described as massive shock wave of kinetic energy destroyed the remaining 97 tiles. Seeing his students with their jaws unhinged in awe, the brown-haired teacher scratched his nose, and chuckled. Now that I wowed you, let's get started on the 10-tile punch, then we will work our way upwards, okay? Because of his last name, Naruto had to wait his turn to try his hand in breaking the 10 tiles. Now normally this would irritate him, but this time he was glad to be the last to take a try. The blonde observed the technique of the levels above him. He saw their footwork, the way they rotated their shoulders, and the point of impact where their fists hit the tiles. He also viewed the rookie students, mainly the level 2 through 5s, and saw what not to do, which involved them either breaking or bruising their fists, minus that rat bastard Skorka, of course. He was just a monster with brute strength on his side. Then his turn came and a small bit of nervousness crept into his throat, but it didn't stop him from walking on over to the table with 10 tiles secured on it. Naruto took several deep breaths and slowly visualized the target, zeroing in. He breathed out one more time, raised his right fist and using punched at the tiles. Miss. He heard someone cough out, causing him to unfortunately miss his intended target, causing his right knuckle to scrape against the side of the stone, tearing the skin open. Immediately a good majority of the class, mainly the younger and immature ones, to burst out laughing. But for Naruto's sake, the older ones would only wince in sympathy as they cradled their knuckles, except for Skorka, who gave him a vicious toothy grin. Like a switch flicking the lights on, Naruto growled angrily at the killer whale fishman. With his hair overshadowing his eyes, no one saw his eyes bleeding into the crimson color of Sea King mode. He saw Iruka flapping his lips, but no words were reaching though to him. So he did the only logical thing that came to mind. He attempted to punch the tiles again, and this time he succeeded. With his right arm expanding with muscle and adrenaline, he punched not only through the 10 tiles, but through the coral wall as well. Dead silence filled the room as the students looked on in pure shock, but unlike them, Iruka walked up to his panting student and placed his right hand on Naruto's shaking right shoulder. When the blonde looked up, he gave the bottlenose dolphin fishman a fake smile and a thumbs up. Looks like I passed. Haruka-sensei? Yes, you did, Naruto. Yes, you did. 2 years later, Naruto found himself standing in front of Fubuki. The pufferfish fishman looked down at the 10-year-old and noted that the boy he left in Iruka's capable hands had changed a good deal. Other than being an inch taller and more sturdy looking, he had a more serious deposition and had his fists wrapped in training tape. "Do you know why you're here, Uzumaki?" he asked. "I'm afraid I don't, Fubuki-sensei," Naruto politely answered. "It because I wish to give you this." With years of experience, Fubuki lashed his right arm out, tore his patch that had the number 9 on it, and slapped on a patch that had the number 10 on it. "You have progressed much this year, but that wasn't the reason I called you here, boy." Seeing the blonde raise an eyebrow, he continued. "Unfortunately, this is where you part ways with the school for now. King Neptune has asked for your presence." "What does my father want?" the blonde asked, with Neptune's role as his dad sounding foreign to him. "That is not my business, boy, but he says it's very important. Now get out of here." After reluctantly leaving the dojo, Naruto found himself inside the castle nearly an hour later, standing right in front of Neptune and Jinbe. And just like a year before, nothing had changed. What used to be a place of joy and happiness was just nothing more than an empty place of mourning. Sure, the staff was smiling and hard at work, but it was a farce, a sickening farce. There was no happiness here, and he suspected that there will never be any ever again. "Naruto, my son, do you know why I called you here?" Neptune asked. "I'm afraid I don't, father. That's because I requested it, Naruto-kun," Jinbe answered for his king. Seeing the young tiger shark fishman look at him in confusion, the newest member of the Shuchibukai explained himself. "I know what you're thinking. Why is Boss Jinbe interrupting my time in the dojo? Well, I'll have you know that you need to see the world, the real world, and all the people in it, so for the next month you will be accompanying me to the surface." Instead of seeing the boy jump for joy about going to the surface like Otohime once did, Naruto only gave the whale shark fishman a deadpan look. "Sorry, boss, but I'm afraid I will have to deckly." Seeing Jinbei's eyes narrow at him caused the blonde to stop dead in his tracks at his chilling gaze, and then he suddenly remembered what Jinbei said to him a year ago. The only way to protect everyone he held dear was to face everything above and below the sea. "Never mind, I'm ready when you are. We leave tomorrow. I suggest that you sell your affairs before you leave." After bidding Jinbei farewell, Naruto left the throne room without a second thought, leaving the two alone. He's changed, Jinbei. I'm beginning to worry about him being a destroyer rather than a savior. "Do not worry, my king. Naruto is still young, and he still knows right from wrong. Just give him some time. He was given 2 years. I thought that putting all his anger towards training he would finally come around." Looking towards Neptune, Jinbei kept his stoic gaze on him. "The boy has been through much, just rely on me. Otohime's faith in him will not be in vain." While the adults were left talking, Naruto found himself doing what Jinbei told him to do. He figured that after a year he could see Shirahoshi again, and that was why he was standing in front of the hard-shell tower. The guards, however, weren't cooperating with his request to see her. "Come on, let me in," Naruto barked out at the two. "I'm sorry, Prince. For the last time, I'm not a prince," the blonde rebutted him. "I'm not in line for the crown, I'm not of royal blood, I'm just some kid the royal family brought into their home." "That is not helping your case, child," the second one deadpanned. "I know that, but please, I need to see Shirahoshi. It's been over a year since we even talked, much less seen each other. I will be leaving tomorrow for an entire month, and when I get back I'm planning on going back to the dojo. I only want a half hour, nothing more, nothing less." "We said no," the second guard snapped at him. Placing his webbed hand on his colleague's shoulder, the first guard did his best to stop the situation from escalating. "Naruto, I know you miss her, we all do. But please, you must understand that it is still far too dangerous to let her have visitors. It's just as dangerous delivering her meals." Seeing the crestfallen look, the blonde was giving him the first guard's side and said this to him. "Tell you what, when you reach level 40 in the Fishman Karate Dojo, then and only then will we in good faith let you in. We'll even discuss it with King Neptune when he comes by later today." The look in his eyes showed that it was an outrageous offer, because he would more than likely be in his teens before he could see her again, so after clenching his fists hard enough to make his knuckles pop, he sighed in defeat and accepted the deal, for now. The very next day, Naruto boarded a ship coated with the Yarukaman resin St. Myasgard used upon leaving Fishman Island. It was an experience for Naruto, who never stepped foot off the place of his birth. That was a good sign for Jinbei, seeing his odd and terrified expressions at the giant beasts that passed by the ship. Then when they actually reached the surface, the boy nearly had a heart attack when he felt the heat, the gentle sea breeze, and seeing the real sun for the first time. But then when the days dragged on, the poor boy spent most of the time hanging over the side of the ship puking his guts out. Thankfully for him, at least it only lasted a week before he got his sea legs, but unfortunately for most of the crew, boredom did not suit Naruto at all. For the remaining week, the blonde continued to train his body with a disturbingly amount of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and any other exercise he could come up with. Naruto-kun, normally I would be proud that you're continuing to train, but you need to let your body rest, Jinbe said to his student as he watched him perform his 1000th sit-up, and it looked like he still had a shockingly amount of energy to spare. I'm sorry boss, but I can't stop. To get to the next level I'm supposed to be able to lift nearly 800 pounds 20 times. And it's only going to get tougher, my pupil. You may have gotten to level 10 in under a year. Congratulations by the way, but I don't expect you to kill yourself to rise through the ranks. There will be instances when I have to pull you out for weeks, if not months at a time. Almost immediately Naruto scrunched his in displeasure. Now don't give me that face, boy. What you may miss in the dojo, I will have you learning the more advanced arts of katana, and if you show the potential, water manipulation. I honestly can't find any fault in that, boss, Naruto said, finding no fault in his reasoning. Does that mean I will get as strong as you, or like the other warriors in the paintings? For a while Jinbe said nothing, his eyes glazing over as if remembering something from long ago. Naruto-kun, I don't doubt for a second that you will become as strong as them. Who were those guys anyways? I recognized father in his youth, and I heard tales of a couple other from the other nights. But I don't recognize the fishman with the gigantic sword wrapped in bandages, nor do I know about the 3 humans. If anything, the look of remembrance became full-blown on the whale shark fishman's face. Naruto, those 4 are very special paintings. I may have not met 3 of them, but I heard much about them. Like what? Well, I guess I have one story in me before we arrive. The first person that comes to mind is none other than Hoshigaki Kisame, the monster of the sea. Before I was born, he was a royal knight that fiercely protected Fishman Island, both foreign and domestic. He was said to have been as strong as 100 fishmen combined together, the best swordsman of his time, and from the rumors I've heard able to steal a person's life force. Whatever happened to him, boss? He died, Naruto. A couple years before I was born, Fishman Island came under attack by an entire armada of pirates. The story goes is that he alone wouldn't allow anyone, much less humans, to kidnap his people, and with his mighty Samahata in hand he alone fought the thousands of pirates, and with his bravery and courage he inspired the rest of Fishman Island to fight off its invaders. Unfortunately he died afterwards due to the multitude of his wounds. From what I heard, he was greatly mourned, like Otohime was, and buried him with his sword in a secret only known to the higher-ups of the military. Why was he buried with his sword, boss? Naruto asked. That is a story for another time, Naruto-kun. We've arrived to our destination. To Naruto's ever-increasing displeasure, he found himself inside the Holy Land Marijoy, listening to the rulers of almost every country under government bickering at each other. Apparently, what Jinbe conveniently forgot to mention to him was that he offered to help with negotiations for this year's reverie, because in his own words, Naruto-kun, Fishman Island will one day attend the reverie. And I offered to make sure that everything goes smoothly so that they don't cause a war between each other, and so that we know what to expect when our time comes to join them. Well, apparently the reverie involved nothing more than a bunch of old men screaming at each other. Seriously, was this what his adoptive mother imagined? Everyone please give me your attention. A gray-bearded man smoking a cigar barked at them, holding up a picture of a dark-eyed man with long spiky black hair with a widow's peak, and what resembled red tribal tattoos on the left side of his head, with a sinister grin on his face. Instead of bickering over petty nonsense, we need to focus on this man. A revolutionary by the name of Dragon. He's extremely dangerous. And within 5 to 6 years he will be a threat to the world. A few of the rulers stopped screaming at each other to listen in, but an overweight man dressed in tin-plated armor and a hooded cape made from white wall-like skin scoffed at the notion. He brushed his dark blue hair sideways, gritted his cylinder-shaped jaw made up of tin plates together, and brought his right pinky finger to his nose. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with my country at all. That revolutionary, or anyone, couldn't hurt my empire. Immediately Naruto found himself hating the overweight man, but a small grin came to his face when a tan middle-aged man with a tied-off beard and long, curly black hair stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Wapol, you are so selfish. Why do you think we're holding this meeting? He bellowed at the selfish king, causing him to fall out of his seat and onto the floor, causing several people to chuckle. Nefertari Cobra. The fat ruler growled out. After another 4 hours of bickering, the meeting was adjourned for another 2 years. Because he was young, Naruto didn't really follow their political mumbo-jumbo, but at least no one bothered him during that entire time. However, he soon realized that he would have to wait for his mentor to clear several things with the Gorosei, whoever they were, and then they could leave. He didn't, he did. Wapol has gone off the deep end. What the? Naruto asked himself as several people ran past him. Normally he wouldn't care what was going on, but his curiosity got the better of him and ran towards the commotion. There he saw a sight that made his blood boil. It was that fat-ass king standing over a small blue-haired girl that looked to be about Shirahoshi's age. Oops. How rude of me. Aren't you the daughter of that stupid King Nefertari Cobra? I feel really sorry for you, mahahahaha. The obnoxious king bellowed in glee as he looked down at the injured girl that he slapped not too long ago. A tall man with an old blonde English-style wig gritted his teeth at the man and was about to say something, but to Naruto's surprise the girl displayed utmost maturity for someone her age. Igor admitted, fine. I'm the one at fault, she said to him in a shaky voice. That apparently didn't bode well with Wapol, who not so subtly reached his left hand behind his back. Naruto saw the familiar form of a flintlock pistol and lost it. Bursting from the crowd, Naruto blindsided him with a kick to the back of the head. Unprepared, Wapol flew forward, flinging both his arms out to reveal the pistol he was going to pull on the daughter of Nefertari Cobra. Involuntarily he pulled on his trigger finger, firing off the gun, but thankfully not hitting anyone, and smashed headfirst into a building. Immediately realizing what he just did, Naruto quickly turned on his right heel and bolted away. Just before he fled the area, he turned his head and locked his blue eyes onto the blue-haired girl's gray ones. Time seemed to stop for a split second as they eyed each other before the blonde disappeared into the crowd. The young girl, Nefertari Vivi, sat there in shocked silence. She wasn't aware of Igaram, captain of Alabasta's royal guard, fretting over the bruise forming on her head, nor the marines blocking off the scene. Instead, her mind was processing exactly what she saw in the blonde fishman's blue eyes, the smoldering anger at Wapol, reflecting sadness that wasn't towards her but someone else that was close to him, and bitterness of what she thought was some sort of failure. Those eyes would haunt her for years to come. Do anything interesting, Naruto-kun? Jinbe queried a few hours later once they got out to sea. I don't know what you're talking about, boss, Naruto lied. Oh really now? I could have sworn that on my way here I overheard many people talking about a blonde tiger shark fishman saving the life of Nefertari Cobra's daughter. The whale shark fishman continued to tease his pupil. But that was extremely reckless. You're lucky that Wapol was one of the most hated people there, or I would have had a tough time explaining why my pupil was out of control. Feeling flustered, the blonde huffed and crossed his arms. He had a gun, boss. I couldn't in good conscience let him shoot her. Suddenly feeling a hand on his shoulder, Naruto looked up to see Jinbe giving him an appreciating smile. You did the right thing, Naruto-kun. Queen Otohime would be proud of you. Naruto beamed at that. Now, since it will take 2 more weeks to get home, do you want to find out if you're ready for the water manipulation exercises? You bet, boss. You have got to be kidding me. Naruto whispered to himself, his face twisted in horror and his right eye twitching. Jinbe only gave his student a loud laugh while he watched the blonde twitching as his mind digested what he told him. 5 years after the incident with Wapol, he watched his student grow by leaps and bounds. Sitting before him was not the 8-year-old boy with the power of a sea king, but a 15-year-old young man that was highly respected within the Fishman Karate Dojo, and if he was being true to himself, the son that he never had. Leaning back as he continued to watch the blonde wig out at a certain talk, he took in the changes he went through. No longer was he the pipsqueak that constantly wore his karate gi that had the temper of a wolverine, but instead he was a tall teenager wearing an open blue vest that revealed his muscled torso, tan pants, and black open-toed sandals. But the only eye raiser was the gigantic anchor that was turned into a double-headed axe strapped to his back, and with the way the small ship was tilting it showed how heavy it was, and white training tape wrapped around his right fist and forearm. So that's how we are all born? Naruto asked before placing his hand on his forehead in disbelief. That is correct, Naruto-kun. In order for our species to continue on living, a mermaid, or merman, should they allow it, can split their tails at an early age to reproduce, and for the giant species with practice they could shrink down to a normal size in order. I get it. The blonde interrupted him with a red face. Our kind has complicated mating procedures, I know that now. But what I don't get is why you're explaining the fish and the mermaids to me. Naruto-kun, you're at that age where your body starts changing. Soon you will start thinking about girls, and you will grow taller, and wake up with morning. Boss. Laughing at his apprentice, Jinbe leaned against the mast of the small ship before his face went from jovial to serious in a split second, alerting the blonde that whatever he was about to say was serious. Me teaching you about reproduction aside, do you know why I pulled you out of class once again? I honestly have no idea, boss. The last time you brought me out it was to keep watch on some pirate activity around Summer Island, and I ended up having an anchor landing on my head because of it. Naruto replied as he patted the axe on his back. Clearing his throat, the whale shark fishman explained, pointed out at the sea. Because I'm on a mission to deal with a certain menace to the world government. You mean assassinate? The blonde clarified. Unfortunately, but I won't kill this man. Seeing his student raise an eyebrow, Jinbe explained his soon-to-be future actions. You see, Naruto-kun, this man has been an ally of Fishman Island for over 20 years. Almost a decade after Kisami's heroic death, another battalion of pirates descended upon Fishman Island. But this time it was a human who stopped them before they could even start, and during all of it he proclaimed the fishmen as his friends and claimed the island as one of his territories. In fact, he shared a drink with Neptune, and afterwards no pirate has ever attempted to attack our people ever again. Well, whoever he is, this man has done a piss-poor job at using his name to protect my parents. Naruto retorted, only to receive an extremely hard punch to the top of his head. Letting out a yelp of pain, he rubbed the forming knot before glaring at Jinbe. This wasn't the first time he got hit on the head for his language, or his lingering bitterness towards humans, but damn did it hurt. You better hold your tongue about the most powerful pirate since Gold Roger Boy. He may be an old man, but he can still kick your ass around the world faster than you can say devil fruit. Wait a freaking second. Boss, you're telling me that we're going to see Whitebeard? The tiger shark fishman bellowed in surprise. Looks like my lessons about the three great powers have stuck with you even now. Jinbe smirked at him. But you are correct. I was assigned to try and kill him because of my species, but I will not do that. Not after everything he has done for us. But why see him anyways? The man can visit the island anytime he wants to, right? Whitebeard hasn't been to the island in a long time, and truthfully I doubt that he will ever set foot on it again with his age catching up to him. Then how will we find the man? Naruto asked. There are thousands of miles that lead to nowhere, and the new world is highly volatile with unpredictable weather conditions and other things that just can't be explained. Just leave that to me, Naruto-kun, Jinbe replied. 5 days later, several days passed until Naruto finally saw the imposing ship anchored at an island that held the strongest man in the world. Unlike the marine ships that he usually saw, this was a monster-sized battleship with a blue whale figurehead. From what he saw, it held 4 gigantic masts on its deck and a row of 15 cannons on each side that looked like they could sink a ship with one shot. To his surprise, the 2 fishmen were invited onto the battleship, and immediately Naruto felt like he was suffocating. The sheer power that came from the crew members was horrifying, but after seeing Whitebeard just sitting on what looked like a gigantic chair with hooked up to numerous oxygen tubes, intravenous tubes and life support systems in his enormously muscular body, but despite that the suffocating aura he was giving off nearly made him faint. But Jinbe, who seemed unaffected, reached into his karakusa and pulled out a gigantic jug of what Naruto thought to be sake, high quality and expensive sake. Whitebeard, at long last we finally meet. Jinbe greeted the strongest man in the world. Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea. Whitebeard's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. Never in my life did I think you would seek me out for a drink. As foreboding as his voice sounded, the elderly man gave him a smile. Come forward, we have much to discuss. Without a moment of hesitation, the whale shark fishman gently nudged his student on the shoulder and stepped forward. The two sat down in front of the giant man and poured the alcoholic beverage into 2 gigantic saucers. The 3 sat in silence as the 2 opposing sides of the law clanked the saucers together and drank for several minutes. I suppose this isn't a friendly visit. More than likely you were sent here like a dog by your masters to take care of me because of your race. Whitebeard broke the silence with the blunt truth. You are correct. Jinbe calmly replied. But as you can see, I have no intention of going through with it, not after what you have done for my people. I'm glad you think that way, it would have crushed me to harm you in front of your pupil. Seeing Whitebeard's yellow eyes gaze upon him, Naruto couldn't help but gulp as the Yonko seemed to size him up. Then after a few seconds he let out a hearty laugh. The boy has fire in his eyes. You picked a good one, Jinbe. I'm not all that great, I still got a lot to learn, Naruto nervously responded. Nonsense, boy, what I see in you is something powerful. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to lift that weapon of yours. Mind if I see it for a second? Nodding in response, Naruto handed the pirate captain his giant axe so he could get a good look at it. With an expert view, he weighed it with one hand and immediately deduced it to weigh around 5 tons, an impressive feat for a fishman his age. Settling his eyes on it, he saw to his confusion that it was an admiralty anchor that was missing the arms at the end of the shackle, but underneath the stock were 2 razor-sharp stainless steel pieces of metal that formed into axe heads. Impressive, to turn a simple anchor into a weapon such as this. With a little more work I'm sure it would be a weapon for the ages. More work? What's wrong with it? Naruto frowned as he took his weapon back. It just needs work. Whitebeard replied. Naruto-kun, Whitebeard and I need to discuss some important issues. I'll meet you back at the ship. Nonsense, Jinbe, let the lad see the ship. After all, it's not every day someone sees the Mobi inside and out. Twisting his face into a confused and disgruntled look, Naruto nodded in response and left the two to do their business. And with nothing to do, he followed Whitebeard's advice and looked around the ship, and he must say he was highly impressed with everything about it. Unlike some pirate ships he saw over the years when Jinbe dragged him along on a few of his assignments, they were filthy and some were barely staying afloat. The Mobi was well cleaned, and several shipwrights were obsessively looking over the walls and the floorboards, sketching down the conditions and future improvements. While he was idling through one of the many hallways, the blonde silently observed the crew members. For humans they were well behaved, granted several of them were horsing around, a couple were drinking and even a few were sparring against each other while others were cleaning the floors or the various weapons. But one man caught his eye. No, not a man, a fishman. Ducking into the nearest hallway, Naruto peered his head out to observe the shark fishman, as evidenced by his shark-like teeth, but Naruto could not tell his species. He also had a scar or a mark in the shape of a lightning bolt on the left side of his face and fangs protruding from his lower jaw, similar to his boss. He was somewhat short and rotund in shape, and his hair was arranged in spikes pointing upwards. He had the number 8 tattooed to the left of his neck, and wore a white t-shirt with sky blue sleeves with an orange-colored star logo for the criminal brand, an outrageous store that sold the most expensive clothing brand he ever saw in his life, on his chest. He also wore standard gray pants held up by a belt, and was barefooted. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, a fishman of all people in a human pirate crew. Due to his previous experiences he figured that to be an impossibility, but his eyes were not deceiving him. And when the fishman turned his back on him to head off to who knows where, the blonde saw the shark fin protruding from his back. The blonde followed him as discreetly as possible, ducking behind corners, and blending in with a large group of pirates whenever he could. After 15 minutes the tiger shark fishman found his back pressed against the entrance to the cargo room where he saw the fishman enter. And to his immense shock, Naruto saw him chatting it up with 3 men of various ages. The first person he was leaning against a wall was a broad-chested muscular tan man around Jinbe's height with a curly black mustache and a dark blue top hat on top of his black curly hair with an earring in each ear. He was wearing a semi-open dark blue shirt with a white diamond stripe pattern near the top that revealed some of his hairy chest, as well as a cape that matches the color of his shirt and white gloves. He was also wearing light blue pants with a belt that held 2 sword sheaths that held 2 sabers with purple hilts. The second was a teenager with wavy black hair and childish freckles sitting on a large crate. He wore an yellow open front shirt, black boots, black knee-length shorts with an eyelet-studded orange belt, and a blue pouch belted around his left leg. Oddly enough, he also wore a short second belt with a large red A on the silver buckle over his right hip, but left it unfastened and threaded the free end along the back of his shorts, and a dagger in a green sheath hung at his left hip. But the coolest thing he was wearing by far was a red beaded necklace and an orange hat with 2 blue smileys, one frowning and one smiling, and a string of red beads sitting above the rim. 2 long orange side straps hung down sides of his hat and met at a large medallion of a bull's skull with orange tassels. The third was a tall brown-haired man with a pompadour hairstyle that went to a point at the back of his head, and a black goatee around his chin leaning against the crate. He also had a stitched scar running down his face, around his left eye. The man was also dressed in a white posh uniform, with calf-long pants, a black belt around his waist, a yellow scarf and black shoes. The fourth and final person leaning against the other wall was a lean yet muscular, blonde-haired man with a rather sleepy look and some stubble around his chin. He was wearing a simple open purple jacket and a light blue sash adorned with an elaborate golden yellow belt around his waist. He had dark gray knee-long pants and black sandals, and on his left leg he was wearing what appears to be some sort of straw decoration. Looking closely, Naruto saw that he had Whitebeard's second Jolly Roger that looked like a cross and crescent moon mustache symbol on it. Almost immediately Naruto broke out into a cold sweat. Just like Whitebeard, he felt the sheer power rolling off them. They were a dangerous bunch, and he felt that this would not be a good time to try and talk to them. So slowly, very slowly, the blonde backed away until he felt his back hit something solid. Feeling his sweat fall from his head, he slowly turned before his eyes bugged out. Behind him was an extremely tall, very muscular, broad-chested, heavily armored and dark-skinned man. He had a long battle-hardened face with a perpetual scowl with black stripe-like patterns for a beard and hairstyle. His legs are relatively thin in comparison to his muscular arms. He also wore dark armor with red bolted Darl shoulder pads. On his chest he has a green cuirass, whose front and back portions are connected by metal straps that go over both his collarbones. Around his waist there was a big, elaborated golden belt, worn over what looked like a green skirt with golden decorations near the edge. He also wore what looked like studded, black and gold large buckled shoes or boots and matching black studded pants. "Well, look who we have here," the giant man's gruff voice said as he grabbed him by his axe and lifted him into the air. "It looks like we got a rat, boys." There is no need to over-exaggerate Jozu, we all felt him coming from a mile away, the pompadour hair-styled man said in a jovial tone. "Put the boy down and join us, old friend. We were about to continue last week's topic." The swordsman continued before pulling out a mug from a nearby rack, reached over to a barrel of and turned the tap, letting the alcoholic drink pour out into his mug. "That one was stupid, Vista," the man known as Jozu pointed out. "The only one who even pulled some sort of prank was Ace here. I find that type of stuff childish. Namura won't even comment about it, and Marco only burned a house down by accident." "Peefed, is that all? I bet I could entertain you with all the crap I've done." Naruto spoke up. Why he did it, he honestly didn't know, but it probably had something to do with his prankster pride that was pretty infamous on Fishman Island. "Oh really now?" This time it was the teenager named Ace who spoke up. "Now what kind of pranks have you ever done? Was it graffiti or pantsing someone?" A gigantic toothy smile soon came to the blonde's face. "No, I single-handedly defaced the Royal Knight's armor." "I call bullshit," Namura barked out, surprising the pirates within the room to look at the normally quiet Fishman. "The Royal Knights have been trained to be on constant alert. There is no way a kid like you could even pull that off." "Well then, pull up a crate, I have a story to tell you all, provided Gigantor doesn't kill me," Naruto replied with a twinge of nervousness. A few hours later the six were found laughing like old friends who haven't seen each other in years. With some alcohol flowing through their systems, the oldest members of Whitebeard's crew were quite literally falling over themselves. Even the serious Jozu was cracking a few chuckles. "Neon pink armor? That is hilarious, man," Ace bellowed out as tears of mirth fell from his eyes. "I liked it when he put itching powder in their clothes." Thatch wiped a tear away from his right eye before drowning his mug of rum. "While I'm not fond of sword vandalism, I can't help but find the funny," Vista admitted, but kept his hands on the hilts of his swords just in case. "I just can't believe the Royal Knights have gone soft after all these years," Namur said. "Before Whitebeard came along they would never let something like that happen. I mean, if a child could do it, then an assassin could." "That's the point I was trying to make actually," Naruto interrupted him. "I owe them so much for taking me in, it's the least I could do whether they know about it or not." "That's noble of you, kid," Jozu said. "But what I find interesting is that Jinbe of all people helped train you to become the young man you are today. I mean, the man is considered a legend in some parts of the world," Marco commented. "I'll say he and I fought for 5 straight days that ended in a tie," Ace offhandedly commented. "You fought Boss Jinbe into a tie?" Naruto questioned the freckled teenager. Yes, I did. He was one of the best opponents in my entire life. That's impossible. No disrespect, Ace, but I find it hard to believe that you could fight toe-to-toe with my mentor. Feeling quite insulted, Ace glared at the blonde before jumping to his feet. Is that so? Well, little Miss Anchor Carrier, I doubt you have ever faced anyone of his caliber, let alone mine. Is that a challenge I hear, freckle face? Naruto demanded. You bet your ass it is. I'm going to fight you, and show you that I ain't no liar. What the just happened? Namur deadpanned as the two teenagers bolted out of the room. On the deck of the Moby Dice, 3 minutes later. What the hell is going on here? Whitebeard demanded when he saw Ace and Naruto run by both Jinbe and himself, before leaping onto the sandbar of the island they were anchored at. It looks like a fight, one of the crew members remarked. Jinbe, however, looked on with confusion when he saw his student stretch his legs out, and to his immense surprise the one and only Portgas d'Ace was there as well. Whitebeard, what is the captain of the Spade Pirates doing here? Oh, you didn't know? I fought him after a scuffle he had with another enemy. The boy put up quite a fight despite his weakened condition, but I defeated him in the end. And brought him on your ship? The whale shark fishman questioned. He was rumored to be after your head. Was that really a wise idea? Gurararara. The boy tried to kill 100 times, but he's mellowed out in the last few months. Now I can happily say he's one of my sons. Whitebeard dismissed the fishman's worries with a wave of his powerful right hand. Now let's cut the chatter. I'm eager to see the results of this fight. With Naruto and Ace on the deserted island. All right, freckle face, I'll give you a chance to give up right now. There is no shame in that. Naruto boasted before cracking his neck. I was just about to say the same to you, Blondie. Ace replied while he cracked his knuckles. All right, when the gun fires we start. What gun? We just ran onto the beach. Naruto deadpanned. Sweat-dropping Ace turned towards the Moby and yelled. Hey, can one of you shoot a gun in a few seconds so we can start the fight? Almost immediately one of the crew members fired from his flintlock pistol and the fight officially began. Naruto was the first to bolt towards Ace at extreme speeds despite the gigantic anchor strapped to his back. Ace, however, saw that move coming a mile away and sidestepped the blonde. The sound of metal clicking was his only warning before he found himself cut clean in half by one of the axe heads. Take that, you, the shit? Naruto's boasting was cut off when he saw his bifurcated opponent mend himself back together with flames. Oh, you son of a. You're one of those damn devil fruit users. He shouted at him before switching his axe into his left hand. The blonde knew a little bit about devil fruits, that they made the people who ate them pretty damn powerful, and the only thing to beat them was with water, that was it. That's right, Blondie. I ate the flame fruit. Good luck trying to hit me. Ace replied with a wide grin. Reeling his right arm back, Naruto gave him a shark-like grin. Challenge accepted. Water shot. Thrusting his right arm forward, he hurled a simple droplet of water at the fire user. Heat haze. Ace fired back as he thrust his right arm out, shooting out a stream of fire from his palm of his hand. The two attacks hit dead on, extinguishing each other into a small mist. Undeterred though, Naruto flexed his powerful leg muscles and flew right into the steam, swinging his axe. Just like before though, it harmlessly passed through his opponent without harming him. Come on, Blondie, I already told you that you can't hit me with that thing. Ace shouted at the tiger shark fishman. It was worth another shot, freckle face. Naruto shot back. Looking at his axe, he tossed it away where it landed on the sand with a loud crash and stretched his arms. All right then, I guess I'm going to have to try something new. With that said, the tiger shark fishman bent his legs, jumped high into the air, and flew straight into the sand. On board the Moby. Did your student just dive into the sand? Whitebeard deadpanned. Yes, I wonder what is going through his head. Jinbe scratched his bearded chin in confusion. Don't you know your own student's moves? Namur asked as he neared the two of them with the other commanders in tow. I've only taught him the basics of water manipulation, extreme strength, endurance, and speed training, and how to perfect several karate techniques he was having trouble with. The Knight of the Sea defended himself. But recently he's been really secretive about them. So far there is only 5 that I know of, and that's when he reached level 20 in the dojo. So, this is really the first time you're seeing him in action? Marco questioned with a raised eyebrow. That is correct. Jinbe answered, and I have faith that he'll exceed my expectations. Provided that he even lays a hand on Ace. Whitebeard commented when he saw the blonde fishman leap out of the sand and phase right through the former captain of the Spade Pirates. Hitting the ground once again, Naruto bared his sharp teeth at the fire user. He made it no secret that he thought lowly of devil fruit users, and now he despised whatever kind of power Ace had that made him virtually immune to physical harm by conventional means. Damn it all to hell, he muttered to himself. Come on Blondie, is that all you've got? I thought a student of Jinbe would be more challenging. Ace continued to taunt his opponent with that same damnable smile on his face. Shut up! The blonde roared. Tightening his leg muscles, the tiger shark fishman sprang at the black-haired teenager. Naruto raised his right arm to clothesline Ace in the throat. And just like every physical attack he tried, it just went right through him. However, this time Ace pivoted on his right foot and struck him straight in the back, lighting his vest, along with himself, in a blaze. Fortunately for Naruto, the hit just sped up his momentum, causing him to fly into the ocean, extinguishing the flames. Then everything was silent, dead silent. For several seconds no one dared to move. Then chaos erupted beneath the ocean. Without any warning, Naruto rose out of the water like an angry god of the sea. The water trailed off his tan skin to cool down the recent burns, which resulted in the loss of his vest, and his blonde hair mattered against his head, shielding his eyes. But the rage was rolling off of him. Everyone could see his already muscular frame increasing in size. Without a word, Naruto raised his right arm and the sea obeyed, spinning constantly in motion to the point where it was nothing but compactly pressured water spears. Water Fang Bullet. His voice whispered. As if a verbal command was given, the seawater surged forward like attack dogs. Immediately Ace went on the defensive, jumping away from the spirals of death that took massive chunks of wood from the palm trees. He jumped over one that tried to take him out at the knees, but to his shock it and several others changed their course of direction to impale him in midair. Fully knowing that he couldn't dodge them all at once, he drew deep into himself and exploded in a shower of flames. The two elements hit each other dead on, creating a massive cloud of steam that covered the entire beach. Naruto, however, wasn't done by a long shot. Opening his mouth, a powerful jet of water flew out at the shore. For the spectators, they saw nothing but devastation as the technique dragged on for 5 straight minutes, leveling hundreds of trees and shattering boulders. When the adopted son of the royal family ended his water technique to catch his breath, an enormous wall of fire flew through the thick mist, forcing him to dive underneath the waves. What on God's green earth? Whitebeard looked on in immense fascination. Jinbe, that boy of yours, how is he doing that? Naruto is special. The Knight of the Sea replied, his voice betraying how baffled he was about this situation. No one is that special. It even takes prodigies decades to do what he did. How could a boy no older than 15 perform such unique and deadly attacks? Namuru demanded. He trains. Jinbe solemnly responded. Every day since he was 8 years old he trained his heart out. From the many times I took him with me on my assignments, he never stopped trying to improve himself. And his teachers have been reporting to me that he stays up to the brink of dawn practicing his techniques until he faints from exhaustion. Vista was about to respond how unhealthy that was for one's body, but then a thick wall of fire that was as long as the beach itself erupted from the mist, forcing Jinbe's student to dive under the water, and disappearing as steam blocked everything from sight. Those two are going to kill each other if this keeps up, Marco commented as the mist covered the entire ship. Not unless Ace ends this first, Whitebeard replied. Unseen by the entire crew, Naruto swam downwards until he hit the bottom. His hair flowing upwards to reveal his crimson eyes, the fishman focused his energy, molding it around him like a spiraling sphere. With a growl that expelled a massive amount of bubbles from his mouth, the blonde soared upwards onto the island, still encased within the water. Once he hit the beach, the water surrounding him expelled in an outward motion, soaking the entire beach in seawater. No, not soaking it, flooding it. Is that good enough for you, freckle face? Naruto bellowed in response to Ace's earlier taunts. His question was answered with a punch to the face that made him fly 10 feet from where he was standing. Violently hitting the ground, Naruto used the momentum to flip back onto his feet. Son of a. He spat out a mouthful of blood along with 3 of his teeth. I have to admit, Blondie, you surprised me. Ace emerged from the thick mist into the crimson-eyed teen's sight. He was missing his shirt, revealing a tattoo on his upper left bicep that spelled ASCE, going vertically with the S crossed out. But most importantly, he soaked to the bone, nullifying his devil fruit powers. But I'm afraid that all you've done was piss me off. I could say the same thing to you too. Naruto responded before cracking his knuckles. In response, his opponent launched himself at him, punching out with his right fist. The tiger shark fishman caught it in a vice-like grip before throwing a punch with his only free hand, only for Ace to catch at his free hand, leaving the two at a deadlock. For a full minute the two were locked in a power struggle, trying to overpower each other. Red eyes met black, and for that exact moment they saw everything that formed them into the men they were today. They both saw the hardships of their childhoods, the loss of someone close to them, and the hell they went through to get stronger. The moment soon passed and Naruto reared his head back, head-butting Ace right in his nose. Hearing the crack of cartilage, the blonde beamed when he finally saw his opponent finally bleeding. But unlike a normal person who would hold his newly broken nose, Ace reared his head back in retaliation, and smashed his forehead into the tiger shark fishman's nose, breaking it as well. Unlike Ace, who shrugged it off, Naruto kicked his square in the stomach, sending him out of his range of vision. Cradling his bleeding nose in his right hand, Naruto felt his knees shake and give out underneath him. His senses were going haywire, his hearing ringing, his eyes blurring into double vision. At times like this he cursed that he was one of the shark species. They didn't have many weaknesses except for their eyes and sensitive noses. The blonde shakily got to his feet to make a tactical retreat so he could recover long enough to get back into the fight. Fate, however, had other plans in store. Bursting through the mist, Ace reared his right fist back and slugged Naruto right in his cheek. Not letting up, he plowed his left fist right into his stomach once, then a second time, a third time, and finally a fourth time before uppercutting the blonde fishman right in the chin, causing his lower jaw to violently smash into his upper one, resulting in a loss of more teeth. The former captain of the Spade Pirates brought his right fist back near his body, and threw a devastating blow the blonde's chest, driving him back into the mist but not out of his range of sight. Skidding through the wet, sloppy sand, Naruto coughed in agony. Never in his life did he feel such pain. Granted, he managed to hurt his opponent, but he just turned around and damaged him twofold. It was as infuriating as it was fun. Yes, for the first time in his entire life Naruto felt the thrill of battle, to stake his life in mortal combat. Ha ha ha, oh god, this is insane. He crackled to himself. I can't stop here, I need to continue, I need more. Clenching his right fist to the point where his knuckles popped, Naruto started to rotate his shoulder, focusing his energy into his right fist. The mist began to disperse, swirling in almost a tornado-like fashion. As the mist quickly started to disperse, Ace narrowed his eyes as he saw his opponent gearing up for what looked like a powerful attack. But then a smirk came to his face as he felt his fire beginning to come back. Forming his right hand into a fist, he poured the power that came from the devil fruit into his hand, igniting it ablaze. Without a word or hesitation, the two dashed forward, raising their right fists up to attack. Whirlpool breakthrough fist. Naruto roared before punching his arm forward. Fire fist. Ace shouted as his fire-covered fist punched at his opponent. The two attacks collided with such intensity that the ground underneath them simply disintegrated. The remaining trees tore away from the ground and caught fire, and the very sea itself evaporated in several places. The two opponents gritted their teeth when they felt their respective right fists cracking under the sheer intensity of their signature moves, blinding the area in a white light, blinding the witnesses for the fight. When the light cleared, Ace was the only one left standing over the unconscious and defeated Uzumaki Naruto. It would be a few hours later when Naruto opened his eyes. He didn't flinch or cry out in pain, mainly because his entire body was numb with what he figured was morphine. Turning his head sideways, the blonde saw that he was in some sort of hospital room with a nurse checking over a chart clutched in her right hand. She was a fairly tall, light-skinned woman with light brown eyes and straight blonde hair that went to her waist, with shoulder-length bangs framing both sides of her face tied off into two loose ponytails. She had a violet diamond tattoo squared on her forehead, something that Naruto found odd to see on a nurse. Attire-wise, she was wearing a pink nurse's uniform that certainly didn't hide her bust from view, black stockings, and a pink nurse's hat. "Oh, I see you're awake," she greeted him with a bored voice. "Yay, I guess I am," Naruto responded. Planting his hands in the mattress, he pushed himself up into a sitting position, and looking downwards he noticed that his ribs were bandaged up. "Aw man, what's the damage, nurse?" "4 cracked ribs, some mild second-degree burns on your back and shoulders, numerous bruises on your torso and cheek, and of course the loss of all but 2 of your teeth. The nurse replied, almost as if she rehearsed it beforehand. Just take it easy for 2 weeks, regrow your teeth, and you will be fine. Take care, brat. She continued before departing to tend to her captain. Cool as ice. The blue-eyed teen deadpanned before lying back down on his back. Staring up at the wooden ceiling, he contemplated on the fight that he lost. Honestly, he didn't know how to feel about that. Ever since he lost his family, he only looked out for himself, and that involved a lot of fighting. He never lost a single fight, not until today. It was a sort of relief, but it was also something that made him extremely uneasy. Hey Blondie, are you awake? A voice cut him out of his thoughts. Turning his head again, Naruto saw Ace, looking as messed up as he, only he had a crutch under his right arm, standing at the door along with Jinbe. Hey, mind if we come and see ya? I don't see why not. Even injured and defeated, you still have that mouth on you, Jinbe remarked before he stood by the foot of his student's bed. How are you holding up? Like I got the living hell beat out of me, Naruto retorted. God, Ace, even without those damn powers of yours, you're no pushover. Haha, well, you were a relentless one. Ace scratched the back of his head and laughed sheepishly. Seriously, I've seen a few fishmen fight before. But you are something different. I have never seen anyone stand on top of water before, or command it without touching it. I was also surprised, Naruto-kun. Jinbe added his 2 cents. I knew you were training hard, but to progress this far in such a short time is just astounding. You should be at least level 38 instead of level 29. Maybe you could hold a demonstration for the higher-ups, show them that you've progressed onwards while you've been traveling with Jinbe. Ace added in his 2 cents. You stood toe-to-toe with me, so that has to count for something. We'll see what happens. But I won't be able to do anything strenuous for 2 weeks, freaking doctor's orders. Naruto narrowed his eyebrows and immaturely pouted. Ha ha ha. I know what you mean. The raven-haired teen patted the pouting tiger shark fishman on his right shoulder. The nurse told me that your back bruised my right foot. Tell me, how hard is that back of yours? It wasn't my back per se. What you kicked and set on fire was a gigantic magnet on the back of my vest. A freaking magnet? Blondie, don't pull my leg. How else do you explain a gigantic anchor magically hanging on my back? Naruto deadpanned. The tailor painstakingly wove small, but powerful magnets into that vest. Now it's gone. Before he could continue his rant, Jinbe thunked the blonde on the head, adding another bruise to his injuries. Quit your bellyaching, Naruto-kun. The Knight of the Sea berated his student. It was an unfortunate accident, but it can be replaced. But now on to serious matters. What else have you been holding back from me, you little sneak? The loud gulping noise coming from Naruto's throat did little to diminish Ace's howling laughter. After resting on the Mobi for the night, the entire Whitebeard crew stood upon her deck to bid their visitors farewell. It honestly surprised Naruto that some of the most powerful men in the entire sea were bawling their eyes out seeing the 2 of them leave, but then again the person who beat the living hell out of him was a narcoleptic, so he guessed that there was no right to judge the others either. When Jinbe and himself boarded their small ship, the blonde looked up to see Ace waving his right arm. They gave each other a nod of acknowledgement, seeing a shark tooth strung over their necks. It didn't seem like much, but those 2 teeth held a promise of each other to fight again one day. And after a week of sailing, the 2 fishmen arrived on the island, and that was pretty much it. Jinbe took off to report his findings to Fleet Admiral Kong, and to drop off his student's weapon at the blacksmith's with a list of written instructions. While Naruto was literally forced to relax in the palace, he tried to escape several times and almost succeeded too if it wasn't for Iruka capturing him on Jinbe's request before leaving. While it completely blew that he had another week of recovery left, Naruto had to admit that it wasn't too bad. At least he finally got to see 2 of his adopted brothers several years after Otohime was assassinated. Ryoboshi didn't look like he changed all that much, aside from being taller, thinner, and 2 rapiers that were held by his behind him. But despite those minor changes, he was more upbeat and jovial than he remembered, which caused him to feel a little better, since being gloomy was not the way he wanted to see his second oldest brother. Manboshi also didn't change either. He was still the same size and shape, but he was carrying a sheathed longsword that looked awkward for his body type, but he looked capable of using it to his fullest extent. So Naruto, is it true? Is it true that you met the infamous Whitebeard? Manboshi demanded with a great amount of glee in his voice. Yes. Was he strong? Did you see him fight? He felt strong, And no, I didn't see him fight. Was his crew strong? They're probably the best of the best. Placing his hands over his brother's mouth, Ryoboshi temporarily shut his brother up for the time being. Okay Manboshi, I believe that's enough questions from you. Now it's my turn, so la see do. He finished his sentence in an odd musical tone that made the blonde raise an eyebrow. Did you fight someone? What do you think? Naruto pointed at his bandaged ribs. Oh, right. Who did you fight? A human, by the name of Portgas Diaz. Did you win? No, Manboshi bellowed out in surprise. Yes. So you did win? Palming his face, Naruto shook his head, exactly wondering how thick-headed his brother was. No Manboshi, I put up a good fight. But in the end I got my ass kicked. Raising an eyebrow into his hairline, Ryuboshi placed his right hand under his chin in thought. While he was silly and acted goofy, the second son of Neptune was far from stupid. The same could be said for Manboshi, but he was an airhead at times, and unlike him, Ryuboshi could put two and two together almost instantly. So you lost, he simply said. Ignoring Manboshi's stunned look, Naruto simply nodded in response. He wasn't ashamed to admit a loss to a powerful enemy, especially when it showed him that while he was one of the strongest in the dojo, that didn't mean jack shit outside of the island where people were in a whole other league. So how is Shirahoshi? She's been doing well for the most part, father. Manboshi and I have been visiting her as often as we can. But with Vanderdecken still on the loose, we can't even allow her to leave the tower yet. What about Fukaboshi? Where has he been all these years? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You don't know? Brother Fukaboshi has been training in the art of merman combat. Manboshi answered his question with his ever-increasing wide grin. Merman combat? I'm sorry, but what the hell are you talking about? Language, little brother. Ryuboshi chided his adopted brother with a wagging finger, even though it only gave him a glare in return. Naruto, merman combat is a fighting style used by us merfolk. It is used underwater and involves manipulating the water with their hands as if it were something tangible to use for long-ranged attacks. It is in essence the merfolk equivalent of fishman karate. Before Naruto could even question where someone went to learn merman combat, Manboshi spoke up before he could. So Naruto, Shirahoshi's 12th birthday is coming up in a week. Are you going to see her this time? I can't. He gritted out through his teeth. Those bastard guards refuse to let me see her, not until I reach level 40 in the dojo. That's preposterous. You're part of the family, and you should have. I can't do shit. Naruto barked at Ryuboshi. I may be part of the family, but I'm not of royal blood, nor am I in line for the throne. But I'm fine with that. It may take a few more years, but I will see her one day. He finished with an almost unnoticeable sigh of sadness in his voice, before looking down at his lap. Unknown to him, his two adopted brothers moved their eyes sideways, and quickly nodded to each other. 4 days later, Naruto found himself sitting in a hard chair across Fubuki's desk in his office. Normally this was not a big deal, since he was always getting chewed out for being absent months at a time, despite having a written excuse from Jinbe himself. But the feeling in his gut was telling that he was in for a different reason. Fubuki's glaring black eyes peered into his student's blue ones with a mixture of disinterest and a small amount of disgust. For in his webbed hands were pieces of paper, and written on them was a request from the two youngest sons of Neptune, and the Knight of the Sea. Both were put into a very well-written, if not sophisticated demand for him to promote Naruto up to level 40, fairly of course. Since, from the latter's accounts, Naruto was more far along in his training than everyone thought he was, and the former was to help mend their family. Uzumaki. He began to get the blonde's attention. Here in my hands are 3 requests for you to be promoted to level 40. I for one think this is nothing more than rubbish. And he demonstrated his ire by crushing the papers in his right hand, and tossed them into the trash. These requests will be denied due to the lack of proper evidence as presented before me. If you lack proper evidence, then I will give it, Naruto said to the pufferfish fishman. I do see where you're coming from, Fubuki-sensei. You hate special privileges. You want to see the people who come in here, sweat tears, blood, and mold themselves into something you would be proud of. His blue eyes glared into his black ones, but unlike the other times, he did not flinch when he met his gaze. Whatever decision you make today, I will follow it without any complaint. Minutes passed by without the two of them moving, much less breathing. They just stared at each other, almost peering into each other's souls. What Naruto saw was a disciplined warrior, who fought against those who wished to harm him, and the bitterness that turned him into the person he was today. But for Fubuki he saw something that gave him pause. What he saw was a raging power stored within the blonde's body, and desire, pure desire to protect those who were important to him. And for the first time, Fubuki felt a twinge of respect flow through his bitter body. All right Uzumaki, you have convinced me that you should get at least a chance. I want you to come back tomorrow at noon, and I want you to come into the main dojo. There you will have to complete 3 tests, pass all 3 and you will have your rank. The pufferfish fishman said. You won't regret this sensei, Naruto promised him. You stupid twerp. Hody roared at the blonde fishman. Clutched by the neck in his right hand he slammed Naruto against the wall in the deserted hallway of the palace. What is this I hear about you losing to a human? Naruto could only wince when he felt the reed-white shark fishman slam him into the wall again. He opened his mouth to speak, but Ryugu Kingdom soldier slammed him into the wall again, once, twice, thrice, and even a 4th time. He nicked his tongue on one of his teeth on the 4th time, and out of pure anger he drew back his right foot, and kicked Hody in his fat belly. The pure force of the kick caused the great white shark fishman to release the blonde, who proceeded to punch the soldier in the face once, twice, and after the 3rd time the adopted son of Neptune coughed several times before taking in several long breaths. So this is what I get for helping you master water manipulation. Hody growled out in anger. After all I've done for you lose to a human, and punch me in the face when I ask you a simple question. If I didn't punch you I would have died. Naruto rubbed his tender throat, wincing a bit as he did so. Now to answer your question, yes I fought a human, and yes I lost to him. But in my defense he ate a Logia devil fruit that rendered most of my physical attacks useless, but after dousing him with seawater I didn't anticipate him being physically strong. It was a good fight, and I'm not ashamed that I lost. Hody's white face turned purple out of anger, but while his outward appearance showed him about to explode in rage, inwardly he knew that his control over the boy was slipping. The boy was supposed to be his perfect weapon. Throughout his lessons with the blonde he was planting seeds of hatred for humans, but they haven't bloomed. He needed to do something drastic to get the boy on his side, and he knew exactly how to do it. You should be. Hody barked at him. With that power inside you, you should have been able to wipe that smelly human from existence. Power? What in the world are you talking about? You mean you don't know? Good God boy, didn't you think there was a reason the royal family adopted a lowly peasant? It was because I protected the queen. Right? Jahahahaha. Do you really think that they would reward you for something like that? You foolish idiot, it was because of the power inside you. The fabled power of the Sea King. An immense weight plowed into Naruto's chest. It wasn't one of Hody's punches, it wasn't one of Hody's kicks. No, it was the weight of truth. Dear God, how could he have been so stupid? Why else would Jinbe use his precious time to train him? Why else would the royal family adopt a street boy like him? If it wasn't for whatever this Sea King power was inside him, he would still have been combing the streets for food, or working under Madame Shirley on jobs that helped him stay clean. His blue eyes immediately bled to crimson and his muscles, already toned and wired from years of intense training, thickened and bulged outwards. Naruto gnashed his sharp teeth until they broke and regrew. His thoughts turned to violence as he imagined himself crushing Ryuboshi's head into Manboshi's and coating his hands with their brain matter and skull fragments. The blonde also imagined tearing Fukaboshi's thick arms from his shoulders and beating him to death with them. His imagination also went wild when he tore Neptune's head off and showed it to Shirahoshi right before he. Immediately thinking of the pink-haired mermaid, Naruto's anger diminished much to Hody's displeasure. Shirahoshi was only 6 years old when he was adopted into the family, had been locked into that tower no thanks to Vanderdecken IX. She was innocent. There were no ifs, ands, or buts. She was the only one who could have been saved in that family, within his clouded mind at least. I'm sorry Hody, I need to prepare myself for tomorrow. When Naruto left his presence, Hody Jones grinned at his retreating form. Thanks to his revelation, the blonde was in turmoil. His seeds were planted within him that would soon grow into beautiful flowers of hatred. And once they bloomed, the great white shark Fishman would use the power of the Sea King to crush the Neptune family, and form Fishman Island into his own utopia to rise to the surface. And kill every single human once and for all. Sleep eluded Naruto that very night. Hody's words still rang in his ears. The lies that he was fed to him still stung the core of his very being. He recalled the event where he injured the world noble. Well, he couldn't say he recalled it because there was nothing to remember. It was like that portion of his memory was blocked or wiped away. With a sigh of annoyance, the blonde fishman threw the covers off himself and strolled over the open windowsill. His blue eyes looked over the entirety of the Ryugu kingdom. God, how long had it been since he actually seen the beautiful place? 4 years? 5 years? Honestly, Naruto lost track of how long he had been away. He looked towards the hard shell tower, and saw the place Shirahoshi was forced to call home. He wondered how many times Neptune and the others visited her. Was it once a week? Once a month? Or once a year? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose to stem the migraine coming up. He was going to drive himself insane thinking about it. Damn it all, I have to calm myself. Naruto whispered tiredly to himself. Her birthday is tomorrow. My test is tomorrow. I need to be focused, I need sleep. Sadly, the sleep he desired never came. The next day, a tired Naruto found himself standing before Suikazan Fubuki and Amino Iruka in one of the bigger classrooms of the Fishman Karate Dojo. Standing off to the sides were several dozen high-ranking members that went from level 40 all the way up to level 70. Uzumaki Naruto, you stand before us in a one-time chance to get promoted to level 40. Fubuki's authoritative voice rang throughout the room. The pufferfish fishman's eyes glanced around the room, taking in the surprised and disgusted faces of his fellow martial artists. I am appalled and disgusted that we are even doing this. If not for the fact that you have friends in high places, I would not have even allowed this to happen. There was a minute of silence before the instructor spoke up again. You will be given 3 tests to determine if you succeed or fail. The first one, here and now, will be the trial of will. Fubuki snapped his fingers and 3 members of the crowd stepped forward. I have instructed these 3 to attack you for 3 minutes straight. You are to not retaliate, and if you stay conscious at the end of 3 minutes you will pass. Naruto could only glare at the instructor. So that was his plan. First he would be weakened, and then that would leave him at maybe half strength for the next test. When Fubuki snapped his fingers, the 3 fishmen bolted at his still form to begin the first test. A red-knobbed starfish fishman delivered the first strike. Its tubercles located along his right arm delivered a devastating haymaker to the blonde's throat, causing him to involuntarily clutch it when he felt the damage to his windpipe. The second strikes were delivered to his belly by a pale, black-haired squid fishman by all this 6 arms, and then again by his 2 legs when he fell flat on his hands. The final punch was delivered by a crab fishman who smashed his nose with the back of his right claw. Each strike to his body was agonizing. Whoever those 3 were, they were strong, extremely strong. The crab fishman struck him in the face once again. Naruto heard the familiar crack of cartilage as his nose was broken once again, while the starfish fishman stabbed him right in the spine. Oh, and to add insult to his already enormous amounts of injuries, the squid fishman squirted him right in the face with black ink, blinding him. Cracking an eye open, the blonde saw the smirk coming from Fubuki's face. Damn orange-haired bastard was getting a kick out of this. He was hoping that he would fail. It was due to remembering Hodi's words that kept him from blacking out. Naruto embraced the pain by falling into himself, and making the pain his own. Enough. It wasn't Fubuki who ended the trial, but Iruka, who noticed it was long past the 3-minute mark. Once the 3 fishmen ceased their beat down on the young tiger shark fishman, Iruka darted over to check on the damage to his student. It was not even remotely pretty. The exposed parts of Naruto's tan skin was covered in bruises, his right eye was swollen shut, and he had several minor, but still pretty painful cuts that stained parts of his karate gi red. Hang on, Naruto. I'll take you to a doctor. Iruka's act of kindness was harshly rejected when Naruto shoved him away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a few teeth as he looked up at Fubuki in spite, barely holding back his anger at the puffer fishman. Bring on the next challenge. He spat out his words in anger. Fubuki only showed the adoptive son of Neptune a sharp, toothy smile. The next test is the trial of skill. What you need to do is demonstrate 5 skills that show you're worthy of passing, if you have any, of course. He gestured towards 5 judges, one of them being Iruka himself. They will grade your techniques, giving you a score of 1 through 10 as your total amount. Hope you're up to the challenge, boy. I'd hate to see you fail. Bring it on. But let's take this outside. I rather not destroy the dojo. After the entire crowd of fighters left the room, and went to the large courtyard filled with training dummies, the 5 judges stood off to the side. their expert eyes peering at the injured blonde tiger shark fishman as he readied himself. Once again Naruto fell into himself to focus his energy to unleash his techniques perfectly. His eyes snapping open, Naruto snapped both his arms up into an X shape, and then snapped them downwards, yelling, "Piercing spiral water spear." Using his powerful legs, Naruto jumped upwards. Opening his mouth, he let loose a stream of water, surrounding his entire body with it. Then, to the surprise of his audience, he began rotating his body like a drill, creating a sharp spiraling whirlpool of water around himself before flying downwards at one of the training posts, obliterating it on contact. He then flew upwards above the spectators and brought the spiraling water around his forearms. Immediately after stabilizing his technique, the blonde snapped them downwards, saying, "Water sickles," and unleashed powerful water blades that resembled the curved blades of sickles at the training posts, slicing them into 2 clean pieces. Not satisfied with his devastation, Naruto took a deep breath, and then opening his mouth, a powerful jet of water flew out at the ground, leaving a trail of nothing but devastation that completely destroyed the ground underneath him. After ceasing the water attack, Naruto rotated forward, building up extreme speed building and momentum until he slammed into the last training post with both of heels, screaming, "Double spiral axe kick." He completely decimated the wooden structure and left a 10-foot crater after he landed. For his finishing move, Naruto clenched his right fist to the point where his knuckles popped. He then started to rotate his shoulder, focusing his energy into his right fist. The remaining water within the dry area flowed towards him until they formed something akin of a tornado around his fist. Without any amount of hesitation, the blonde bolted towards the crowd. Those within his path immediately bolted for cover when the tiger shark fishman punched his right arm forward. His voice filled with anger and excitement, he yelled out his final technique: "Whirlpool Breakthrough Fist." The attack hit the coral wall with an intensity of a tidal wave, and smashed through it to the other side. After the technique ended, Naruto looked over towards the judge, but most importantly he looked over at Fubuki, whose smug face was replaced with shock and surprise. "How do you like those techniques?" Naruto taunted the crowd. "That was only 4 techniques, Uzumaki, you fail," Fubuki bellowed in response to the young fisherman's taunt. "Actually, the 3rd one was the exploding water shock wave technique. Now I would have happily called it out, but as you all saw, I can't exactly talk with water flowing out of my mouth, can I?" Naruto pointed out the obvious for his 3rd technique. When he got no verbal response, his only open blue eye focused on the judges. "So, what's my score? Or was I too fast for ya?" "Destructive and powerful, I give them an 8. A seahorse fishman revealed his score. "Too flashy, but I see great potential. I give them an 8 as well." A bearded catfish fishman announced his score. "Exquisite, devastating, oh honey, you got the moves. 10 all day." A flamboyant, rainbow trout fishman gave his review with a sing-song voice. 9. A loud manatee fishman gave his review, and nothing more about it. It came down to Iruka. Now Naruto had a good score already. But his was probably the most important of all. The bottlenose dolphin fishman stared at his student, scratched the scar going across his nose before smiling. "You get a 10. Naruto, along with most of the class, cheered at his accomplishment. To the rookies and intermediates, it looked like the blonde was going to do the impossible. Fubuki only gritted his teeth in anger before raising his arm to silence the crowd. "Well, Uzumaki, since you passed this test, I have no choice but to start the final one. Are you ready?" "Bring it on, Fubuki-sensei." Naruto forced the pufferfish fishman's title out of his throat. That only brought a smirk onto the instructor's face. With a snap of his fingers, the entire courtyard was greeted with the pounding footsteps of a behemoth. And they were soon greeted with the giant form of Skorka, the killer whale fishman. It had been many years since Naruto saw him, but even he realized the changes his old rival went through. Many years ago, Skorka barely reached 8 feet in height. But now he was well past the 15-foot mark. His entire body that was already packed with thick muscles was replaced with even larger and tighter muscles that looked like they could crush coral and bend steel. His looks were uglier than hell. He had several more scars that he proudly showed off, no thanks to him wearing only green Hawaiian-styled shorts. The killer whale fishman gazed at the blonde with his killer green eyes, and snorted when he saw him. "Is this a joke?" His rough, dangerous voice questioned Fubuki. "To reach level 40, I have to beat this whelp." "Fine. And for me to get to level 40 I have to fight him. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Skorka before his mouth broke out into a predatory grin. I will happily take this trial. Let the trial of combat begin. You are to not stop until your opponent is unconscious, unable to fight. His face then split into a fierce grin. Are dead, now fight. Before the pufferfish fishman brought his right arm down, the two opponents bolted towards each other. Skorka let out a fierce war cry when he threw his right arm out to punch the blonde menace, but seeing the attack coming from a mile away, Naruto easily dodged the punch. He then hopped to the left side and punched at the killer whale fishman's ribs. Skorka, however, snapped his left hand towards the area where the attack would have broken several ribs. He caught Naruto's fist with his, and immediately clamped down on it with crushing force. With a loud yell, the larger of the two rotated his left arm above his head, taking the small tiger shark fishman for a ride in the air before he smashed him into the ground once, twice, thrice, and even a fourth time before he dug his heels into the ground and began spinning. Skorka spun for 2 straight minutes, building up momentum and speed before releasing the blonde, and watched as he violently slammed against and broke through the coral wall. Skorka raised his muscular arms and let out a cheer of triumph like one of those fake wrestlers always did at a sold-out show. How do you like that, Uzumaki? I call that the Titan Devastator. He was only greeted when a powerful jet of water tore through the hole his opponent went through. Seeing the attack before, Skorka easily dodged it, and when he saw the blonde speed through the opening, the killer whale fishman jumped high into the air. Then spinning like a top, he fell to the arena floor like a megaton bomb, smashing the area he landed into nothing but dust, and sending Naruto into another wall. And that is called the Titan Hammer. Skorka cracked his scarred knuckles and bolted at his opponent once more. He let out another war cry, this time naming off another technique, Titan Fist. He aimed his punch at Naruto's head, but the slippery little eel managed to move at the last second, and instead lodged his entire arm into the coral wall. That was when Naruto struck with vengeance. His fist struck Skorka's torso with the force of what felt like a train. There was no mercy from the beaten and battered blonde as he continued to punch the killer whale fishman until he heard the telltale break of bones. Skorka roared out in pain, but had enough sense to deal a devastating strike to his opponent's side, but for once Naruto didn't go flying. Instead, he rotated his shoulder, focusing his energy into his right fist. Like before, whatever remaining water flowed towards him until it formed the familiar water tornado around his fist. Naruto punched his right arm forward, shouting, "Whirlpool Breakthrough Fist." His technique hit Skorka square in the ribs, digging and tearing his flesh asunder. The force of the impact was strong enough to actually lift the ridiculously muscled whale shark fishman off the ground, and sent his clear across the room, causing him to crash through the coral walls for the first time in his entire life. Spitting to the side, Naruto turned to face an extremely displeased Fubuki. The student of Jinbe wasn't stupid. He knew that Fubuki didn't remotely like him since he kept coming in and out of the dojo, received special training from Jinbe, and was considered spoiled. Well, Naruto was far from being spoiled. He worked himself to the bone and earned his skills through blood, sweat, and tears. Jinbe, while a good teacher, was far too busy with his job as a member of the Shichibukai and only helped him refine his stances and build up his strength with various rigorous and near-tortuous exercises. His secret teacher, Hody Jones, he gave him much-needed help with his water manipulations, but that was it. Snapping out of his thought, he gave the orange-haired fishman his infamous shark smile. "I believe I have won." Skorka's bellowing war cry broke the illusion of his well-earned win as the gigantic fishman burst from the walls. The entire right side of his torso was torn and shredded, showing destroyed muscle and pieces of flesh handing for the damaged area. But Skorka ignored the crippling pain. He ignored the blood flowing down into a puddle. His eyes were restricted, using nothing but unholy rage to keep himself standing. He used every ounce of willpower to rush his opponent, leaving behind a devastating trail of destruction behind him. Naruto didn't hesitate to meet the mad fishman head-on. He threw a punch in his already devastated right side, but to his horror Skorka took the blow, and instead grabbed him by the throat with his meaty hands. The young tiger shark fishman felt the restriction of his windpipe. He tried squeezing the pressure points on his opponent's wrists. He kicked him in the face, the chest, his wounded area. It all proved to be futile. Skorka gave his suffocating opponent a smile. After long last the one who made him suffer such indignity of defeat was going to die. Oh God, he felt so good that he didn't hear Iruka screaming at Fubuki to end the fight. Good fight. But it was futile from the start. Uzumaki. Don't worry though, I'll make sure to wish Shirahoshi a happy birthday, rot in hell my rival. If it wasn't for the mention of his dear sibling, and his bold claim of their pathetic rivalry, Naruto would have lost his life. But just looking into Skorka's killer green eyes, the tiger shark felt the primal urge to utterly destroy him. Now that he knew what the urge was, he embraced it. He allowed his rage to take him over, just so he could wipe the smile off Skorka's face. It was then he felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins, his muscles tightening and expanding, and the world in front of him becoming nothing but crimson. Naruto's hands once again gripped the pressure points on his opponent's wrists. This time he got the desired effect he was going for. Skorka screamed in agony when he felt the tiger shark's fingernails tore through his wrists like they were butter, and when the blonde kicked him in the face, he reeled back in pain as blood freely fell from his nose. Naruto kicked him in the face again, and again, bruising, breaking, and tearing his face up until he let go. Once the student of Jinbe landed feet first on the floor, he lashed out with a double palm thrust into his stomach, sending him 20 feet away. You think you're tough shit, don't you, Skorka? Well, guess what? You're nothing more than an insect compared to my new rival. Yea, he may be a human as you all have heard. But he is the only person I have ever lost to, and I promised him that I would never lose again until we had our rematch. He looked down at the shark tooth hanging around his neck, and slightly smiled in remembrance. Naruto's head then snapped up, glaring at the killer whale fishman. And don't you dare mention Shirahoshi's name. You have no right. Yahahaha. What are you gonna do about it, Uzumaki? I've seen all your attacks, you're greatly wounded. You never had a chance at beating me. Skorka laughed. Who said those were my only moves? The blonde spat out some blood and turned his head to see Fubuki almost red in the face. So that the plan of this test, he was to be weakened, have his best moves shown, and finally defeated or killed by the brute of a fighter. I still have a trump card left. Please, your bluffs have no meaning here. You're nothing but an ant compared to me. Skorka let out his biggest war cry yet, and charged at the blonde one last time with the intention of destroying him with his titan fist. Naruto only opened his mouth wide open, and used his water manipulation to draw whatever was left in him to form his ultimate technique. He then jumped forward and rotated his entire body, forming a gigantic whirlpool around his entire body. As a result, the tip of the water spiral became an extension of his teeth that met Skorka's titan fist head-on. The result of the clash was something that no one expected. Skorka was completely engulfed by Naruto's technique, and the killer whale fishman's screams of pain nearly deafened them. They looked on with horror that the water turned into a fine red mist before Skorka was violently ejected from it, and crashed straight into an unprepared Fubuki, sending them both into the last intact coral wall. When Iruka and several of the other witnesses looked upon the results of the technique, those with weak stomachs lost their lunch. Skorka's right arm was gone, completely gone. All that was left of it was bits of bone protruding from his shoulder, floppy pieces of skin, and flaps of muscle. His left arm wasn't in the best condition either. Most of the skin on his forearm was completely gone, and the exposed muscle could only resemble hamburger meat. Immediately the several people tore the tops of their karate gis off to stem the bleeding. Several more bolted from the dojo to retrieve a doctor, or dozens of doctors. And since Fubuki was out of commission for the time being, it was left to Iruka, being the second in command of the dojo, to give the decision if Naruto passed the test or not. It was a moot point though, since the rules stated the winner would be determined if the opponent could not continue, was knocked out, or died. But before he could even bestow Naruto the rank of level 40, held by what he saw the team deserved a few levels above 40, he had one question to ask. Naruto, what kind of attack was that? That, Iruka-sensei, was my Shark King's water jaw spiral. To sum it up, it's basically an attack where I combine my water manipulation with my teeth, and tear my opponent to pieces. Naruto spat to the side once again, revealing a broken tooth, blood, and some flesh on the floor. Naruto, if he lives after this, there is no way he can ever practice fishman karate ever again. I don't care. Those 3 words struck Iruka like one of Jinbe's punches. He took the fight way too far. Unlike him, I didn't try to kill him throughout the entire match, and when he couldn't finish the sentence unless his anger flared up again. Instead he looked at the bottlenose dolphin fishman, his blue eyes slowly bleeding into crimson. I just couldn't lose, especially when it's Shirahoshi's birthday today. Iruka could only regard the blonde with a mixture of surprise and a trace of sadness. He remembered the day Queen Otohime was assassinated, and her only daughter had to be locked away in order to keep her safe from a madman. He couldn't even imagine how hard it was on the king, let alone his children. They all put on a brave face, but not enough time had passed to heal the wounds they still suffered. After staring at his student, the bottlenose dolphin reached into his karate gi, and pulled out a patch that had the number 40 stamped on it. After he handed it to the teen, he said to him, "If you're going to see her, please groom yourself a little. I doubt she would want to see her brother in this kind of condition." If Naruto could see himself, he would have seen that he held bruises, cuts, and blood on his exposed skin. His karate gi, what used to be pure white, was torn, wet, and stained with blood that was and wasn't his own. When he turned to leave, the blonde only nodded in thanks to his favorite instructor. 1 hour later, Naruto found that he was good as he could get after a fight that nearly killed him. The royal doctors patched him up real good. His various cuts were either stitched up or completely wrapped in gauze to stem the bleeding. His outfit consisted of a black turtleneck to cover the gigantic bruises on his neck and showed off the physique that he worked hard to gain, simple white baggy cargo pants that had the orange-colored star logo for the criminal brand on one of the side pockets, and a pair of black sandals. He finally reached the entrance of the hard-shell tower, and met up with the 2 fishmen that forced him to go through all that crap just to see his sister. Almost immediately, the rude one, a viperfish fishman, stopped his advancement with a toothy sneer. "Brat, we told you never to return." The viperfish sneered. "Actually, your buddy said once I reached level 40 I could see her." Placing his bandaged right hand into his pocket, he showed the fishman his official level 40 patch. "And as you can see, I'm level 40, now let me in." "That's a fake. There is no way a runt like you could have gotten to that level at your age." The viperfish barked at him. "It looks real to me." The other guard, a dragonfish merman, replied after he looked at the patch. "It's a fake." Grabbing Naruto's left arm, the viperfish fishman was about to use force to remove the blonde annoyance. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was not even remotely in the mood to deal with him. He was tired, he was still hurt, and he still had a great amount of anger in him. The viperfish soon found his right hand broken, the wind knocked out of him, and his jaw broken before blissful unconsciousness sent him off to La La Land. "You have a problem with me going in?" Naruto threatened the remaining guard after he cracked his knuckles. "No," the dragonfish fishman squeaked out. Please go right on it." Dropping his trident, he brought both his hands to the steel doors and opened them, albeit with great difficulty. Once they were open enough to have Naruto walk on through, but before the blonde could even take a step, both of them saw something extremely shiny from the distance. The dragonfish fishman screamed in horror. "It's one of Vanderdecken's axes. Damn it, boy, you just had to make us open the doors." He would have tried to shut the doors, if not for Naruto's interference by grabbing his shoulder and shaking his head. "What, you think you can stop it? Boy, the last guard who tried to stop it was sliced in half. What makes you think you can do any better?" Giving the guard his infamous shark-like grin, Naruto leapt towards the descending weapon. When he drew closer to it, he noticed that it was a pretty large double-headed axe with a red rose design on the middle of the connecting axe heads. And with one punch of his right arm, Naruto hit the blade, and the entire axe shattered to pieces. With his handiwork done, the blonde landed on the ground, flashing the guard a superior look. "What the, how? The last guy died doing that." "It's quite simple," Naruto replied once he reached the doors. He was weak, and with that said he shut the doors behind him with ease. After slamming the doors shut, Naruto was greeted by darkness. His right eyebrow twitched in annoyance. His adoptive sister spent her time in the dark. Oh, he was going to either beat or prank the crap out of the idiot who thought it was a good idea to have Shirahoshi in the dark, especially when she was scared of it. Who's there?" a soft, sleepy female voice said in the darkness. A bright light automatically turned on from a ginormous fancy hanging lamp, brightening the room along with several other ones along the walls. Naruto's eyes were greeted with the sight of a pink and golden room. But after his eyes recovered from the color rape, they stealed of Shirahoshi. Good God, the years had been good to her. She was bigger, given the type of mermaid she was. Her strawberry blonde hair was longer, just reaching past her shoulder blades, and other than a golden halter top covered in pearls, the one thing that was the same about her were her sparkling blue eyes. Oni-chan. Her eyes widened in recognition, and then tears slowly made their way to her eyes. Shirahoshi couldn't believe that after 6 long years, her adoptive brother finally visited her. She saw that he had changed. He was taller, more filled out than the scrawny boy she remembered, more mature. Naruto Oni-chan, is it really you? Of course it is Shira-chan. Happy birthday, Naruto said with the little pet name he gave her all those years ago. Shirahoshi cried out in happiness, her giant, but soft hands wrapped around his entire body, and pressed him against her flat chest. And Naruto, he unfortunately couldn't do jack squat about it, except let her enjoy it, not that he would deny her the right to hug her older brother on her birthday. Naruto Oni-chan, I thought I would never see you again. Why didn't you come to see me until now? The mermaid princess cried out with a ridiculous amount of tears falling from her eyes. If you stop crushing me, I'll happily tell you. The blonde gasped out when he felt his bones cracking. Her eyes blinking in surprise, Shirahoshi gently pulled her adoptive brother from her chest. Folding her palms upwards, she patiently waited for the explanation he had, and when Naruto was about to tell her why it took him so long to see her, when one of the iron-sealed windows started shaking a total of 5 times. The mermaid princess squealed in glee after the 5th knock. Tipping one hand to force Naruto to tumble into the only one keeping him in the air, she used her other one to unlatch a lock from the side in order to quickly open it. And to Naruto's surprise, a gigantic megalodon black shark, with a white underbelly. Oddly enough, he was wearing a red shirt with the Criminal Fashion Line logo on the front of it, and one of those bubble rings around his waist in order for him to float into the room. Shira-chan, what the hell heck is that? Naruto caught himself in mid-swear. Oni-chan, this is Megalo. Father assigned him to protect and keep me company. Isn't he cute? She giggled as the gigantic creature nuzzled against her cheek. Cute. It's a freaking man-eater, an affectionate man-eater. Naruto held in the urge to grimace when the shark licked him, leaving a trail of slime along the front half his body. Gross. That's what he was thinking, but he dully responded. Yay, he's real cute. Shirahoshi giggled in response, and the gigantic shark nuzzled in her lap like a cat of all things. So, Oni-chan, you were about to tell me why it took you so long to see me. It's a one-of-a-kind tale. I only hope it won't bore you. Naruto said before telling her of his adventures with Jinbe, his training, saving a princess from a foreign land, and the watered-down version of his fight with Ace. Why yo, you got beat up? The mermaid princess teared up when she heard that he lost the fight. Only a little. Naruto scratched the back of his head. It wasn't the best thing that could have happened to me, but I got a new rival out of that encounter. I don't like the thought of you fighting. Shira-chan, I'm sorry you feel that way. But like your brothers, I swore to protect you from that madman. And until that day comes, I'll keep getting stronger until I know that you're safe once and for all. Promise? The mermaid asked. The promise of a lifetime, I swear. Naruto smiled at her, and held out his right pinky finger to show his promise. And when Shirahoshi smiled back, she placed her larger pinky finger against his to seal the deal. It would be a few days after his promotion and tearful reunion with Shirahoshi, Naruto was ambushed by Hody once again. Oddly, he didn't pin him against the wall and scream at him in anger, but instead he gave the blonde a wide smile and patted him on the shoulder. Word in the palace is that you're level 40. Congratulations, boy. Thank you, Hody. Naruto said to his secret teacher. But I heard that you had a little trouble. The great white shark fishman grinned. It would have gone easier, but Fubuki decided to be by having the crap beaten out of me, several of my techniques being shown off to tire me out, and then sizing his lapdog on my weakened form to finish me off. The deadpan expression did not leave his face for a second when he explained that bullshit test. Jahahaha. I dunno what you did to piss old Fubuki off, but he was clearly out for your blood. Be careful, Brad, he's not one to let old grudges go. I'm pretty sure I broke his spine when I sent Skorka torpedoing into him with my last attack. Nah, it'll take more than that to bring that stubborn puffer fish down. "You're strong boy, but he runs the dojo for a reason," Hody said, giving a rare compliment towards someone that clearly wasn't himself. "And because of that, and your accomplishment, I'm taking you to see my friends." Hody has friends, as in plural. This ain't gonna end well, Naruto thought to himself. An hour later, Naruto's high expectations for Hody's so-called friends plummeted when they arrived in the Fishman district. Honestly, he was hoping that he would never had to set foot in that crime-ridden cesspool he used to call home ever again, but Hody hadn't steered him wrong yet. At least he never lied to him. After walking a few miles into the place, and past his old home, occupied by some drunken octopus merman, did they finally arrive at their destination. It was a big, but shabby-looking house that held 4 vicious-looking fishmen that Hody introduced by name. He introduced was Ikaro's Much, a giant squid fishman. He was extremely tall, towering over every other member of his crew, and possessed 8 arms. Each pair of arms seemed to have a corresponding pair of pectorals, as 8 of them were visible on his chest. He had a long beard complete with a mustache, white skin, and a bulbous nose. On both his topmost forearms and on his belly he had dark red swirl-like tattoos, and on his right shoulder was a dark red tattoo that had the Sun Pirate's sunny rim, with a crossed-out decapitated person within it. He wore a round golden-colored helmet with orange goggles, with a white stripe on top of it, and a large loop earring on each ear. His clothing consisted of only a pair of orange shorts with suspender-like belts reaching from his shoulders and waist. Each of his arms had a bolted wristband and holding a long spear with a red tassel right below the head. The second was Dosen, a large blue-skinned hammerhead fishman, being only shorter than Ikaro's. Being a hammerhead shark fishman, he had a head shaped like a hammer, with his yellow eyes on the edges and the top of his head being darker than the rest of his body, and long, wavy, light pink hair reaching down his neck. His chest is wide and his arms very large, with extremely prominent, round forearms, his hands and thin legs being quite small in comparison. Protruding from his shirt was a dorsal fin he had on top of his back. And as a fishman, he had gills on his large neck. On his left arm is tattooed his crew's Jolly Roger. Dosen's outfit consisted of an unbuttoned, dark green short-sleeved shirt with many tea-like motifs on it, simple light pink pants and sandals, and a large buckled belt hanging on his chest from his left shoulder. In his right hand was a large hammer with a very long and gnarled handle and a massive, dark head with the edges curved downwards. The third was Zio, a Japanese Wabagong fishman. He was a tall and thin fishman with a strange body, covered in wavy light blue and indigo stripes, and, O2, tattooed on his chest. Tentacle-like whiskers hung from his face, and unlike the other fishmen Naruto had ever seen in his entire life, Zio didn't seem to have ears or a nose, nor did he have a visible mouth. He sported a dorsal fin, and gills on his long neck. His legs were covered by what appeared to be some sort of long inducement, with a pattern identical to his body and the same tattoo both Dosen and Ikaro's had in correspondence of his right knee. Around his waist is a belt with a round buckle, and his feet seemed to be covered by black boots. The fourth and final member was Daruma, a red-skinned and extremely small cookie-cutter shark fishman. He had circular orange eyes, a flat nose and sharp teeth. Yet his arms are notably larger than his hands. On his right arm was the very same tattoo the others wore. He sported distinctive headgear composed of a hat similar to an aviator's, with 2 massive protrusions on both sides of his head, pointing upwards, and decorated on the front, paired with a plumed crest on top of it. He also wore a dark green, sleeveless and zipper-less open jacket with a white fur collar and a pair of light blue Bermuda shorts. This is the brat that tore his opponent's arm to shreds. Faye, doesn't seem like much. Zio scoffed at the notion that a puny kid like Naruto could do something like that. Dosen, he looks like someone I could knock over with my hammer. The ever-hyperactive Dosen exclaimed. I just met you guys, and already I hate all of you. Naruto deadpanned, much to Hody's delight. Well, I don't like you either. Daruma gnashed his sharp, pointy teeth at the blonde. Just looking at you makes me want to gnaw on your bones. Don't make me set you on fire, you little pipsqueak. Naruto threatened the smallest fishman out of the bunch. Ikaro's Much only screamed in fear and surprise at the word, fire, and curled himself backwards, ironically looking like a dried squid. This caused both Hody and Zio to laugh at his pyrophobia. Why did you bring me here, Hody? What is your reason to bring me to this cesspool again? The blonde narrowed his eyes. It's quite simple, kid, I want you join my crew. Hody responded with a gleeful smile. Say what now? You heard the captain, boy. He wants you to join us in our holy quest to right the wrongs the kingdom did to its citizens. Zio said to the teenager. Wrongs? What is going on in your head? King Neptune has done right for entire kingdom. The back of Naruto's conscience, however, said differently. Hasn't he? What do you think? Hody growled at him. Neptune used to be a warrior we all looked up to, but once he married Otohime he went soft on us. See the Fishman district. The great white shark swept his right arm outwards, showing him the broken down, garbage-strewed, violent district that they all came to know growing up. We are all orphans like you, Naruto. Our parents were either captured by pirates and sold into slavery, or died. Neptune promised us that we would be well cared for, but look at us. Hody raged at his secret student. Like you, we were forced to fight in the pits, committed crimes just to not become a corpse in the gutter, and the best life we got was to become soldiers for his army. Well, I'll tell this much, I'm not being a soldier for him any longer. Ripping the helmet from his head, Hody threw it against one of the damaged buildings, leveling it. Instead, I'm becoming the leader of the new Fishman pirates. I'm taking up Fisher Tiger's dream of protecting our home through extreme means, and showing Neptune that his wife's vision was wrong. But we cannot do it alone. Naruto, I need you to be by my side. With the power of the Sea King inside you, we will be unbeatable. No longer will children have to cry over the loss of their parents. No longer will we have to listen to Neptune's lies. We will become brothers in arms for a common goal that we have desired for years. But this can only happen if you join us. Hody's speech struck a deep chord within Naruto's entire being. It was because of the humans that all of them suffered from their greed. What could have become of them all if that didn't happen? The blonde certainly didn't know, and Neptune, his wife, was murdered by the humans for simply trying to coexist. Why didn't he seek revenge? Didn't he love her enough? Didn't he care that his children were now without a mother? Didn't he give a damn that Shirahoshi couldn't stop crying for days because of it? That was when he knew that Hody was right. With his power they could change things. They could stop their species from becoming playthings for the humans. Hell, when they gained enough strength they could destroy the Tenryubito. You're right, I cannot in good conscience let the humans get away with their crimes, or the royal family continue their incompetence. I'll join you, Hody, Naruto said to his new captain. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto fell right into Hody's trap. With a simple speech, and several lies, he brought the teenager over to his side. With a cruel grin widening on his face, Hody couldn't wait until the seeds of hatred bloomed within the blonde. 2 years later. My ministers, I must confide something with the both of you. Neptune confessed to his most prized advisors while he sat on a gigantic back whale with a crown on its head and a bubble ring around its waist in order for it to float. The minister of the right could only raise an eyebrow. He was a muscular seahorse merman, having ridges along his back and the sides of his face that protruded underneath his trimmed white beard, as well as a curly orange tail like a seahorse rather than a standard merman's fishtail. His mouth also protruded forward like a seahorse's. His attire consisted of a jacket with 2 circles and a band on each sleeve. His jacket's sleeves are very large on the end. He held 2 weapons on his person, one being a katana on his left hip and a trishula-like trident gripped in his left hand. The minister of the left, a short, peach-skinned rotund catfish merman with light blonde waist-length hair that included a long beard and, like a catfish, 2 large whiskers for a mustache. He wore a royal purple robe, and an oversized top hat. The merman adjusted the monocle on his left eye, and shifted his wooden cane that had a horned design on the top parts to adjust his weight. What is the problem distressing you, my king? He asked. It's Naruto. Oh yes, your adoptive son. The minister for the right said. Last I heard he reached level 60 in the dojo, and I heard that those of the lower levels and even those of the higher ones highly respect him. Quite the feat for one his age, isn't it? Yes, I am proud of him for that, but for a while now I've noticed that he has been very cold towards everyone. He's no longer making friends, and he's been pretending his family doesn't exist. Instead he spends every waking second working to improve his skills, or visiting Shirahoshi, the only person he even smiles at. And he is showing clear aggression towards humanity. I'm truly lost on what to do about him. Your Majesty, Naruto can't be that bad. I know that he's been training himself to the bone, but he doesn't seem that different to me. The Minister of the Right said. You don't understand. He's been that way since he became level 40 in the dojo. I don't know what happened, but he's changed. He's going down the dark path my wife tried to prevent. Neptune pinched the bridge of his nose to stem the headache coming on. Your Majesty, your fears are just. But Naruto is a responsible lad. I'm positive that he's not doing anything that would shame our beloved late queen. The Minister of the Left assured the stressed-out king. Unfortunately for Neptune's stress levels would spike with the messenger's sudden arrival with a large package in hand. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I just received this package from Jinbe, and it's addressed to your adoptive son. Is he available? Neptune sighed tiredly as he slumped further into his whale. A sudden package for his adoptive son was not something he needed right now. Fear not, Your Highness, I will fetch young Naruto. Please relax yourself. The Minister of the Right batted his king before departing from the room. For the minister it took him over 2 hours to find the blonde. He wasn't in the palace, the dojo, or even in Madame Charlie's cafe, though she seemed to be oddly tight-lipped about the teen. It had to have been one of her predictions, and probably a scary one at that. It wasn't until he found himself in the Fishman district, and the seahorse merman couldn't hide his disgust. He had heard the rumors of how horrible the place was, but dear God, the rumors didn't do the place justice. He passed by several rundown houses, unconscious or dead bodies. He could have sworn he saw a sleazy-looking merman selling something illegal to a very skinny fishman. It wasn't until he passed the famous ship called Noah that he heard cheering and the sounds of fists pounding against flesh. It couldn't be. The Minister of the Right whispered to himself. He parted past several eager and cheering fishmen outside of a large building. He held in a grimace when he saw that it was full of smelly and dirty patrons sitting at tables enjoying bottles of booze as they watched the fight in front of them. Swallowing the bile rising in his throat, the minister witnessed the finishing move of the two combatants inside the steel cage. Whirlpool breakthrough fist. The familiar water tornado encasing Naruto's bandaged right fist slammed into the torso of a bulky Goliath tigerfish fishman, sending him through the steel, blood-stained cage, the arena, into several patrons and into the wall where he was knocked unconscious. The crowd cheered in glee at the victory, while others groaned in defeat as they tore up the tickets in their hands. While Naruto, the victor of the match, calmly walked out of the hole and marched over the bar of the joint. He collected his winnings from a pudgy merman, slapped a single belly bill onto the counter in front of him, reached behind the counter to produce a fairly large green bottle, bit the cork off, spat it out, and took a big swing of the alcohol within it before collecting his vest and walking out the swinging doors. Naruto! Naruto, wait! The minister hollered as he followed the adoptive son of Neptune out the door. Naruto, please wait, he yelled at the top of his lungs. When his screaming got the teenager's attention, he chucked the empty bottle against the wall of a shack and turned to face the minister. Naruto grew a lot in the last 2 years under the combined training of the new Fishman pirates and the instructors of the Fishman dojo. He grew to the height of 5'11", a small height for an average fishman, but he made it up by having a muscular body. It honestly surprised how well defined the teenager was. If he could compare him to anything, it would be the marble statues within the palace. Attire-wise, he wore a black vest that comfortably had a slit in the back for his tiger-striped dorsal fin and opened to show off his pecs, abs, and that shark-tooth necklace he always wore. Simple white baggy cargo pants that had the orange-colored star logo for the criminal brand on the right side pocket and a pair of black open-toed sandals. There was a black belt with a silver belt buckle that depicted an angry shark on it that diagonally hung at his right hip with a white pouch hanging from the back of it. Naruto's blue eyes stared at the minister with disinterest, and swiped his bandaged right hand through his spiky blonde hair, revealing a tattoo on the underside of his tanned right forearm. It showed a detailed dagger piercing through a pure white human skull. "What is it you want, Minister of the Right?" he questioned the seahorse merman. Gulping down the lump in his throat, the merman told him why he came to fetch him. "You have been summoned by your father due to a package arriving from Sir Jinbe." "Master Jinbe, it haven't heard from him in 2 years. What does he want with me?" The blonde questioned him with a frown at the mention of his other teacher. "He sent you some sort of package. It looked important, so I came to find you." Did you open it? Of course not. The minister looked offended at the accusation. It has not been opened or tampered with in any way. Before I left I heard King Neptune order the servant to take it to your room, that's all I know. Fine, I'll go take a look at it since it's so important. Once the pair arrived at the palace, Naruto immediately headed towards his room. It was there he first reached into his desk to retrieve some training tape to cover up the tattoo Hody persuaded him to get as a reminder of their bond, to remember the promise he made regarding his loyalty to the crew. It wasn't that he wasn't proud of the tattoo, but it was because he was going to visit Shirahoshi today, and he didn't want her to know that he had it. Then spotting the package on his bed he tore it open to reveal 2 eternal poses and a letter. Raising a blonde eyebrow he read it over, and frowned with every word. Naruto, first of all I would like to congratulate you on your most recent promotion, you're becoming the man I hoped you would be. This is why I am hesitant to ask you of this task. Naruto, do you remember the stories I told you of the Fishman pirates? The blonde raised an eyebrow at the odd question. Of course he remembered the stories of that legendary crew, especially the actions and death of Fisher Tiger. He also remembered several notable crew members like Aladdin, Jinbe himself, and Arlong, the older brother of Madame Chiarli. After Fisher Tiger's death, one of the crew members tried to exact vengeance of the village that sold him out. He was soon captured, and released several years later. I knew what he was capable of, I knew what he would become, a monster if I let him run loose, but I let him go instead of dealing with him. And now I've come to regret my decision once learning that he took over an entire village, and bribing a marine captain to keep everything hush-hush. Now I cannot do anything despite my position as one of the Shichibukai regarding him without proper evidence other than the words of an intoxicated marine officer. Naruto, I ask of you to take care of him in my stead. I won't force you do it, but these 2 eternal poses will guide you there. And ho. Naruto crumpled the rest of the letter and tossed it away. His eyes burned in fury at the request the Knight of the Sea asked of him. He left without a word for 2 years, no letter, no all form a den mushi, nothing. And now that he finally heard from him, it was a request begging him to take care of his problem. How pathetic, especially when Arlong was the one to teach Captain Hody the truth of humanity. He stopped his mind ranting for several seconds though to calmly rationally think. One part of him, the primal part, was raging at the outrageous demand, but his rational side was screaming at him to do the right thing. Arlong didn't have the best reputation, even in the violent Fishman district. He was known for having a violent temper, and killing anyone who annoyed him, so with him taking over a human village, how many innocent men, women, and children did he kill? Damn it, damn my bleeding heart. Naruto growled at himself. Scooping the eternal poses into his right hand, he placed them into the white pouch secured at the back of his belt. All right Jinbe, you win. I'll clean up the mess you made. But don't expect me to do it for you, I'm only doing it to ease my own conscience. After retrieving his gigantic axe from the blacksmith's, and paying the man for some minor repair work to it, along with him adding a heavy ball and chain at the loop of the anchor, he went to see Shirahoshi like he planned. After bypassing the guards and leaving his axe at the entrance of the weapon-ridden tower, Naruto was immediately greeted with a hug by the mermaid princess, and pressed against her budding bosoms. Naruto Oni-chan, you came back, oh I never thought I would see you again. Shirahoshi cried out in happiness. It was the ritual for these two. Naruto visited her as much as he could. It was usually 2 times a week, but if it was longer than a week she got all clingy. Not that he minded it, of course, she gave the greatest hugs. Gah, stupid hormones, that's not the type of mindset he needed right now. Shira-chan, of course I would see you again, I always do, don't I? Naruto gave her his infamous shark smile. I'm sorry Oni-chan, but I got a feeling that I won't see you for a while. And once again tears fell down the eyes of the highly emotional mermaid at the mere thought of not seeing her favorite brother again. I don't know what I would do without you. Damn it, and it didn't help that Megalo was nuzzling the two of them like a cat while she hugged him with near bone-crushing force. Carefully placing his hands where he would not accidentally grope her, Naruto pushed himself away and spoke over her loud crying. Shira-chan, I keep telling you that I will always come to see you. I made that promise 2 years ago, and I'm never one to break a promise, remember? That seemed to perk the pinkett right up. Wiping her tears away she nodded in response. If there was one thing about Naruto, it was that he always kept his promises, and only something beyond his control could only force him to break it. Now Shira-chan, I need to tell you that I'm going to be gone for a little while. Master Jinbe has asked me to do something of vital importance for him. When he saw her about to tear up, he quickly hopped into her outstretched hands and jumped up and down, making himself look like an idiot, but preventing her from crying again. I won't be gone long, 2 weeks at most, I swear. You promise? I promise, Shira-chan. I will return to see you. After giving her one last hug, well, what they both considered a hug from him at least, Naruto departed from Shirahoshi's room with the both of them smiling. It was a shame that they wouldn't see each other for a very long time. After leaving the hard shell tower, Naruto was about to leave the castle entirely before a regal voice caused him to stop in his tracks. With an eyebrow raised, the blonde turned around to see Fukabashi for the first time in years. He had grown larger in both height and in muscle, and his blue hair went down to his waist. Naruto, do not leave the palace, the elder brother said to his adoptive sibling. Sorry big bro, but I have a mission to do for Master Jinbe. And if I want to make my 2-week deadline, I would like to leave now. Naruto rudely replied to the shark merman. But before his hand could even press against the wood, he was restrained by both Manboshi and Ryuboshi when the both clutched their hands on his arms. Oh, what is this? 3 against 1. That certainly isn't royal behavior. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but father wishes to speak with you. Ryuboshi apologized. Neptune can bite my dorsal fin. Now let go before I have to hurt you. The blonde tiger shark warned them. Naruto-kun, please don't make this any more difficult than it already is. Manboshi begged his adoptive little brother. I warned you. Naruto brought his opposing palms towards the stomachs of the 2 mermen, forced 2 droplets of water into his palms, and shot of the devastating water bullets with enough kinetic force to dislodge the 2 brothers from his arms, and violently slammed them into the palace walls. After he was free, Naruto bolted towards Fukabashi, who was ready for the attack. The shark merman's heels of his palms pressed together. The first prince drew in the moisture from the air, then he shouted. Ultramarine. Fukabashi hurled the great amount of water forward in mighty, extremely large torrents towards his adoptive brother. Unfortunately for the first son of Neptune, Naruto used his own water manipulation to bring the water into his fists. Letting out a loud yell of defiance, he formed the water into the heads of megalodon sharks, devouring twin shark fist. He bellowed, and with precise control the mouths on the heads opened wide, and without mercy he literally tore into Fukabashi's skin, tearing the flesh on his arms and barrel chest wide open, forcing the first prince to scream out in pain until the technique ended as soon as it started. As the water dropped to the floor, he was hit with a wicked right hook that broke his jaw. When the son of Neptune fell flat on the floor, he painfully looked up at his adoptive little brother, and winced when he scowled down at him. Naruto, how, why? I hate it when I'm interrupted. Fukabashi, you would have known that if you were around more. That's the why. As for the how, well, it's simple big brother, I'm simply stronger than you. He knelt down, glaring at his torn bleeding form. Also know this, I spared you. That technique I created was made to tear my opponent to pieces. It was only due to Shira-chan that you breathe at this moment. Now remember that before you try anything like that ever again. With his piece said, Naruto yelled for the servants to get the doctors before opening, and slamming the doors with a loud slam. Leaving a teary-eyed Fukabashi to reflect on his failure to protect his younger brother for falling down the wrong path his mother warned him about. After leaving the palace, and the entire kingdom itself, Naruto found himself at the entrance to Fishman Island. He was hoping for a quiet send-off, but to his surprise Hody was at the gate waiting for him. Gone was the royal armor his captain used to wear, and instead he sported a pink newsboy cap, with a little trident represented on the left side, bearing a resemblance to the red trident he had clutched in his right hand, and a massive scarf seemingly made from a dog-like animal around his neck, with the animal's head hanging on the left side of his chest. He wore a red open shirt with short sleeves, a wide collar and dark red spots on the lower part that exposed his fat belly, which revealed a scar along the lower part of his belly and the Jolly Roger on the right side of it. He also wore short blue trousers with a similar pattern but with light blue spots, a pink sash tied around the waist, and black sandals. But new thing Naruto noticed was a black tattoo of a saw-nosed shark turned to the left with the tail curving inward. the Jolly Roger of the Arlong pirates, his target. "Hello Captain Hody, how are you today?" Naruto greeted his captain with his shark-like smile. "Heard that you were going to leave the island on the orders of Jinbe. Mind telling me why you neglected to tell me, your captain, this?" Hody growled at the blonde. "Sorry Captain, it was on such short notice, plus we didn't have anything planned for the next 2 weeks, so..." Naruto didn't get the chance to finish when the great white shark fishman slammed him against the wall. It hurt a little bit, but by now he was used to his captain's anger issues concerning him, plus the fact that his axe absorbed most of the impact helped a lot. "You do not leave without telling me," Hody yelled at his subordinate. "Sorry boss, it won't happen again, I promise. But can you please let me down? I have a schedule to keep, and I already sent my 3 brothers to the hospital because they delayed me." The blonde replied in a flat voice, honestly hoping that news calmed his captain. And it did. In fact, it calmed the captain of the new fishman pirates. He patted the 17-year-old on the shoulder with a smile, and reached into his pocket, producing a small black sack that he put into his hand. "Well, don't take too long, all right, and if things get too rough for you, take these, they'll help you out in a pinch and make you stronger like they did me. And remember," he tapped his bandaged right forearm, "you're one of us now, never forget that." "I promise I won't Captain. I'll return soon, I promise." Beating his captain goodbye, Naruto soon left out of the airlock, his destination set to the Konomi Islands. A week passed since his departure from Fishman Island, and Naruto found himself annoyed as he stared at the eternal paws pointing him in the direction of the Konomi Islands. So far his journey took him away from his home, straight out of the Grand Line, and landed him in the East Blue of all places. Thankfully for the blonde, he didn't encounter any pirates, marines, or dangerous sea creatures along the way. He ate passing fish raw, slept on the sea floor when he got tired. It was a smooth journey, except for one thing. "I hate navigation. Whoever invented it is an..." Yep, Naruto was many things, but a navigator he was not. He couldn't count how many times he got lost due to powerful currents sending him off course, and when the eternal log pass showed him his destination, he arrived at the wrong island, twice. But his journey was at an end, at least he hoped it was when he emerged from the sea. After blinking the sea water from his eyes, he saw, with irritation, that the part he landed at had houses flipped upside down like an angry child turned them over in a temper tantrum. "That's definitely the work of a fishman, and I'm betting it was Arlong." Naruto looked serious for several long seconds before blowing a raspberry. "Is that supposed to be an achievement? I can easily do that with one hand." And to prove it, the blonde used only his right hand to turn the nearest house right side up, and because he was bored he flipped all the other houses back to their rightful positions before he strolled away in search for an intact village. It would be an hour later when the tiger shark fishman found himself in a place called Kokoyasi Village. To his pleasant surprise, it was nice looking. Granted, it wasn't anything close to the beautiful coral and shelled homes, but it was nicely built, by humans. "I haven't seen you before, stranger. Tell me, what is a youngster like yourself doing here?" A thick voice questioned him from behind. Turning his head, Naruto saw an average-sized human wearing a brown police uniform with short sleeves and pants, and a yellow pinwheel on top of his police cap. He was pretty average looking, especially with that epic black mustache, but his entire body was covered in dozens of stitched scars. "Well, I heard that this was a lovely village, and decided to take a look. And I must admit, it's a decent enough village," Naruto replied, but it was pretty rude for the police officer. "Oh, it was quite beautiful, at least until your kind showed up. Tell me, boy, so you know what kind of misery Arlong and his crew have brought us?" The police officer narrowed his eyes, and the two were slowly becoming surrounded by various villagers. "Not really, and honestly I don't care." The blonde glared at him. "Then why are you here? If you're going to join his crew, then the villager was interrupted by Naruto's loud laugh that chilled his bones. "I will never join the likes of Arlong, but if you could kindly point out his residence to me, then I will happily be on my way." "Then what do you plan on doing? Try and talk him into leaving us. You're preaching the choir, kid. Arlong will never let us go." A cynical villager barked at the blonde. "Like I said, I don't care." Naruto repressed the urge to growl at the villagers. "Just tell me where I can find Arlong so I can get out of here." Head to the Tangerine Grove and ask for Nojiko, she will tell you where to find him. The police officer said to him. Fine, be that way. I'll talk to this Nojiko person, but hopefully he or she will be better help than all of us. Naruto spat to the side and left the villagers behind him. After a half hour of searching, Naruto eventually found his way to a quaint-looking place at the top of the hill just outside the village with the Tangerine Grove growing in the back. The tiger shark fishman made his way to the front door and knocked 3 times before being greeted with a flintlock pistol in his face. I already paid my 50,000 belly, go away. A female voice greeted him. I'm not here for any money, and I'm not from Arlong's crew. Some police officer sent me here so you can answer a question on mine. Naruto snatched the gun from the woman and tossed it over his shoulder in disgust. Also, if you're going to use a gun, be sure to use it. After the gun was dealt with, Naruto looked upon his attacker. She had green eyes, bluish hair with a red tie keeping bangs from her face. She wore black pants and a yellow sleeveless top that showed off a tattoo that reached from her shoulder across her chest. In her other hand was another flintlock pistol that was thrusted against his throat. Then what do you want, fishman? She demanded. Nojiko is it. Is there any way you can not threaten me with that gun? I'm only here to talk. Naruto boredly said, but he really didn't like the fact he had a gun at his throat. Drop the axe and we'll talk, fishboy. When Naruto pulled the gigantic anchor-turned axe from his vest, that was once again interwoven with small but very powerful magnets, he dropped it to the ground with a loud crash that left a small crater in her front yard. Good God, how heavy is that thing? It used to be an anchor. The blonde admitted much to her surprise. That's all the weaponry I have, I swear. Now can you please let me ask my question? Nojiko sighed and moved out of the doorway. Fine, but I don't want anyone seeing you. Get in here. Rolling his eyes, Naruto walked inside so he could get his mission done and over with. Once he was inside, the adoptive son of Neptune took in what used to be a nice home. It was roomy enough for 2, maybe 3 people, with well-worn, second-hand furniture. But when he sat in one of the chairs within the kitchen, Naruto felt how comfortable it was. And when the brunette sat across from him, pistol in hand, he asked what he wanted to hear. The police officer told me that you had some information concerning your problem. It's a problem you can't solve. Nojiko narrowed her eyes. Maybe not for a human, but for a fishman like myself I can deal with him. The problem is, I'm new to this entire area, and I need to find where Arlong is so I can go home. So can you help me with this? Why are you so determined to do this? Many people have tried to defeat Arlong, and each and every time he comes out victorious. The Marines are in his back pocket, the villagers are afraid to death of him, and bounty hunters who come around become food for his sea monster. Why are you so adamant about throwing your life away? First off, I'm not throwing my life away, and I will not lose to the likes of him. Naruto assured the woman, and I'm doing this because a man who had a hand in my training begged me to do it. He wrote in a letter that his former crewmate committed many atrocities on this island. That is an understatement. Nojiko snapped at him. A month ago he had his sea monster destroy Gosa village. 3 years ago he killed my friend and her entire family when they couldn't pay his outrageous taxes, and on the first day, tears fell from her eyes when she recalled her worst memory. On the first day he arrived in my village, he shot my mother right in front of me and my little sister before forcefully taking her into his crew as a slave. When Nojiko finished her tale of woe, Naruto found himself thinking of the day Otohime was assassinated right in front of Shirahoshi and the others. And his parents, his people in general, being sold into slavery. That hit him right where it hurt when he saw the tears running down her eyes. God, seeing her like that caused him to remember the pain and misery the world nobles brought him, and seeing the misery one his own kind brought upon what used to be such happy people, it just didn't sit right with Naruto at all. Tell me where he is. I'll stop him once and for all. And how do you plan on stopping him, huh? Do you plan on taking on his entire crew? How do you plan on beating his lieutenants? Can you even count yourself strong enough to even beat him? Nojiko seemed almost hysterical. A water shot putting a hole through one of her walls shut her up. I will ask you one last time, where is Arlong? Naruto snarled at the woman with his anger barely contained within his voice. Arlong Park. It's 2 miles to the south of the village. Thank you. Now was that so hard? The blonde asked before he reached into his pouch and pulled out several bills before slapping them on the table. Sorry about the hole in the wall. This will be more than enough to cover the damages. Who knows, there might be enough to buy yourself a nice dress. After removing himself from the kitchen and from the house, Naruto picked up his mighty axe and left to finish his business with Arlong. It was a shame that his journey would take a turn for the worst because of it. After storming through the village and running the 2 miles as instructed, Naruto found himself standing outside the gates of Arlong Park. In his opinion, the blonde thought the entire thing looked like a complete eyesore. Seriously, that tower was obnoxious. After he dealt with Arlong, that thing was becoming rubble. Man, he had a lot of destructive urges to deal with. Before he could open the gate, it was opened for him to reveal an average-sized woman with orange hair that reached to her neck, and light brown eyes. She wore a green camisole top with dark green flower shapes, tight black shorts with 2 yellow rings on the sides, and light orange high-heeled sandals. Clutched in her bandaged right hand was a wooden bow staff. "Thank you, I was just about to enter." Naruto thanked the woman, but before he could enter the park she slammed the gate shut. "Well, looks like I have another moody on my hands." The orange-haired woman didn't answer. Instead she narrowed her eyes, almost as if she was trying to analyze him. Several heartbeats later she finally spoke. "You're not one of Arlong's crew." "No shit, Sherlock. What gave me away? Was it that I'm the new guy on the island, or was it that lack of his Jolly Roger on my body?" The blonde snipped at her. Crossing her arms over her somewhat impressive chest, the woman glared at him. "Well then, what are you here for, fishman? Have you come this way to join his crew, or to die?" "I swear if one more person," holding the violent thoughts in his head, Naruto calmly responded to the woman. "I've come for neither, and what the hell is a human doing with the likes of him? Isn't it obvious?" She turned her left shoulder towards him, showing him the tattoo of Arlong's Jolly Roger. "I am part of his crew." "As what? A punching bag or a slave?" Naruto's sharp teeth gleamed in the sunlight, so this was the sister Nojiko told him about. But then again, it wasn't too hard to figure it out since she came out unharmed. And apparently his slave remark struck a chord within the orange-haired woman. "Shish, shut up. I'm not his slave. I'm his chief of staff. Whatever helps you sleep at night, slave girl." The blonde continued to taunt her. "Don't you call me that. My name is Nami. Remember it, you stupid fish. Like I care about your name. Now move out of my way, I have a job to do." "Fine. Just don't expect me to cry over your mangled body once Arlong is done with you." Nami huffed and trotted away. "Geez, are all human women this way?" Naruto grumbled to himself before he opened the gate and slammed it shut behind him. Fishman Island. Meanwhile on Fishman Island, Neptune was once again sitting in his son's hospital room. His mighty shoulders were slumped, his head bowed, and parts of his once orange beard had tiny slivers of gray. He honestly couldn't believe that his adoptive son would do something like that to his siblings. Ryuboshi and Manbashi got off easy with a few broken ribs. But Fukabashi, with all the deep lacerations on his muscular body and several broken bones, he was going to be out of commission for several months. "Aladdin, how could it come to this?" he asked the doctor overseeing their treatment. "You and I both know the reason. The queen's final wish has been wasted on that boy. Take a look at what he's done. After all the love, attention, and training, you get rewarded with 3 wounded sons." The goat's beard Brotula Merman scornfully replied. "Please don't be too hard on the boy. The power of the Sea King is a terrible burden. It draws upon raw emotion. If the person is angry, he will involuntarily lash out without meaning to, and if he's sad, it'll bring him into a spiraling depression. That is what I was going to tell him before he left, to always maintain control of his emotions." A lot of good that did. Fukabashi, the only conscious brother, barely managed to wheeze out due to his broken jaw. "Try not to talk, my prince," Aladdin admonished the blue-haired merman. "Your jaw is still broken in 4 places, and I would hate to sedate you and wrap your entire face to prevent any further damage." "Sorry, the shark merman winced when he felt the bones on his jaw shift. "I just have a bad feeling. I feel that we won't see him for years. Just rest easy. I will send a letter to Jinbe. Hopefully he can knock some sense into that boy," Neptune promised his son. "I'm sorry, father, but I think it may be far too late for that." "Well, who do we have here?" A deep, Arrogant voice greeted the blonde after slamming the gate shut. Naruto didn't answer at first. Instead his blue eyes scanned the 30 crew members. They were probably tough as nails, but paled in comparison to the 3 lieutenants and the target he was gunning for. He first took note of a muscular sandy-haired, blue-skinned, smelt-whiting fishman. He had the Arlong pirate's Jolly Roger tattooed on his right shoulder, wore a white beaded necklace, a striped blue vest, and plain sandals. Judging by his thick lips he was a long-distance fighter. The second was a white-skinned Ray fishman. He had the typical appearance of a martial artist, with a dark blue gi and a black belt. His black hair was tied into a long ponytail. What Naruto found odd was the Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the right side of his chest. He honestly hoped he would be a challenge if he had to deal with him. The third was pink-skinned octopus fishman wearing a yellow and brown striped outfit with a baby blue sash tied around his waist. He had 6 muscular, suction-cupped arms, and an octopus-like face. His gray hair was styled with 5 spikes, and planted right on his forehead was a tattoo in the shape of a sun on his forehead. Son of a he was a part of the Sun Pirates as well. The fourth and final person was Arlong himself. He was a large, muscular, and light blue sawshark fishman whose most distinctive trait was his saw-shaped nose. He had long, black hair sprouting from the back of his neck, reaching down to his shoulders, under a brown ushanka, covering his head. He had a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. His Sun Pirate's tattoo was on the left side of his chest, while his own Jolly Roger was on his lower left arm. His attire was composed of fashionable, light clothes, reflecting his rich status. He wore a sleeveless, unbuttoned yellow shirt decorated by many black lightning-like spots, Bermuda shorts that were a puke green color, a purple sash around the waist and simple sandals. He was also sporting a lot of jewels, like the golden chain bracelet around his left wrist and 2 golden bracelets around each ankle, with straw-like decorations hanging from them. Good God, Naruto never wanted to punch a person so much in his entire life. "Hey boy, are you deaf? What the hell are you doing here?" Arlong bellowed at the blonde. "I'm here in regards of the Knight of the Sea, Sawtooth. Arlong, you are under arrest," Naruto boldly said to the fishman. "However, I'm willing to disregard these orders if you join my captain's crew." Shahahaha. Arlong bellowed in laughter, causing his entire crew to laugh along with him. Apparently it was one big joke to the ruler of the island. "That is a good one, boy. Oh, I haven't laughed like that in years. Now be serious, what are you here for?" "I'm being serious here, Arlong. Before I left Fishman Island, I saw my captain with your Jolly Roger tattooed on his forearm. He never told me about you, and it would put me in better graces with him if I recruited you and your crew to our cause. If not, well, I have my orders, so it's a win-win situation for me." That statement caused Karubi, the Ray fishman, to raise an eyebrow. He could have sworn the young man in front of them was a human. "You're from the island. You certainly don't look like a fishman to me, boy." Glaring at him, Naruto turned to the side to show the dorsal fin sticking out from the back of his vest, which was resting comfortably next to the handle of his giant axe. "As you can see, I'm a fishman." He then flashed his sharp teeth at them. "I believe that proves I'm of your species. I'll be damned, a half-breed." "Chew." The smelt-whiting fishman whistled in astonishment as if he was viewing a rare species. "I'm not a half-breed, you gay." It took a lot to make Naruto mad, and being called a half-breed was one of them. Pointing to his gills on his neck and the thick black tiger stripes on his arms, he said, "I'm a full-blooded fishman, the proud son of a fishman and a mermaid." "Whatever, kid. I hate to tell you this, but your journey was a complete waste of time. Now why don't you go away and cry to your mother?" "I don't have a mother to cry to. I have not cried since both my mother and father were taken from me, and when Queen Otohime was assassinated." That last bit of news stunned the members of the Arlong pirates. Queen Otohime was dead. A couple of them felt a twinge of loss. She was a good woman, for a mermaid that is. Arlong, however, smiled at the news, and he even gave a big belly laugh afterwards. "Shahahaha. This is great news, boy. You do not know how much her speeches annoyed me. Equality with humans, what a joke. A good human is a dead human, especially what they did to Fisher Tiger. The loss of Fisher Tiger was a great tragedy for our kind." Naruto agreed with Arlong on that statement. After all, one didn't train under Jinbe without hearing stories of his old crew, especially the legendary Fisher Tiger. But his blue eyes turned to ice when he badmouthed the queen. But I suggest you watch your mouth, you do not disrespect the honored dead. Our captain can disrespect anyone he wants to, you little twerp. Now get the hell out of here while we're still in a good mood. One of the crew members bellowed at the tiger shark fishman. And you can bite me. Naruto angrily retorted, I'm not leaving until. The blonde didn't get a chance to finish his sentence when he was forced to jump away from a speeding water bullet that left a nasty hole in the ground. Once he landed, he glared at the smelt whiting fishman who was puffing his cheeks for another shot of water. Don't miss him this time, Chu. Arlong ordered. Water gun. Chu gurgled before he spat a shot of water from his mouth at high speeds and pressure. It was a simple, but deadly technique that was compared to a flintlock pistol's bullet. Naruto, however, stood his ground, forcing a droplet of water into his right palm. He shot off the water bullet straight at Chu's water technique. The two techniques impacted each other for several seconds before Naruto's destroyed the water gun bullet. The water bullet hit Chu's forehead with devastating impact, and the smelt whiting fishman blinked twice, feeling the warm watery blood from the inch-wide, perfectly circular hole pouring from his forehead before slumping over, and hitting the floor dead to the world. Kill him, Arlong bellowed. Gripping the handle of his axe, Naruto pulled it from his magnet interwoven vest, and swung it at the first charging fishman, cleanly cleaving him in half. Another fishman pulled out a flintlock pistol and shot at him. The blonde lowered his giant axe, deflecting the bullet, and grabbing the chain he swirled it and the 50-pound iron ball at the end of it in the air, launching it into a devastating wide arc that caught several unsuspecting fishmen by surprise. The iron ball hit one unfortunate fishman in the ribs, shattering them into splinters that penetrated his organs, while the chain swept four of Arlong's crew members away from him, cutting an unfortunate one in half. His eyes hardening in anger at the whelp harming his crew, Arlong turned towards Hachin, the octopus fishman. Hachi, call in our pet. This brat is a dangerous one. The octopus fishman looked at his captain, stunned that they would call their beast out so early. But as it was necessary to prevent any more losses of his friends, he had to do it. Bringing his four hands to his mouth, he screamed out into the ocean, "Come on out, Momu. I've got an extra snack for you today." Naruto had to hold back a wince when he heard Hachi's voice, it was just that damn loud. But incidentally it also held off his attackers. They all had wide, vicious smiles on their faces. That honestly couldn't have been good news. Barely 10 heartbeats later, a gigantic form emerged from the sea. It revealed a giant white and green patched sea cow. He had a big round nose with a gold nose ring, cow-esque face and horns, with flipper for feet and a tail that allowed him to swim fast, but to Hachi's surprise the thing already had a lump on its giant head. "Ah, Momu, what happened to you?" He then turned to Naruto, who was looking at them like they were a bunch of idiots. What did you do to Momu?" "Me, I didn't do shit to him." "And what the hell? You guys have a freaking sea cow, the most useless beast of the sea. For the love of God, my father used to hunt those for the restaurant before he died." "Don't insult Momu," Hachi screamed at his enemy. "Go on, boy, get him." When nothing happened, the octopus fishman looked to see the gigantic sea cow cowering and crying when he looked at the blonde. To the sea cow, the tiger shark fishman just reeked of anger and hate, and his self-preservation instincts were screaming at him to not fight him. "Don't do it, cow. I'll eat you if you do," Naruto threatened the sea creature. "Momu, what are you doing?" Arlong's voice caused the creature's spine to straighten. The blonde was scary, but Arlong was also just as terrifying. "Don't just sit there. Deal with that brat." Momu looked back and forth between his master and the scary tiger shark. The beast was beginning to sweat in fear. He was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and both would hurt him no matter what he did. "Momu," Arlong spoke in a threatening tone. The sea cow knew that he couldn't defy his master. He knew that Arlong would provide a vicious punishment upon him if he didn't follow his orders. So hoping that the tiger shark fishman would have some sort of mercy upon him, he turned toward Naruto bellowing aloud, "Moo." Naruto shook his head with a frown on his face. "What a stupid creature. You are screwed. You know that, right?" The outskirts of Kokoyashi village 5 miles away. Meanwhile, within the outskirts of Kokoyashi village, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates learned the truth about their certain orange-haired navigator's betrayal. From what they learned, Nami was forced to join Arlong's crew after he overtook the village and murdered her adoptive mother, and the only way to free herself and the island was to buy it off the cruel fishman at the cost of 100 million belly. Nami had saved up to 93 million belly, almost enough to buy their freedom, but then Nezumi, a corrupted marine captain, ransacked her home under Arlong's order, shot her adoptive sister, and stole her stolen, but hard-earned funds. Now she had nothing, and out of anger sliced into the tattoo on her shoulder in a desperate attempt to be rid of it. It was only due to her captain, Monkey D. Luffy, that prevented her from mutilating herself any further. He was a relatively normal-sized muscular human with tan skin, messy black hair, and black eyes. His attire was extremely simple, which consisted of blue cut-off jeans, sandals and a buttoned-up sleeveless red vest. He also had a scar with 2 stitches underneath his left eye, and his signature straw hat was upon his navigator's head for the time being. The first mate of the crew leaned against the nearest tree after hearing the tale of woe. He was Roronoa Zoro, an average-sized, muscular young man with lightly tanned skin and cropped green hair. His current attire consisted of an open, navy blue shirt decorated with light blue whirlpools and visible bandages to cover up a newly received wound. He wore black trousers tucked inside black boots with a pure white sword bundled up with a green haramaki over his right hip. He had 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe, and a black bandana tied around his left bicep. The sniper of the crew was Usopp, a slim, somewhat dark-skinned teenager with medium-length black curly hair and a long nose. He wore an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm, special sniper goggles, brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath. He also carried a yellow satchel with him that held various tools, and of all things, a slingshot as his weapon of choice. The final member of their crew was their chef named Sanji, a slim, yet muscular, long-legged young man with blonde hair that he kept brushed over the left side of his face to reveal black eyes, and an odd curly eyebrow. He was dressed better than the rest of his crewmates, wearing a black, double-edged suit with a black tie and long-sleeved blue pinstripe shirt. Currently he was smoking a cigarette that was nearly down to the butt. Nami looks up at her former captain, a man she betrayed, stunned that he placed his most prized possession on her head. His black eyes burned in fury at what Arlong did to his friend. "Nami, leave this to us. Arlong will pay for what he did to you," Luffy said to his crewmate. "But you can't fight him, he's too strong. Another guy came to try to do the same thing, and he's probably shark food by now." Nami begged Luffy to reconsider. Before she could continue, a gigantic looming shadow appeared above them, and at least half the crew screamed in terror when the gigantic shape crashed where they were standing barely 10 seconds ago. "What the hell is that?" Zoro demanded. "Hey, wait a second, Luffy, it's that cow that we beat up." Sanji pointed at the unconscious sea creature. "What the impossible?" Nami exclaimed deliriously. "Momu, how? We are at least 5 miles from Arlong Park. What kind of monster can throw something that heavy?" "Maybe it was that guy that you told us about," Zoro said. "No way, even if he is a fishman there is no way he could do that." "Only one way to find out. Come on guys, we have Arlong's ass to kick," Luffy happily exclaimed before running off to where he saw the giant sea cow fly from. Sanji only sniffed the air and looked towards Usopp. "Did you shit yourself? Arlong Park. Dear God in heaven," Hachi whispered in disbelief. Naruto pulled off what most of them thought was impossible. He survived Momu's infamous belly flop of death. He actually lifted the sea cow over his head, and threw the beast away, destroying the gate and half the trees surrounding Arlong Park in the process. That was not all. His muscles were bulging, not the athletic type, but the bodybuilding type. And his eyes, once blue at the sea itself, were nothing but pure crimson. Naruto snarled at the grunts and raised both his arms, calling upon the water within the pool of Arlong Park. And just like in his fight with Ace, the water obeyed his manipulation, 4 water spirals spinning in motion to the point where it was nothing but compactly pressured water spears. "Water Fang Bullet," he bellowed, thrusting his arms outwards, and the spinning water drills surged forth, impaling several members of the crew. After 4 of the fishmen fell down dead, the ones with pistols aimed and fired at the blonde. Instead of hitting him, the tiger shark jumped into the air and dived headfirst into the ground. Where did he go? One of the crew members cried out in fear. I don't know. Another screamed before dropping his flintlock pistol and drawing his cutlass. Oh man, we're screwed. Did you see that kid? He ain't normal. Another fishman holding a dagger sweated. Relax, we're back to back, there is no way that. The words died in that fishman's mouth when Naruto's body exploded from underneath their feet. The three fishmen screamed in horrific pain when they fell prey to his shredding shark technique. It was a simple technique that had Naruto spin extremely fast forward, or in this case upwards, with his dorsal fin in front, turning his entire body into a high speeds that ripped apart anything it touched. And well, they were considered nothing more than scraps of meat when Naruto was done with them. That was the scene that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates minus Luffy, who got lost on the way, several villagers, and Zoro's former bounty hunting partners, Johnny and Yosaku, saw the carnage the blonde was inflicting upon Arlong's crew. They also saw him hurling his gigantic axe, slicing apart two more unfortunate fishmen while the iron ball crushed another's head, and the chain tore an unfortunate clown fishman's arm off. As he descended, Naruto opened up his mouth and unleashed a powerful jet of water at his victims. And the villagers, many of them who were prepped for revolting against the crew, looked on in horror and disgust when the water obliterated the first unfortunate fishman, and then proceeded to devastate the entire area around them. After he ceased his attack, Naruto rotated forward, building up extreme speed, building and momentum until he slammed into the one-armed fishman with both of heels, screaming, double spiral axe kick. A few people actually fainted when the one-armed fishman exploded into a shower of blood, and Naruto left a 10-foot crater of blood and organs. Spitting to the side, the blonde brought up his right arm, and gave the three remaining members of the crew a "come at me" gesture with his hand. It was Kurubi who rose to the challenge. Rushing at the blonde, he raised his right arm to hit Naruto with his 100-tile punch, an attack strong enough to send his opponents flying. Naruto easily ducked underneath it, nailing him with his own punch right in the ribs, sending the Ray fishman flying away from him instead. After skidding to a stop, Kurubi held his right side gingerly. After one punch he could feel at least 3 broken ribs. Impressive, young one, you managed to beat 3 of my ribs. That hasn't happened since Fubuki-sensei beat the unloving hell out of me in my first days at the dojo. Yay, that puffer fish was always a cruel teacher. Naruto agreed with him. Oh, so you're a student of fishman karate as well. For one as young as yourself, you have to be at least level 28. Letting go of his ribs, the Ray fishman ran at him once again. Too bad you're no match for a level 40 like myself. Level 40? Geez, he fights like a level 10. The tiger shark fishman thought to himself. He met Kurubi head on. He punched out with his right fist, only for it to be deflected by his opponent's left palm. So Naruto tried to nail him with a left open-handed strike, but the Ray fishman grabbed his fist in an iron grip, twirled on his right heel, and slammed the back of his left arm fin into the back of his opponent's neck. Naruto let out a strained cry of pain when he felt the pressure against his neck. Most of his body lost sensation as he was flung forward and hit the ground rolling. He coughed several times just to get his breathing under control. He had taken many beatings in his life, and he always got back up from them, but this was something very different. That was my arm blade / boy, Kurubi said with a smug grin. Many fighters don't know this, but the back of your neck is very important. If your neck takes too much abuse, like what I just did to you, they could lose sensation in their bodies or even become paralyzed. He walked over towards his downed opponent and picked him up by the neck. Fortunately for you, I didn't feel your spine break, but you're extremely numb, aren't you? Actually, I feel rather refreshed. Naruto smirked at him, which was wiped off when the pale fishman backhanded him. Ah, was that supposed to be a love slap? Sorry, but I don't swing that way. His smart mouth was rewarded with another backhand, this time dislodging some teeth. Tell me, boy, did it please you to kill my crewmates? To butcher them like animals? You may be one of my kind, but even we are more humane than you. Really? If you're so humane, then why come to this stupid island? Why charge outrageous taxes to these people? Why recruit a human into your crew, and why shoot her mother with a gun right in front of her? Tell me, is that humane? I call it cruelty. Naruto spat into his opponent's face. That is none of your concern. Kurubi rose his right fist. You should be honored, boy. Not many get a chance to witness my ultimate instant kill technique, the 1000 tile punch. Then he punched at his face to finish him off. Or he would have if Naruto didn't scream out, Wrath of Jaws. He opened his mouth wide open, and bit down on his opponent's clenched fist, biting everything off at the knuckles. The shock of losing all of his fingers involuntarily caused Kurubi to release his opponent, and grab the stumps of what used to be his fingers. This gave Naruto his chance of taking his opponent down. Clenching his right fist, he punched the Ray Fishman in the knees, shattering the bones and forcing him to kneel. Then he punched him in the shoulders, rendering his arms useless due to even more shattered bones. If not for his strained throat, Kurubi could have screamed his lungs out, but instead he could only look into his opponent's eyes. Spitting the fingers from his mouth, the blonde looked at his defeated opponent. You may be level 40, but that is no match for a level 60 like myself. Naruto said, shocking the injured fishman, and to truthfully answer your question, it does not please me to do this to my kind. Rest peacefully knowing that fact. His final words said to the Ray Fishman, Naruto delivered a devastating punch to Kurubi's sternum, shattering ever his entire ribcage with the kinetic force of the technique. 500 tile break. He heard his opponent say his devastating technique. Falling onto his back, Kurubi couldn't help but think of the power that young man had. His last punch was perfect, and he died knowing that he was bested by the better opponent. On the sidelines, Genzo placed one of his hands on his scarred face. The police officer felt the sting of that particular fishman's swords that scarred him for life. And for 8 years he still felt the pain he gave him with each and every wound on his body, but now that he saw him dead on the ground, he felt the pain from his wounds finally leave him. And tears came to his eyes. Oh God, it was such a relief. But for Nami, it was a complete shock. Kurubi was the second most powerful fighter in Arlong's crew, and to be taken down by some no-name shark fishman that looked almost human, it was almost inconceivable. And for the first time in her life she felt something he almost forgot about: hope. Arlong. A familiar voice alerted the crowd. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned around to see their captain racing towards the scene. From the look in his eyes, it was something akin of tunnel vision. And knowing Luffy, he didn't see the carnage in front of him, the tan tiger shark fishman, or any of them in particular. All he saw was the monster that hurt his friend. Luffy jumped over everybody with ease, screamed his lungs out at Arlong to fight him, and then was promptly backhanded by the blonde fishman, sending him through whatever was left of the gate, and through the village where they heard the shattering wood from several houses from 2 miles away. Don't interrupt my fight, they heard him scream at the teenager's flying form. That might teach my idiot captain a lesson, I hope. Zoro thought to himself, while Usopp looked flabbergasted at what he saw. After backhanding the rude human out of the park, Naruto turned towards the last remaining members of the decimated crew. This time it was the octopus who charged at him with 6 swords of all things. He began swinging all 6 swords wildly, forcing the tiger shark to frantically duck and dive away from the sharp blades. When Hachi swung all 6 arms diagonally, the blonde fishman had to backflip several times until he reached his axe. Back down, octopus, my beef is with Arlong, not you. Grabbing the handle of the weapon with his right hand and the chain with his left, he gave a threatening gesture by swinging the ball and chain. I will not, Hachi cried, actually cried with tears pooling down his face. I cannot let you go, not after what you did, Kurubi. We were going to open a takoyaki stand together, and you killed them. I cannot allow you to live. 0 visibility. Hachi inkjet. The octopus fishman spat out a stream of black ink at the blonde. Shit. Cursing, Naruto sprinted to the side to avoid the attack that was obviously meant to blind and incapacitate. If he was hit, that was it. Game over. If he couldn't see, he would not have been able to get to the pool to wash off, and with those 6 swords he would be considered nothing but sushi. So to try and make things even, he opened his mouth, and forced a large torrent of water at the octopus fishman, mixing ink and water together. It soon turned into a battle of wills between the two, water and ink trying to overpower each other. It was the blonde who trudged on forward, trying to overpower his opponent until he was 5 feet away. His respect for the octopus went up a notch, because people couldn't stand up to such a powerful stream of water, and trust me, many tried to duplicate that technique, and failed miserably. Gripping the handle of his axe, Naruto swung it to cleave his opponent in half. But Hachian pointed all his swords together out in front of him with their back edges all pointed to each other and arranged in a circular array over his chest to block the attack. The two cut off their attacks, and began a desperate struggle to overwhelm each other. It wasn't until Hachian split his swords apart, which caused Naruto's weapon arm to go wide, leaving him defenseless to a devastating headbutt to his chest that flung him into the air. "I got you now. Taste the fury of the second-best swordsman on Fishman Island," Hachian bellowed. Six-sword style ultimate technique, six-sword waltz. Spinning all six swords over his head like a fan blade, he was intending on shredding his descending opponent to pieces. As Naruto fell to the ground, he swung his axe in a last-ditch attempt to defend himself from the onslaught of blades. Now either it was the purest luck or something else entirely, but when the double-headed axe hit the fan of blades, they all shattered into pieces. Hachi looked at his broken blades in disbelief, and then he looked at Naruto, giving him his infamous shark-like smile. "If you survive this, open that stand of yours." After saying his final words to the octopus fishman, the blonde delivered a wicked uppercut, and sent Hachi flying out of Arlong Park and into the sea. "Huh, didn't think that would happen," Naruto said to himself before turning towards Arlong, "but now that everyone else out of the way, it's just you and me, Arlong." You brat," Arlong snarled, finally standing from his throne. He couldn't believe it, his entire crew was gone, wiped out by a no-name brat. "How dare you?" "Oh, how dare I?" Naruto mocked the enraged fishman. "How about this, how dare you? You were nothing more than a small fry on Fishman Island, constantly picked on, then you left and formed what used to be the Arlong Pirates, joined the Great Fisher Tiger, and then got your sorry ass arrested after he died. After getting released you got into one last fight with Jinbe, and after he beat your sorry ass into unconsciousness to the point where you needed to be carried off, you arrived at this island. And from what I've seen, you just bullied the weak into doing what you wanted. You may be the most powerful pirate of the East Blue, where it's considered the weakest part of the ocean, but all I see in front of me is a..." Naruto's rant was the last straw for the Sawshark fishman roared in fury. "Shark on darts." Arlong used his powerful legs to lunge at the blonde like a torpedo with his unbreakable nose. He was fast, but his speed obviously dwindled while he ruled the island, having Naruto barely dodging the attack with his honed reflexes. When Arlong crashed into the nearest wall, Naruto kept up his insults to further enrage his opponent. "You know, Master Jinbe told me a lot of stories during our times on the surface, interesting stuff by the way." He paused to leap out of Arlong's attack, and getting a small cut on his side for his trouble. "Is this all you can manage? How the mighty have fallen." "Shut up, you brat," the Sawshark bellowed. Reaching underneath the back of his shirt he pulled out a flintlock pistol, but before he could even get a shot off he was greeted with a punch to the mouth that shattered all his teeth, throwing him backwards into the gigantic building he used as a headquarters. Picking up the dropped pistol, Naruto growled just seeing the damn thing. "And to top it all off, you're using a gun. Does it make you happy to use something that can easily end someone's life?" He crushed it in disgust and threw the remains to the side. "Fisher Tiger would be disappointed in you, especially lowering yourself to the Tenryubito's level by forcefully branding you mark on another living being. You're lower than scum." On the sidelines the villagers looked on in a mixture of awe and hope. The once invincible Arlong, their tyrant of 8 years who once was like an angry god, was now, there just wasn't a word to describe what they were witnessing. Nami in particular was feeling her heart thumping against her chest. Never did she think that Arlong, her longtime tormentor, could be fought, let alone hurt. And when she saw said fishman bursting out of the building wielding a gigantic black pole with 6 saw-toothed patterned black blades, resembling a shark's saw-like teeth. "The Kuribaki, saw shark, look out!" she screamed at Naruto. "Well, this has escalated quickly," Naruto said with his shark-like grin. "Awesome, I always wanted to see how my Seibanin Kayumi, judge of the ocean and sea, could stand up to another weapon." Readying his gigantic anchor axe, the blonde blocked the Zanbato-clasped sword with the side for the axe head. The two weapons clashed in a horrible screech of metal, sparks flew from the side of the axe, and Arlong laughed. Naruto, however, narrowed his blue eyes and did the unthinkable. He let go of his weapon, bolted forward, and shoulder-tackled the Sawshark fishman. The force of the blow shattered some of Arlong's ribs, causing his to cough out in a mixture of surprise and pain when they both smashed through the wall of his headquarters. Once inside the dining area, they both rolled around in a fit of violence, their fists striking each other's sides, their knees striking whatever they could. Hell, Naruto even managed to bite into Arlong's chest and completely tore the sun tattoo from his flesh. That devastating action caused Arlong to roar out in pain and fury before slugging Naruto right in the mouth and sending him into a table. "You insect!" Arlong bellowed at his assailant, his webbed hand going to his chest to futilely stem the bleeding from the loss of his tattoo. "That tattoo meant a lot to me." Flipping the busted section of wood off of him, Naruto stood glaring at his target. Spitting the flesh onto the floor, the blonde grinned mockingly at Arlong. "You don't deserve something like that. As I recall, Fisher Tiger never once did anything more than beat the crap out of people. He never killed one, let alone enslave them. You're nothing more than scum, Arlong." Snarling in response, Arlong regrew his shattered teeth, then he yanked them out of his mouth, regrew them again, and pulled them out. After regrowing them one last time, he assaulted Naruto with the snapping weapons. Fully knowing that getting hit by one of them would hurt, Naruto ducked and dived out of the way. Arlong lashed out with one of the teeth castanets and took out a chunk out of a wooden pillar. Shit! Rolling away, Naruto planted his feet on the ground, and backflipped several feet away until he found himself behind the bar. From there he found the bottles of booze and began throwing them at the Sawshark fishman. Several of the bottles missed the charging fishman, but when he got close, Arlong was nailed on the stomach, his right leg, his left arm, causing him to drop his tooth weapon, and even once on his nose. But despite glass piercing his flesh and the blood running down his body, he grabbed Naruto by the throat before he could throw another bottle of booze at him. Giving the blonde a vicious smile of victory, Arlong wasted in no time in piercing Naruto's right side with his tooth weapon. He reveled in the agonizing look that was given when he did so, but it quickly died when the wine bottle in Naruto's right hand smashed against his head. He screamed when he felt the glass tear into his skin, and through his right eye, blinding him. He then screamed even more when the neck of the shattered bottle plunged into his neck, right where his internal carotid artery was. Feeling his opponent's grip slacken, Naruto pried himself free. Afterwards he curled his right fingers and punched Arlong right in the stomach. After making contact, he fully formed his hand into a fist, putting more power behind the attack, sending a great deal of kinetic force through Arlong's body, shattering several bones. Thousand tile shatter fist. If Arlong didn't know pain by this point, he certainly knew it by now. He screamed until his voice became hoarse when he felt his guts turn to mush, and his bones shattering. He felt his feet leaving the ground and blasted through one of the walls and into the courtyard once again. On the outside of the building, the citizens of Kokoyashi village held their breaths in anticipation. For the past 5 minutes they heard nothing but the sound of fists against flesh, screams of anger and agony, and what sounded like breaking glass. It was around that time when a bruised Luffy joined them, who in turn had to be held back by both Zoro and Sanji. He was extremely pissed off, not by the way he was backhanded by the blonde, but how he was stole his fight with the jerk that dare hurt his crewmate. It was only when a bloodied and battered Arlong crashing through the wall did he stop shouting. Arlong was a literal wreck. His left pectoral muscle was nothing more than a mess of hanging meat, his right eye completely gone, glass jutting from left arm and his right leg and whatever was left of his stomach, and was that the neck of a wine bottle sticking out of his neck. The worst was his entire torso. Several townsfolk lost their lunch, or fainted from the sheer multitude of bones jutting out from underneath his skin. And despite all those injuries, Arlong was still alive. Coming out of the hole in the building was the fishman who started the fight. He looked worse for wear, with several parts of his pants slightly dirtied and torn from their fight from the inside, and the right side turning a fine crimson color due to the blood dripping out of the wound that still held Arlong's set of teeth. The tiger shark was also bruised in several areas, especially in his neck area where it looked like he was strangled. Grabbing a hold of the teeth in his side, the fishman pried them off his side with a grunt, and tossed them to the side. He was in pain. After all, he was bitten by possibly the strongest teeth of Arlong's generation, but it didn't stop him from spitting to the side before opening his broken-toothed mouth. And so ends the mighty Arlong. It's a shame that it had to be like this, my captain. Your captain. Arlong coughed out a massive amount of blood. He could feel the bone fragments in his pierced lungs. He could feel the blood pooling around his gigantic frame, but he honestly couldn't believe he was dying because of Jinbe's no-name attack dog and whoever his captain was. And you too, you cannot beat me. I'm the invincible Arlong. I single-handedly took over this pitiful island. I command the most powerful fighting force in all the East Blue. You can't beat me, you no-named bastard child. After his speech, Arlong began choking on his own blood, and fury coursed through Naruto's veins. His eyes began to turn crimson once more, his muscles bulging once more, adrenaline coursing through his system. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, you son of a... He then turned around and with a great amount of effort he pulled the wooden building straight from its foundations. Naruto's arms were shaking like crazy, his legs nearly bucking from under him, but he didn't care, he just wanted to kill Arlong in the most inhumane way possible. And I suggest you remember that when I send you to hell. Oh my god, run for your lives, Genzo screamed. Awesome, Luffy screamed out in excitement. Run you idiot or you'll die. Zoro grabbed his captain by the back of his vest, and dragged him away from the area. You run faster, sword boy, Sanji shouted with several of the unconscious civilians on his shoulders. After they somewhat cleared the area of soon-to-be devastation, Naruto slammed the building down on Arlong. God, what a mess, Zoro muttered before chucking a large wooden beam away from ground zero. Hey, watch it, Moss Head, Sanji bellowed at his crewmate after he dodged the beam. Knock it off, you guys. We need to find that blonde guy, Luffy scolded the first mate and cook of his crew. It took 15 minutes for the dust to clear after Naruto literally dropped the huge ass building on the most hated being on the island. Then almost immediately the good people of the village began searching for the fishman who saved them from the tyrant. Now was it weird that they were looking for a fishman? Yes. Was it somewhat ironic? Pretty much. Did they care? No. No, they did not. To the men, women, and children of Kokoyashi village, the blonde fishman was their saving grace, and they would be damned if they didn't do everything in their power to save him even if he was a fishman. Hey, I found something, Usopp bellowed from his area. Both Luffy and Zoro made their way over to the area their sharpshooter managed to clear. It wasn't the body of Naruto or Arlong, but their two weapons. Zoro tried picking up the anchor axe and actually found himself trying to lift it. He knew that the fishmen were strong, but damn, the tiger shark was around their age and could lift the damn thing with ease. It made him feel weak, or was that the sudden blood loss from his popping stitches? Yay, it was probably the latter. After setting the thing down where it belonged for now, the green-haired swordsman made his way over to their navigator. She seemed stunned, and he couldn't blame her. After 8 years of servitude for a monster like Arlong and finding yourself free, it could be a lot to take in. However, before he could give her consoling words a guy like him could offer, they all heard a loud clapping sound. They turned to see Captain Nezumi of the Marines. He was an average-sized man with the appearance of a rat with whiskers on his face with a minor brown soul patch on his chin, and rat ears attached to his marine cap. His uniform consisted of a long-sleeved white captain's coat, black pants, and nicely shined black leather shoes. And surrounding him was a ship full of Marines, and the cabin boy carrying a large sack on his back. Well, isn't today my lucky day? I had the chance to watch a very interesting fight from the beginning to the end. However, no one will believe that a lone fishman would single-handedly defeat Arlong and his entire crew. He then began to crackle, the sin of greed oozing from his entire body. And because of this, every single belly in this village will be mine. Drop your weapons. I, Captain Nezumi of Unit 16, will be happy to accept all of the treasure. Before he could give the command to his men to open fire, declare this horrible tragedy the work of the now-deceased Arlong, and take the credit for killing him himself. A bandaged tiger-striped arm burst from the rubble and latched onto his face. The rat-like man screamed in horror and pain as 5 fingers dug into his skull. His assailant was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. He looked like an absolute demon, his eyes crimson, blood pouring from his wounds, and his muscles budging in anticipation. So, you're a Marine captain? Huh, all I see is a corrupt piece of trash. Get your hands off me, you stinking fish. Nezumi managed to wiggle his mouth free of the blonde's hand. My men will shoot you if you try anything. I doubt that. Naruto gave him his infamous shark-like grin. His teeth were still cracked and missing, but he simply regrew them, causing Nezumi to urinate himself. After all, we're near my element. Focusing on the water around him, Naruto fell within himself to shape and control the water all around him. His eyes flashed once, and he struck. Water drills erupted from the pool, the various puddles he created from his fight, and even the ocean around them. Dozens upon dozens of spinning water drills impaled the marines Nezumi brought with him. All of them died due to a single strike to the heart, leaving only the sniveling human in his hand, and the cabin boy who lucked out and fainted at the last second. PP, please say, don't do this. It was all Arlong's idea. He bribed me. Komion, I have a family. You can't do TS to me. Nezumi begged. His plea for mercy was ignored when Naruto said, I honestly don't give a damn, and crushed his head with his hand. After dropping the lifeless body to the ground, he spat on the corpse. Scum, like you deserve a special place in hell. Moving his head to the side, he looked at the villagers and saw a mixture of horror and glee plastered on their faces. What? You killed them? One of the villagers bellowed in horror. Well, what do you expect? Those were going to ransack your village, steal everything of value, and more than likely murder you. Now where the hell is Arlong? Hold on, kid, let me take care of that wound. Dr. Nako reached into his medical bag and produced a roll of gauze and a bottle of disinfectant. Nah, I'm fine. Naruto dismissed the doctor before he reached into his right pouch. This isn't the first I've gotten hurt, and I got some. He sharply withdrew his right hand and found his fingers dripping blood and had some small shards of glass protruding from them. His eyes widened in alarm and unclasped the pouch and emptied it onto the ground. No, Naruto couldn't believe his rotten luck. Not only were his gauze wrappings useless, but both his eternal log paws were destroyed. The only thing left was the pouch Hody gave him. God damn it. Arlong, you son of a... He began raging and cursing at Arlong, causing several people to back away before he went on a rampage. Zoro watched in amusement when the blonde stomped over to his anchor axe and the strange sword Arlong wielded. He raised an eyebrow when he somehow managed to sheathe the giant blade on his back without a scabbard, but that didn't matter when he saw him lift that gigantic axe with ease and began to destroy the area around him. It wasn't until the blonde found the body of Arlong that he remotely calmed down. Just seeing his crushed frame, and the flagpole speared through his heart. The fishman was dead, deader than dead, but seeing the corpse just infuriated him. Arlong, you. Naruto harshly kicked the corpse, rewarding his efforts with a sickening crack of bone. You destroyed my only way to get back. How am I supposed to get home? You ing. He delivered a kick each time he swore, causing many of the women to become appalled by the vulgarity, and former sailors scratched the back of their heads in embarrassment. After finally running out of breath and getting tired of kicking the corpse, Naruto gripped the handle of his axe, lifted it overhead, and brought it down on Arlong's neck. After spitting on the body one last time, he picked up the head by its hair. Hey, any of you jerks have a sack I could borrow? He asked one of the villagers. It was Najiko, her shoulder wrapped in gauze from where Nezumi shot her, who picked up the nearest sack she would find. After handing it to the tiger shark fishman, he looked at the dismembered head as he put it into the sack and tied it around his belt. Thank you for that, but I must be going. Naruto thanked the brunette. He turned to leave, but her hands gripped his right forearm. You can't go, not with those wounds, she protested. I will be fine. Naruto tried to put up a tough front, but once she poked the area he was bitten, he barely held back a wince. See, you aren't in any kind of shape to go. Doctor, can you get over here? She was interrupted when Naruto jerked his arm from her grasp. I don't need your help. I would rather die than be treated by a human. Then why did you help us? Genzo demanded. You came out of the blue and destroyed our oppressors. For that we thank you, but it is clear you don't trust us, or you downright hate us. Tell me, boy, why did you do it? Isn't it obvious? I was ordered to clean up the mess my master made, and that's exactly what I did. I couldn't give a damn about you or your plight. Naruto scoffed at the policeman's stupid question. Turning his back on them again, he began his trek towards the ocean when he was once again held up. This time it was the doctor. An old man wearing a white doctor's coat with black glasses and an awesome gray mustache and goatee combo with a black bandana on his head. He gave him a stern look before opening his pouch and deposited several rolls of gauze, a bottle of disinfectant, some painkillers and antibiotics. After snapping the pouch shut, he said to him, You may not want a human treating you, but you can treat yourself. Just think these as a thank you gift from us. Fine, if it means that much to you. Though he didn't want to admit it, Naruto was grateful for the kind gesture. After all, that was all the medical supplies he had on him and whatever the hell Hody gave him. He would dress his wounds later. That entire pouch was specially made to be airtight so nothing could get wet. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto cringed in anger at being interrupted from leaving again. Sharkman joined my crew. It was the Straw Hat Kid. What was he, insane? Like he would ever join a human crew. No, with his piece said. Naruto jumped into the ocean before he was interrupted again. 2 days later, Naruto unfortunately found himself completely and hopelessly lost. He came upon several small and deserted islands to take care of his wounds, but other than that he found no other signs of life anywhere. Damn that Arlong, damn his rotten soul to hell. After several more hours of swimming, Naruto saw a sign of hope, a ship. Wait, it was actually 3 ships docked on an island. Finally, he could find out where the hell he was, and if they didn't tell him what he desired, well, he could beat the crap out of them until they told him what he wanted. Emerging from the water, he was about to bellow where the hell he was, but instead he smelled blood and death. Dear God, who died here? Walking to the shore, he was greeted with the bodies of hundreds of butchered Marines. Oh shit. Covering his nose to ward off the stench, the blonde he took in the scene of carnage. The Marines were killed with a bladed weapon, no make that weapons, and they died quickly based on the wounds slicing through the major blood vessels and major organs. It also seemed that whoever killed them was fast, unnaturally fast due to the way most of them were sprawled out in the sand. Also their weapons were destroyed. Curious. After finding no more clues on the beach, Naruto went to the biggest ship in the area, and sure enough he found more dead Marines with the same type of wounds, and their weapons also destroyed. Where is the captain? He has to be around here somewhere, he mused to himself. The tiger shark fishman searched the entire ship until he found the captain's quarters. The door cleanly chopped in two, he stepped inside and found the deceased captain. However, unlike his subordinates, he was beheaded and his cutlass was cut into 6 pieces. The hell? There had to some sort of explanation, but it wouldn't be in there. The smell was killing him. After stepping outside and jumping onto the beach, the blonde headed further inland. It was a forested area, very beautiful, almost as beautiful as the underwater sea trees, and the best part was that there were no dead bodies. It was tranquil, calm, even, much better than Arlong Park in the Fishman district. But when he walked further in, the peaceful tranquility began to lessen, slowly becoming replaced with anger and malice. I do not like this, Naruto said to himself. The feeling within the forest was becoming tainted with each and every step he took. Damn it all, it was starting to creep him out. You shouldn't, a quiet monotonous voice answered him. Snapping his head towards the voice, Naruto saw a man roughly around 18 years of age. He had long straight sand-colored hair with pale gray eyes, his body was of slim build, and wore blue navy slacks, black shoes and a simple tan shirt. Draped over his shoulders was a blooded white Marine's jacket. Strapped to his belted hip was a Marine-issued saber, but clutched in his hands was a katana with a black scabbard. The guard was bone white with 4 crescent moons that covered the dark maroon handle, and a crimson tassel hung from the end of it that held a small ceremonial bell attached to it. And who the hell are you? Naruto demanded. The stranger stood to his full height of 5'10" and started unsheathing his katana. Then suddenly he disappeared, causing Naruto's eyes to blink in surprise, and reappeared in front of him with the tip of his blade to his throat. Your death. Son of a. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.